It's old as like the Jesus. I don't know. It's really old.
Good answer.
So I'm going to take a screenshot of this screen so you can see it.
It's in another area. I can't see where. You're right. Sound and notification. Here we go. Right? Device, sound, and notification. All right. This might be it. Notification volume. Can't
Probably
I just
not.
turn that down to nothing?
No, that's for the whole device, man. Another thing you can try doing is on the actual notification that you get, you can drop down the notification bar, and then look at that notification. Just press on it, and then you'll be able to change.
I don't know. You lost me. I don't even know. I don't have no idea where you're talking about.
So you know, at the top of the phone, there's a notification bar. Like, let's say you had the notification on your notification bar. You just got it. You can hold onto that notification after you open up that notification bar.
No, I'm talking about the sound notifications only.
I know. Me too. So
on Discord. Okay.
All right, let's try again. So you have the status bar at the top of your phone, right? You pull that down. You open up like the menu where you can adjust the different things, like adjust your
like Wi-Fi,
stuff like that. Yeah. Underneath, you should have the notifications that are active on your phone.
Okay, like I see one there.
Yeah, so you can hold on, and you can test it with any notification that you have right now. You hold onto that notification, just like press and hold, and then you should get a little menu for changing the alert settings.
I thought it was. What the hell? Oh, I appreciate that. Wait a second. I just saw it bring up another bar there. 1 second. I'll get it.
And then you can click on settings and change it for that specific app.
What?
It basically takes you to the same screen that Arden was talking about.
I had another little gear setting. I press on that. Let's see if it doesn't blow up. Hopefully it won't blow the phone up.
And tune in next week for another episode of Boomers with Smartphones.
I know. Never mind. Now you embarrass me. Wait a second.
Hey, welcome to 24/7, where you could get technical assistance without the Indian accent.
I think it might be working, and it's at 66%. The phone voltage is at 66%. I shitteth you not. What the heck?
Maybe your phone's
Boomer
possessed.
In electronic world. I shouldn't be here. How did I get here? That's wild. Just joking.
So another way to cancel your notification sounds is to get a needle and stab your speaker.
Google settings. Is that what you're talking about?
Nah.
No. That is absolutely, I don't think what I want. That's what it came up when I did the notifications. When I pressed on it, it went to Google settings. When I clicked the little gear.
That's because you allowed Percentage to help you, and so he couldn't help you completely.
Put this on me?
Yeah, bro.
It's illiterate.
Oh, dang.
Percentage, dude.
Well,
so you can't actually fulfill anything.
Fucking who cares if it's dinging anymore? Wait a minute. Let me just leave that on. Get rid of that Google settings. Back to Discord. Stop playing around. All right. Who cares what it's doing? All right. I might look one more time. Let's see.
Okay, what were we talking about?
I'll figure out how to put myself on mute here in a second.
Y'all were discussing level being curved, I think I got.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so they have to change the definition of level in the general mindset because everybody already knows what level is. And if water is level and takes up 70% of the Earth's surface, then that means the Earth's flat. So there you go. And as I was telling my friends earlier, the easiest way to win an argument is just change all the definitions of the words. Problem solved.
Ain't that a fact?
I hear you. Just change the definitions. That's what they've done the whole time. So
Yeah,
why not?
you know,
It can work both
yeah,
ways,
exactly.
I think.
So, stop
All
stealing
things
from me. Oh, well, stealing means that I'm allowed to take things from you.
Mm.
Or stop means start.
Some crazy stuff like that.
Level means curved.
Pretty wacky. That kind of talk make me go cross-eyed.
Has anyone ever said horizontal is curved?
Yeah, really. Or I like that talk about level.
To the individual observer, horizontal is curved.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Because horizontal is an objectively straight line, right?
No.
But to an individual observer on this curved Earth,
Hold on.
it'll be curved.
Hey,
Why you say
percentage.
it
Stop.
like that?
Hold the frick on, homie. I want to hear what he has to say.
It's because of perspective. Because this, objectively straight line is in all, from all reference points, reference angles, reference frames, it's going in one direction. It's absolutely straight, right? But depending on the observer and their perspective, if you actually had a visualization of this imaginary line and a demonstration of it, then it would look like it's curving.
I don't know. That was a horrible explanation.
It's too bad that it doesn't do that because it just doesn't.
Yeah, but perception is reality. So for them, that horizontal line is really curving.
Well, you can make a horizontal line curve with an optic, sure.
Yeah, with graphic artistry.
No, you don't need no artistry. You just need a particular setup of lens and distance.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. That's a horse of a different color. Yeah.
I'm not even sure the lens is necessary.
What? How can you take an image of the real world without a lens?
No, I mean the lens for the light to go through, not from the observer. Obviously, the observer needs the lens to perceive everything, right? But I'm saying in terms of the medium, it might not even need to go through a lens.
All right, try again, but this time speak with colors.
Okay, so let's say the medium is blue, right? And the lens is white. And then you have the atmosphere. The atmosphere is basically the same as the medium, so it's blue. And then the observer is black. And they have their built-in lens, which is yellow, right? So they're viewing it with yellow, but I should say the horizontal line is red, okay? So they're seeing red through yellow, but red is in blue, and that blue does not need to go through white to get to yellow. That make sense?
Not in any sense of the imagination, no.
That made perfect sense, actually, if you run it back. perspective works without. You could argue it works without a medium. We don't truly know, right? If it was perfect vacuum, would perspective work just as well?
What?
I wager it would.
What?
And so you would still, if you were observing
It's
a
a,
horizontal
listen,
line in the distance,
perspective is a necessary consequence of an angular field of view. So if you have an angular field of view, you're going to have perspective.
exactly. So you would have it even in a perfect vacuum. That being said, if you have a horizontal line that's tangent to a point that is far away from you, and you're viewing that horizontal line from an angle, you would observe, it kind of converging into the horizon, like perspective.
All right, we'll give it a plausible.
That's provided that you're not viewing it completely head on. It has to be kind of at an angle, like a diagonal line a little bit.
Oh. Kind of like sunsets, where the sun appears to cut a diagonal line through the sky.
Kind of.
And then the Globers say that it's a elliptical line. Oh.
You know, we need like a resident modeler, like blender capable person, kind of like Arma. We need an Arma on the flattest side.
We have one. Dan Fessler. He used to do that for us. He was a Glober though.
Same with Arma. He does it for us, and he's a Glober too. We need a flat earther that that spends a lot of time in the server. Just whenever we have these kinds of ideas, they can model it.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, who's that guy? So Dr. Zach did a bunch of modeling with his team back in the day, years ago. For example, they made a planar star field above a planar ground, and then the stars rotated in a particular manner. And then they added perspective effects into the simulation and created similar star trails to what we see in reality. Right? There you go.
Yeah.
Are you calling Arma capable? That's a stretch, bro.
Man, Arma's the truth. Arma, get in here.
Dude, listen to what you just said. Hold on, listen to what you just said. You said, Armageddon here. Armageddon here.
You caught it.
Oh, it's over. Don't say it 3 times in a row.
Do you think Arma could handle this server? Would it be too much for him?
Do we have a padded room?
Why you need pad?
Like a low volume, low sensory padded room, for the sensitive ones. See, that's actually surprising that a lot of systems don't have this, where they have a platform level volume mediation, right? That's automatic. So for example, somebody might be getting butt hurt because Quantum Eraser's yelling at them, but they'd never know he was yelling at them because his volume would immediately be reduced with the software. That's not something impossible to do, but it seems like nobody really has it that's done well.
I think Quantum would come after you about diminishing his efficacy if you did that.
I think the listener would still be
Well, then you
able to
wouldn't know
gauge the
if that was
intonation.
true. If that were true, then you wouldn't know who he is.
I think the listener would still be able to gauge the intonation, even if the level of the audio level stayed the same.
Yeah, but it
Yeah, that's
would kind of
good.
cut him off at the knees, though, wouldn't it?
So maybe they wouldn't get as mad, but they would still get, they'd still be affected.
Yeah.
Or maybe they'll think this guy gets so mad that as he gets mad, he moves away from his mic. Kind of like a singer when they go like for a really.
Oh yeah. You got to storm off.
Yeah, dude, like a singer
Like
on
this guy's
stage.
losing it.
Dude, like a singer on stage, right? How they back the mic up sometimes when they're gonna get really loud. Like
Yeah.
he's that good at Discord.
He just throws his head back when he's spazzing out.
Well, you know what? Another way to do it is just to give everyone else priority speaker.
That would work.
Yeah, I could do that, but the problem is that you have to press a key.
Yeah, and that entails work.
Yes. It also entails fingers.
Those pesky fingers. Always getting in the way. Try to grab something and your pesky fingers get in the way. God damn it. Alright, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Peace.
All right. All right. Now that he's gone, we can really do what we want.
Why is it that all of us are the best smart Alex that ever walked the face of the earth? Oh, shoot.
For me, it's a matter of preference. I'd rather be a smartass than a dumbass.
Amen to that. And I'm not a kidding.
Oh, here's a warrior from the field. Crit, what say you? News from the field. Nothing? Eh.
Disturbing news from the field of the Glovers. They're just in tatters over there. I don't think there's even one member on the entire battlefield that can stand up. They've been flattened once again.
Well,
It's just that.
they come to the war with like, fucking rusty butter knives, and we've got nuclear weapons. Like, they're done. It's over. Bye.
Then sometimes they switch to pea shooters and other various means.
Ugh.
They're going to try to prove the globe with slander.
Slander? Ay, ay, ay.
Slander. Commander Salamander.
Oh, so what do you guys think of the upcoming news? Let's see, upcoming news. Professor Dave wants to debate Witsit Gets It. Venue yet to be determined.
No, it's his
venue.
his- Go ahead. I was just gonna say, it's his funeral. It's Dave's funeral. If he really wants to do that, I mean, I honestly, it's like when Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out with Eric Dubay. He probably watched a couple Eric videos and he's like, "Fuck, I'm fucked. I can't do this." So he backed out. Dave, I hope you're listening. Same thing's gonna happen, bud. You might not want to do this, but I hope you do.
Well, if they can't decide on a venue, then it's not going to happen. Fight the Flat Earth was thinking that it was going to be on his venue, which that's ridiculous.
So if the side with the burden of proof fails to show for any reason, they lose by default, right?
No.
Oh, okay. They just lose by default anyway. That would be like a double lose on default.
I know.
Okay.
Listen, that's like, man, poor Dave. It's like you're not going to win. So what's the motive? And he knows it, right? He's not stupid. He knows he has nothing to bring to the table because there's no Earth curvature. So, man, if he's only doing it for clicks, I get it. But other than that, that debate's already lost.
Yeah, so he said he offered modern day debates, right? It's pretty neutral. Moderator's not going to be up in everybody's business. But Mr. P. Davey was like, "Oh, I don't like him. He's not a good moderator." So I'm not exactly sure what he wants in a moderator.
Why do we need to go through any of these hoops just to see what should be so obvious, guys? Holy fuck, I can't believe they're still trying to tell us it's a globe.
Oh, let's see what else. He said that he wanted to dunk on him because Witz had offered, phased point, counterpoint, 2 minutes back and forth. And Dave was like, "No, I want to be able to interrupt you. I want to be able to dunk on you. So when you're saying something stupid, I can just poop all over you and do a dance and a backflip." I embellished that a little bit, but you get the point.
Well,
Yeah,
it
like,
shows that he's not that dumb. He wants to talk to Witsit while having Witsit held by chains or something. He wants to control the conversation. So
Yeah, they'll be like, "Hey, listen to Witsit, man. He sounds like he's got a couple points over there. But did you see Dave's backflip? Holy shit!"
Yep.
Hey, I thought that lion that was under Shane, and his mouth was covered and his fangs were cut and no teeth. But I beat the lion.
Can I have a mic check, guys?
No, no mic check.
Dude, a lion with no claws and no teeth probably still mess the crap out of you pretty easily.
Yeah, but chained up. He's chained up.
Oh yeah, chained up.
Yeah, bunch of heavy chains, each leg on his neck and back. So yeah.
Man, it's too bad Professor Dave doesn't come to the arena.
Probably too busy combing his hair or something.
So we haven't ran the arena in a long. He wouldn't come do it on this server anyway.
You guys should know that none of those guys are actually looking for a fair debate. They know they can't publicly be in a debate and it be fair because they know what would happen.
I mean, they're not really that hard. There are debates where people, trade time, and they zing the other person when it's their time, right? So their 2 minutes is up or whatever, and then the other person gets to go, and then that person, berates them then, right? For some reason, like these Globers want to do it in the middle of your sentence. It's like, no, I can't wait 30 seconds. I have to do it now, right now, or I might forget what I was going to say.
They always seem to be in places that the moderators always seem to be very lenient towards every outburst they have against the flat earther. Anybody know any good servers that talk about like law stuff?
Not really.
Well, there's two problems. The first problem you got is that there's no globe evidence, okay? So they have a really hard time keeping servers going with information. Number two, and this works in tandem, the only thing they can do as a result, therefore all they can do is start a server with anti-flat earthers bad-mouthing the people and calling them stupid instead of addressing the information. And that's what you have over at a server like Gem Pandas. It's called Debate Flat Earth and more.
I think you misheard me. I didn't say globe servers. I meant like people servers that talk about like law and stuff.
Oh, I
quote
thought you
unquote
said
sovereign citizen kind of
Sorry.
language.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about that. Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about that.
And the algorithm, like the Discord algorithm, like their search engine, it is absolute trash. If you don't put the names exactly how it's written, nothing comes out. I have the worst luck with the search algorithm for Discord. Every topic is pretty much shadow banned, other than like mainstream fucking topics. If it's not like science, math, or some dumb shit, everything is pretty much shadow banned.
Um, yeah, they were talking about that kind of stuff just not 3 or 4 days ago on Nathan Oakley's pre-show. So on Pseudoscience server, there's a couple of guys. It's Science versus Pseudoscience, where Nathan Oakley's show is hosted. There's a few guys that are into that stuff over there. They claim to be very knowledgeable about it. So if you go to that server and just put that in like the main chat, I'm sure you'll get a response. There's people in this server too. You could put it in one of the chats.
Was someone asking about sovereign citizenship and law by any chance?
Yeah.
I would say if you can get hold of Eggs, speak to Eggs, you'll get him over on Battle Mod server. He's a very, very knowledgeable person about the legal standings of a man against the court and against the law itself and the knowings of the law. Battle Mod server's linked in the partner servers, I think. If not, give us a shout and I can post it or link you.
Bad.
Okay, how's that set up?
What's that?
This
This
microphone.
mic, pretty good.
Okay.
I think you need a new mic, Sonny. A new mic.
I know. Good. I'm glad you said that. I am using a new old mic. It was old. Now it's new again.
Well, you sound pretty good and loud and crisp and commanding and demanding and slanderous and
Yeah.
scandalous.
Going outside. Yep. All of the above. And talk about the sunshine.
Is that a wearable mic? Have you got a headset on?
Yeah, I'm on my mobile phone with just a wired head earbuds. A
Yeah,
wired
I can
set.
hear the. Yeah, I can hear the proximity to your mouth, mate. Yeah, it's quite clear though, eh?
Oh, cool. All right.
A lot of people in this server that you think have really good mics have the little Apple iPhone style microphone from Apple. Works great. I've got DeWalt earbuds. That's what I'm using.
Yeah, man, you don't have to spend a lot to get quality shit. My favorite microphone ever in the world is the SM57, $100 mic. But you can mic an entire band with those, and it sounds really good, real crisp. Overhead mics in the kick, on the front of the guitar amp or the bass amp, vocalist. You can use SM57 for everything, and it can take the power, doesn't blow out, gives you nice, crisp, warm sound. But
Glapfo, I think you need a new mic, Glapfo. You need a new
oh,
mic.
this is a cell phone. Yeah. No, you're right. This cell phone mic sucks, asshole.
So these were on clearance for $35. Normally 79. I should have bought two pairs. Then I would, always have a backup already charged. Oh, you know what, friends? That reminds me. I have this headset that I bought, and I had a warranty on it, like a full replacement warranty, and I keep forgetting to finish filling it out. It's been months. So now that I've said that, I'm going to drive home and forget about it. And
Hello?
what's up?
Alright. Hello. Testing. Can you guys hear me?
No.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go! So who's talking right now? Everybody's silent or what's up?
You're talking.
I'm talking? Alright, let me start talking. Any Globies in here? Globies?
Yeah, you.
Globy's here.
Do we have any Globies in here?
Globy.
I'm not gonna call them Globetards. I stopped calling them Globetards. Why? Because I don't need to be rude. You know, we were all there at one point, right? At one point we were all children, right? We were taught a certain thing in school, that the Earth was a globe, right? And we were spinning, and we just simply just believed them, and we just simply believed the authorities. You know what I mean? So at some point, I mean, if you were lucky enough to be born and raised a flat earther, then I salute you. But I'm thinking in 90% or more than 90% of the time, that was not the case, right? We went to school, we were taught about the globe, we believed it, we loved it, etc., etc. And then at some point, we got old enough and mature enough, and we had enough discernment to start questioning things and to start looking into things on our own and doing our own experiments, right? By the grace of God, I learned about flat Earth about, I'd say, like 5 years ago. And I was one of the lucky ones to be around when YouTube didn't censor all of the flat Earth information, all the the old school flat Earth YouTube channels that got banned, and then they had to create a new channel and use coding to hide, certain words from the algorithms so they didn't get banned again. I'm talking about 2016. I guess that was like what, maybe actually 6 years ago. I was around when YouTube didn't censor all the flat Earth information, when it was like a free market, right? Everybody had their channels, everybody was putting out their content, and flat Earth at one point actually went viral, right? And that was when I learned about flat Earth. It's like I was one of the fish that got caught in the net, you know? I grabbed on. I was one of the fish that just grabbed onto the net and never let go. Right? So certain people, it's hard right nowadays. It's hard because, like, if somebody wants to learn about flat Earth, what are they going to do? They're going to YouTube it. They're going to Google it. And what's going to happen when they search it? The first 5 or 7 pages are going to be nothing but anti-flat Earth content. So in a way, I'm thinking we need to be a little bit more understanding, with the new generation of flat earthers, and just understand that, like, it's not as easy for them. They're facing more hurdles. They got more things obstructing them, from learning the truth. So, like I said, I consider myself one of the lucky ones. I was there when all the flat Earth channels were popping off. It was going viral. There was content everywhere. Nowadays, it's not like that. The content has been banned, censored, right? And just completely erased. So my whole point is that we got to be a little bit more understanding and sensitive with the new age flat earthers. Somebody else can speak now, please. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with the room, King Deeks. Now, who else would like to go next?
I totally agree. I think we have to meet people where they're at, not just informationally, but emotionally. And a lot of these upcomers may not have the emotional intelligence to absorb properly the information. And there's other people who may have the emotional intelligence, the balls to admit they've been lied to, but don't necessarily have all the information. But yeah, I agree. We need to just meet them where they're at, right? Within the first minute of talking to somebody, if they're being genuine or shit, even if they're not, you can definitely pick out, kind of where to go with that. But be sensitive, right? I like that word. We're taught, just be tough. Blah, 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 blah. No, you got to be sensitive to people because people are sensitive. Thanks.
Exactly, Glaflow. Thank you, bro. Because basically, exactly, you just reiterated what I was saying. Like, it's like we know the truth. We're one of the blessed ones. We're one of the privileged that actually came across the truth, right? But a lot of these youngins, they're still being lied to, right? They're still falling for the lies, and we need to kind of be a little bit more understanding with them. Because, like, for example, who was the other guy? Oh, the guy left, but there was some guy back earlier today in the morning and afternoon. Some guy named Darius, and he was trying to learn a little bit more about flat Earth. He wouldn't admit that he's a globe skeptic, but I could tell that he was a globe skeptic just by the fact that he was here asking questions, trying to learn more about flat Earth, etc. And I told him, I literally said to him, I'm like, yo, brother, we were all in the same boat as you at one point, We were all taught about the globe. We were all indoctrinated in school, right? But at some point, we started questioning all of this, right? And I kind of just remember being in his shoes. You know what I mean? Where I was I just started kind of questioning and asking questions, and luckily I wasn't getting shitted on the way he was getting shitted on. At that time, I was being educated, and I was basically flat earthers were speaking, like my cousins, for example, they were flat earthers already, and they were speaking to me from a place of love. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And to further that, I think people get lost in the frustration. At least I know I do. I get lost in the frustration of Globers being jerks or Globers not, trying not to understand, willingly misunderstanding things. And so my attitude will get out of hand. And I'll start getting real loud. And then when I'm muted, y'all don't hear a bunch of shit, right? But but it's understandable. But at the same time, I almost feel like it's like the thing I need to focus most on is not being condescending to those who ask for it, and instead kill them with kindness and give them the information only. I think that's going to be my coming up new approach. But it's hard. You guys know me. I'm a fucking hothead. So we'll see. But yeah.
Hey, Glaflow.
Yeah.
I was gonna follow up with that by saying that for example, we want to be kind and understanding with them, right? But at the same time, I understand why flat earthers get feel almost disrespected when there's an anti-flat earther, or when there's somebody who's just trying to argue and defend the globe when really they have no evidence or proof or any experiments done on their own.
When I agree totally. Like in the cartoons, you get your typical bully who doesn't know shit, but then finally the guy he keeps beating up on starts to teach him some stuff in real life, and and then he wakes the bully up. That's what we're trying to do with these anti-flat earthers, I think.
Well, this is my whole point, that in a way, if you really think about it, it's like they're actually the bullies, not us.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying they're the bullies.
Right.
So let's check it out. So the cartoon goes, big, dumb bully, strong, need your lunch money, gonna get it, I'm gonna punch you every time I see you in the hallway. Okay. That's the anti-flat earther. What I'm trying to do is, because every one of those cartoon episodes ends with the bully and the bullied getting along at some point, right? So that's what I'm trying to when I come across a bully, I'm trying real hard not to get, what the kids call triggered and react the way that they want me to, and instead do the other thing where find out what the bully's interested in and then get them to talk about some shit and open up. And then, oops, all of a sudden we're having a genuine conversation between two people that respect each other enough not to call each other names and listen. And so, yeah, I'm with you, bro, 100%. I got to get back to painting my room here, but that right there is my favorite part of the day. Thanks for talking.
Yo, thank you, man.
Yes. So, problem is, we've got a socio-cultural issue, right? Which is there's so many flat earthers engaged in the conversation that they can't be patient enough to wait to let the other person speak. They can't be patient enough to listen to know where the argument's actually going so they can follow along when the floor is yielded to them. And this creates a frenetic pace, and it also creates fog of war where the person doesn't know who's speaking to them, what point they're following along, and it puts people in essentially a fight or flight symptoms. They start to lash out as if they're being attacked because their body is confused and doesn't understand whether it's being attacked or not. Now, this is just a consequence of the nature of the platform that we're in. Could be solved by everyone calming themselves down and actually following some type of internal protocol and patience and all of these other types of virtues. Or it could be enforced mechanically to where nobody's allowed to speak, right? And then one person's unmuted, one person's muted. That's tedious. Somebody has to volunteer to run that, right? So it's not as simple as it sounds in a form like this. Although it can be done, it is possible. But simultaneously, in enforcing such a stricture where turns are yielded and protocols, etc., people will lose interest. And the reason is because some people crave the fight or flight. It's like an adrenaline junkie. They want to be the one to pounce on the Glober and Sigma. They like the anticipation of waiting for the right moment to strike, which is always in the middle of somebody else's sentence, right? Usually their own teammate. In the old days, not that it was perfect, we had differential ranks, obviously, and we had differential pecking order, obviously, and then differential skills and talents. People kind of recognized who was who and what was what. And they would back each other up. So while one person's making an argument, the other person would be thinking where it's going and giving the information that goes along with it, right? Or doing things in the background, like maybe, sending a link to this person or that. And the other person would notice where the person missed saying something, and then he'd wait for them when it ends, and he'd say, "Oh, I just needed to remind you that you forgot to mention this." And the other person would be like, "Okay, that's great." Right? There was a time when somebody said a question to a person, there would be a floor yielded for that person to answer rather than 2, 3, even 4 people interrupting each other after the floor had already been yielded to the person who's actually the target of the question. Or they would hear somebody in the background speaking up, asking a question, or saying, "May I interject," right? And rather than continue on, they would wrap up their point and then yield the floor to that person. Whereas now, people are clearly listening. They hear that somebody wanted to speak. They hear the other party yield the floor to that person. And for some reason, they think that that's the cue for them to speak. Because now it's a pause, right? And it's a pause, and so I can do whatever I want with a pause. Because what I have to say is just so urgent and so important that I'm going to interrupt the flow of the conversation, interrupt the argument, derail. Not that it's always those things. But all of this pushes the pace of freneticism to where everybody's frothing at the mouth and nobody's behaving themselves. You know,
Yep.
and if the shoe fits, wear it. Everybody does it occasionally. You know, for example, there's crickets on here lately. Well, that's because a lot of Glovers who otherwise would be willing to participate, even take abuse, for some reason they're not here. And part of it is not because of them misbehaving, it's because the flat earthers here can't behave around that person. Because none of them are willing to yield to the floor or to the other, right? Because they have to be the one to sting that particular guy, because that guy's got some kind of status as a Glover. So for some reason, you know, they want to get their shot in while he's on the ground. Right? So we end up playing a lot of tried audio that we've played a million times. We end up talking about silly topics. And then the occasional Glover comes in and we have good conversation. And also the occasional Glover comes in and it's train wreck. And simultaneously, when the Glovers aren't here, that's plenty of time to soliloquy about our points of view. Right? So, for example, somebody so inclined, the voice to speak and the will to do so, could talk their way through the argument from the beginning all the way to the conclusion. Right? So whoever's listening might benefit. That includes the audience out there as well as the audience in here. Because like Homeboy just said, a lot of people are new. They're novice flat earthers and they don't know all the arguments. They don't know how to string it together. Right? So what are we to do? Are we to enforce a uniform code? Roger that. Over. Blue 2 to Blue 3. Your turn to speak. Over. Roger, Blue 3. My turn to speak. I yield the floor to so-and-so.
Well, the judge is the moderator sometimes too, man. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, I'm always right, obviously.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You need to be just like, you know, you decide who speaks and fuck everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
It's not that simple, okay, for logistical reasons. Sometimes people can talk right through you, even when you're trying to moderate, which requires logistical controls, which requires activating your device and using your fingers and not dying in a car crash and other types of things. Right? And then we got people with rank who have logistical powers who, for some reason, don't know how to use them. Fair, maybe they haven't had training, but they also don't have the will to use them either. Not everybody's a go-getter, that's fair. But it's like I was saying before, in the old days, the ranked up people were able to, you know, teach the younger ranked people, and they had an interest in doing it. Everybody was facilitating each other logistically and etc. You know, like the other day, I had to end up banning a kid because the people who were in the live stream allowed the situation to get so frenetic that he spazzed when it should have been nipped in the bud. Somebody should have recognized that this was going down a railroad to a crash and just said, bro, you need to sit out. And then made it happen where he sits out. I mean, yeah, obviously this takes time out of people's day. It is a lot easier to just have your device sitting over there while you speak, wait for your turn to speak. And don't get me wrong, a lot of this drought also is because a lot of Glovers aren't interested in the argument anymore. But just like Homeboy said that there's new flat earthers all the time, there's new people from the globe all the time that are interested in the flat earth. For example, we had a bunch in here the other night. Mickey was speaking to approximately 15 to 20 new kids simultaneously, and he was able to hold the room. Occasionally there was 3 to 4 people speaking at the same time from our side, right? Which got a little bit out of hand, but it was very quickly dealt with. Another problem too is a lot of us are veterans, right? We've been through the debates, we've been through the grit and the grime, and almost all permutations of every one of the arguments. And it has gotten a little tedious. Repetition ad infinitum, right? It's actually getting bad around the flat earth community, to be honest. Certain people that, have shows or that do things on the regular are basically repeating themselves so much that they're starting to make errors. They're not even able to keep the rhetoric straight because it's like a copy machine on copy, constantly. Each copy is a little bit degraded from the last. There's a lot of lacking originality. So, that being said, who has anything new to speak about? Something new, not old, new. Anybody at all? I realize that's a hard ask. Something new in this discussion. It's a tough one, isn't it?
That was tough one.
What is the maximum flight distance of a commercial airline? Who knows?
Maximum flight distance?
Yeah, of a commercial airline.
That's too basic of a question.
Too basic of a question? Come on.
Yeah. What if there's aerial refueling?
Well, no. That's my question. Is like, how far would it get without refueling? I guess that's why.
Without refueling?
The Johannesburg, so South Africa, to their refueling stop to then hit Chile. It's not Chile, Chile or South America South Africa to South America. But there's a refueling stop that takes place in shit. Has anyone seen this flight path? The tip to tip? Anyone else? Can someone back me up on this? There's a refueling stop, right? That's kind of fun. I'll be back.
Sounds bogus to me.
You're trying to say that the flight is a straight line instead of a big old curved one, and the shortest stuff between 2 points is a straight line. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, that's the thing. Like, the observed flight path from Johannesburg to South America goes through North America, but
you got to keep it simple. You lost me, dude. What are you trying to say?
On a globe, it would be an A, an upside down V, if you will.
Yep.
But on a flat plane, it's a straight shot.
Right. Yes. So the shortest distance, right? So
yes.
Yeah. And why would you fly an extra? Holy shit, that's a lot of extra flight to go refuel. That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Doesn't make sense.
Are you saying that we are using shorter distance? That's ridiculous.
Bro. I'm trying to say the proposed flight path on a globe is literally an upside down V, Versus on, like I said, a plane, it's a straight shot. I'm gonna see if I can get a screenshot of it. Hold on. I don't know. Did any of you guys take in Dubé's last piece on flight paths?
No, that
What?
was
Dubé still makes videos?
Bro,
I thought he died of emaciation like 2 years ago.
listen. Dude's still cranking out stuff like this. Hold up.
Dude, I thought he was just a yoga teacher that took too much acid, bro.
No, that's not it.
No,
Nah.
he made a movie, God.
That's what I'm saying. Let's not even talk about the teacher.
Oh, man.
He's done some
I'm
stuff.
cool with
Nah,
it.
man. Nah, man. That's the number one thing in my life growing up. All my friends were like, Gillian always says, nah, man.
Well, here's the thing. Eric Dubé's stuff woke me up to flat Earth. Help me get started on it, right? So I'm never gonna bash the information, but that dude is just interesting. Let me say that it's interesting. He's a very unique guy.
Right. So check this out, Holmes. Where'd a lot of his information come from?
Teach me. Teach us.
Books, man, that have been around for decades upon decades upon decades, right? Which is interesting because those books have been around, but we never even heard of them until we heard Eric Dubé, right?
Yeah, and the Forgotten Books series is pretty much all that stuff. Like, hey, they actually know what they're talking about, guys. Here's the Forgotten Books that have way better shit in it than your history or science books, kind of deal.
Okay,
That's a Teddy
I think I
Castro
got
movie.
it. I think I got it.
Terra
Here we go.
Firma.
I got that book.
Hey, let's go. Screen cap that off of YouTube and pull that in and dropped it in the chat.
Wait, I have a
Kidding.
4 hours.
I feel old when I do stuff like this. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See the chat.
Oh man.
And that's the first time it hit me. I'm like, oh, that's what they did. I'm like, they fixed north being the point, and then they just took the flat map and wrapped it around the basketball like it was going underneath the Christmas tree. They're like, Merry from Santa globe. Did you guys look at it? Any feedback? Am I alone here? Like, hello, Bueller?
Jamie, we ban anyone who likes Eric Dubé around here. So.
Oh, why is
That
not
was
the
nice knowing you.
man? It's
It was
the
nice knowing
information. Information.
Ben Kiwi now.
Oh,
We
man.
need to.
We're just teasing you, bro. We're just
I
teasing
know.
you.
I'm saying. I even saved you guys from sharing the link, so I just shared the screen cap. I plagiarized. Damn it!
What? That's not what plagiarism is.
I know. I'm just being. I'm being dramatic. It's just, yeah. It's never mind. Just look at the screen cap. Let me know what you think. Love you.
Let's see. What did it say? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, what's the whoop-de-deal, bro? I see pink lines and I see green lines. What's up?
Well, it's the midpoint. So hold on, let me go back to it. So if you check out the midpoint of the flight path, so let's take the starting path being in South Africa, South Africa. Nope, wait, sorry, South America. Lord child, bear with me. The starting point being in South America. And then it cuts through North America, and then it goes to Australia. Now, if the world were a globe, it would be the left picture. But it's actually the right picture, so it's a straight shot. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
Side by side comparison.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
What's your point?
My point is, it's flat. You said you want to talk about something, so I gave you something to talk about. But no, that was my original one.
Look, even on the one on the right, it's not straight. It goes down to Cali,
Mm-hmm.
and then hooks to the Midwest, right, the top of Texas, and then goes down to South America.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, the Earth is a raptor.
The Earth is a what? Raptor?
Yeah, Raptor Earth. You never heard of that, dude?
No, I've never heard of Raptor.
It's called Velociraptor.
Oh,
Velociraptor.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Toronto is the home of the Raptors, so, and that's where I live, so, there's some Canadian dad humor for you. Oh, boy.
Yeah, so
tough crowd.
Yeah, so we've been talking about these flight paths for years, bro, right?
Yep.
And way back in the beginning, there were some quote-unquote pilots, right, who were like, I'm a glober, and I'm a pilot, therefore I'm correct. Because only pilots are the arbiters of truth, right? And so we challenged this so-called alleged pilot. Maybe an actual pilot. Who freaking knows? Who cares? Supposedly he's a real pilot. All right, let's just say for the sake of argument, he's a real pilot.
Word.
So he claimed that he could prove that the flights are taking a certain thing because obviously on the flat Earth, if a plane raises an elevation, right, then levels off and then flies to its destination, and then lowers an elevation till it lands.
Yep.
That's a particular path, right? It's basically going to fly essentially a straight line once it reaches its altitude, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if it was flying over a globe, the entire time that it's doing that, it'd be following an arced path. Necessarily, it would have to.
Yep.
Right? And so the claim,
I think it's half a
that they were
degree for
making,
every, 10 kilometers or something like that, but it's definitely noticeable change.
it's a constant change of attitude of the plane, right? Which would be theoretically recorded by the black box. It's attitude information. So he claimed he could provide it and prove that the plane took the arced path. And, lo and behold, I don't know what it is now, 5, 6, 7, 300 million years later, and we still don't have it.
Mm-hmm. So, another question is, don't pilots and public, quote, employees, public figures, all take an oath to always tell the truth?
What? No.
Right?
No.
I found it interesting that people who can sign passports, like engineers, I thought pilots could sign passports, doctors, all these people. I thought these people had like this code of ethics or some kind of crap that they had to operate by and live by and so on and so forth. So when you ask them things of that nature, right, that they would have to answer to the question to the best of their abilities. I realize that obviously liars run amok among us. However, I'm asking from a standpoint of like holding people accountable to a higher state. No, that's not the right word. To a higher.
Dude, pilots don't take no oath.
Okay.
Right? You go, okay, we're going to graduate the pilots today. Okay, raise your right hand. I swear to tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and fly this plane. So help me God. No, that doesn't happen.
Right. My bad.
Yeah, so something new would be like the attitude data for scrutiny. Although, it could argue that it's not the real data, that it's faked, or that the machine inside actually logs it in a way that's expected for the path that it's taking based on a model, right? But at least having the data would be a start.
Do you think they would have to lay the runway so that it was advantageous to the plane's momentum, or the Earth's
Sure.
momentum, if it actually existed. Like if I was designing a runway and I was like, okay, well this bitch is spinning, so I may as well like go for gusto and like launch it like they do in the cartoons and like throw a slingshot behind it, so to speak, slingshot effect. But I don't know. Runways all seem to run every which way they want to, so to speak. Obviously, they're designed according to maximize their layout. But if this place were actually moving, this surface, I would want to take advantage of that.
I'll get you, Gadget.
Something like that.
What was that?
Dr. Claw from Spectre Gadget. Anyway, keep going, Kiwi. Listen, I agree with you. I would never try to build a runway for a plane I would never be able to tell is going to land in the same spot.
It's hard enough to land a plane, far less if a runway was moving. Lord have mercy, child. And that's the other thing. Like, again, you know, we're told that the Coriolis effect is what makes this whole thing work, whether you're attached to the surface or you're like, I don't know, 10,000 feet above it. But I don't know. I still want to know, like, where does this magic leash kick in and this magic curve kick in?
Yeah, like, listen, do we take the plane off and then catch up or slow down to the speed of the rotation of the Earth? And if we do, show us how the fuck pilots need to do that. Thanks.
What? Was someone else getting in there? Sorry, I missed something. Before Glatt. Yeah, no, that's it's confusing. Try to figure that out. My coworker said to me today, so why is it takes me X amount of time to fly to so and so place, and on the way back it's shorter?
This poor bastard. He's got to take both flights with you to be able to talk with you about the empirical data you're both discussing. I mean, come on, fuck out of here.
Wait. Again, it's such a loose grasp to say, well, the air flight time is different going versus coming.
Like, is that how they prove the globe?
It doesn't matter. But yeah,
is that how they came up with it? They're like, oh, different flight times, therefore globe. Oh, and it's got this specific radius too. Okay, we got it. That's what we'll put in the textbooks.
Pretty hilarious. So yeah, I mean, airport design, airline or runway design would be interesting if this place was actually spinning. That's one thing. Again, guys, coming at it from a structural standpoint, I obviously observe them flattening the land site so that they can build, but there's no observance of any of these things we're told about. You know, and there's such a good. It was, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Logie who raised the point earlier this week. Just the fact that you literally have to sell out your own senses, your own like self-balancing, the fibers inside your ear, your eyeballs, your brain. Like you sell out your whole system, send it all up the river. Because some dude on TV told you that space is real. It sucks. What's your system called? Your internal system? It's your cardiac system. No. It's your...
What are you asking about?
Your actual internal system. That's your actual
Vestibular.
Vestibular, that's it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Bango. Yes, vestibular. You're selling out your vestibular system for a tale that you heard.
Yeah, they're like, it's half rate, it's second rate, cut rate, it's just, third shelf. It's not the best, my vestibular system, so. It's like, you sure? Okay.
God didn't make it. And I get I was taking in the piece earlier about God and light and everything else, and there's a lot of stuff there to that we don't know. There's a lot of stuff that we can unpack about that. But yeah, I don't see how we, as divine as we are, like under our understanding and just taking a minute to realize who we are, or us as individuals, that we could believe this story that we were sold. I think what gets at me, we were talking earlier, Glad, you mentioned, what your triggers are when you're listening to people talk about their stuff. And, Darius earlier coming in and really, beating up on him. Like, listen, you're going to come to, again, this place, right? And again, I'm going to kind of just be real with the talk of it, to be real about the talk of it. You come to this place seeking understanding and growth. At least that's what we hope you're here for. And you present gravity, and we tell you why gravity is not functional. It's befuddling to me to listen to somebody 2 hours later still engaging on the same term of gravity when we've established that it is irrational to apply. Irrational? Yes. Irrational to apply an average measurement to a specific item. That's an explanation of gravity. Whatever that number is, 9 point or 8 point, whatever, per meters per second. That is an average. So we give you very much accountable reasoning as to why gravity is not a worthy thing to entertain. And then we ask you to engage and entertain another aspect of how you can look at gravity. Another way to look at what gravity is, if you will. And the idea, again, and I'll take it myself, the idea was put forth by myself, is observe buoyancy. And then began the lesson of Newton and the apple falling from the tree. I think it was Larry who put that forward. And then if the apple were to fall into a bucket, which was filled with water, and then you were to drill bucket, put a hole in the bucket, the water was drained out, and the apple would still stay on top of the water, but would just come down with it. And that was an observance of buoyancy, and we can tie that to everything because we believe that we are in a gas-filled system, closed gas-filled system. And it's stable at that. So, I don't know. I find a tangent. But with relation to design and structure and building and everything, guys, I can't unpack where this magic curve kicks in and this magic leash comes into play, and how air now you know what I've realized too. Not only is the water sticky, because we're thinking it was salt water, but I think now that we're realize that the water is actually made of sugar because it's sticky. And I'm also realizing now that they're telling us that the air is also sticky because the air sticks to the globe. Right? The air holds the other air in. Love you. Would that not still be sticky water?
Water is its own container.
Bruh. So wait, water. What if water operated on the same? No, that wouldn't work. I can't do it. I'm blowing a fuse. I can't think. It hurts to think stupid. It really does. I can't. And the other thing is,
Air can't contain itself. Water can't contain itself. And yet people have a hard time when we tell them, why do you think that water and air is uncontained on the outside of the ball?
and Elijah, throw this in for quick consumption. You ask somebody if they've ever hung a TV on their wall, and they're like, "Yeah." Like, did you observe level? Everybody observes level at some point in their life, right? Am I crazy?
No. When you drink water, you see the water is level, regardless of the orientation of the bottle. Perfectly level.
Oh man, Kiwi fall off the edge or something?
It kept going up. It left me behind. The floating pizza. It kept going up straight in the air. It left me behind. Gravity left me behind because I was stuck on buoyancy.
Well, and you know why the Globers have such big attitudes, right? You know why they're so sad all the time? It's because gravity's bringing them down.
Oh man, forget that. 3 points. Let's see, what else is new is going on around Flat Earth?
Okay, so AI. I'm gonna ask it again because I'm gonna ask it because I'm annoying. So if I'm in Australia, can I see Polaris from Australia?
As far as I know, but I don't really know. There's your answer.
So there's
that depends. That depends. Okay.
Tell me.
So we
I haven't.
yeah, bro.
Tell
Okay, you ready?
Go.
So remember the Bisland's calculator had like a 40 million mile effective radius? So I wonder if you put it into Bisland's calculator and you adjust the slider, you could get it.
I can monkey around with it to get it just right. But in terms of like observable astronomy from Australia, there's a lot of Oz in that. What are the sky phenomenon? What are the notables that are in Australia that are like, okay, that's weird, notable difference?
Some stars.
Shit. Where'd those come from? Those are different than the northern hemisphere, the stars? Damn. Okay.
Yeah, apparently when you're in one portion under the sky and you're in a different portion under the sky, kind of like if you're in one portion under a ceiling and in a different portion under a ceiling,
Yeah.
the stuff above you doesn't look exactly the same. Imagine that.
The popcorn's sometimes different in one side of the ceiling than the other if the contractor was drunk. Yep.
Yeah, these globers be like, when I look up, I see something different. Therefore, my ceiling's a globe.
Your part that you see, bro. Guy moves, you don't move. Can you imagine if both things were moving? I think we've talked about this before, but holy crap. That'd be nuts. There'd be a lot of accidents. A lot. Planes would be hitting the ground a lot.
Go to the FAA, man. Go to any fucking flight tower at any airport, especially fucking, what do we call aircraft carriers and shit. Dude, nobody's accounting for the spin. Nobody.
And where's it published that, what is it, where they make planes that they have to account for a non-moving Earth or some shit? Like that's in the manufacturer's specifications, isn't it?
Yeah, man, it is. Well, shit, I don't know. I don't know that, but I will tell you that it's of my understanding that naval vessels, aircraft carriers, they have it's difficult, but they can do it. But it's very trying to even account for the motion of the ocean and then landing on that. Let alone, right, something like the Earth. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I like that the amount of work that each motor or engine has to do on a or I don't know, it would be an engine on an aircraft, and based on its weight, like a commercial 747 is basically about like 950,000 pounds, I believe, and each motor does it can do 250,000. I think it's 250,000 pounds of work. So 4 times 250 gets in, which makes it to the weight of the plane, I believe, obviously, like instead of a million. Now, those thrusters... Wait, let me work at this out again. No, the weight can't be a million because those things would be working at 100% capacity if that's not right. Disregard that. I have to go back to the my numbers on that because I'm not remembering them correctly. Okay, here's my question. If the surface was moving and a plane had to leave that surface, would the plane have to work harder?
Is it going against the motion or with the motion?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because again, if
it was going against, you'd imagine that it would have a harder time. If it was going with, you'd imagine it'd have an easier time.
Yep. Slingshot effect. But yet, the motors are all rated, or the engines are all rated for the same amount of work. And you would assume that if they were, I guess, designing a motor, they would say, okay, well, If the runway is laid east-west, then you must have the motor designed for... No, they would design for worst-case scenario if I was designing a motor. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm going to shut up now. Bye. We're rambling too much.
Guys, only 2 more days till Saturday. Or is that 1 more day? Yes, you could look at it as 1 more day till Saturday.
I would say that is less than 48 hours to Saturday.
You gotta do it like little kids. It's 2 sleeps for me.
Bro.
1 sleeps tonight, 1 sleeps tomorrow night, and then it's Saturday.
Have you ever
2 sleeps.
done brushing your teeth? I used to get desperate like that when I was younger. I was like, I need to brush my teeth once tonight, once tomorrow morning, once tomorrow night. Like 4 times, yay! Because it gave me more stuff to count, right? But yes, I've counted sleeps in the past. To your original point, AI.
What's up, guys? What's on
Is that
Saturday?
Boogie?
Yeah, what's up?
What up, my brother?
Hey, what's going on?
Chilling, you know.
We're trying to figure out what's new, actually new, in this flat Earth versus globe Earth arena.
Yeah, we had a nice little group that came in yesterday from the Divergent. That was all right.
Yeah, it was very productive. Not too much cacophony and not too much tumult.
Yeah,
Definitely not too much sassafras.
Yeah, that's usually we can get a lot of sassafras in there. But we had you have to jump on it early, kind of before the leader of that group actually starts doing crazy things, and then you get a train that's out of control situation and runaway train. But no, it was really it was productive.
Hey, when was the last time you guys talked to India?
He's alive. He's alive.
We have confirmation that he's alive, so I guess that's good enough, right?
That's really that's actually like what I'm asking. I was making sure he's all right.
How about you? What you up to, man?
We got a new house, so I've just been moving in, putting all kinds of stuff together, moving in, doing some renovations and stuff,
Still hanging out with the flat Earth thing, or
what you mean?
do you have your channel and all that stuff you got going?
Yeah, I've taken like quite a break. I'm not sure if you know. I'm sure you do, but Kai's pregnant, so we got married.
I know that.
Yeah. So we got married March 18th, and then She got pregnant within like a week. So she's pregnant. She's 21 weeks tomorrow. So kind of just doing that, and then figure out where we're going to go and stuff. And then when we moved into this house, I'm setting up a stream room. I'm like building a little stream room. And then, yeah, I'm going to relaunch my YouTube channel. So it's kind of been on a pause.
Well, it's good, man. You got some time to kind of really get together and do the family thing and get ready for the new arrival, which I'm sure you're anticipating.
Yeah, I think it's a baby girl.
Oh, you think it's a girl?
Mm-hmm. I think we're going to name her Aaliyah. We actually got the test that says it's a girl. She got a blood test.
She's going to be a chip off
Lame. Boring.
I actually agree. I think it would have been cool maybe to just not know, but maybe next time.
Oh, you got to do it cool. Like, oh my goodness, you're all of a sudden interested in eating mint. That must mean it's a girl. And then next week it's like, oh my goodness. All of a sudden, your feet are swollen. Oh, maybe it's a boy.
Yeah, dude, we heard every freaking wives' tale there is.
Oh my goodness, you have a sudden interest in watching sci-fi. Maybe it's an alien.
Of course, I originally wanted a boy, but I'm like super excited about a little girl now. I guess she has her 22-week checkup or whatever soon, and it'll kind of be like confirmation. But yeah, I think we're gonna name her Aaliyah. So cool stuff.
No, congratulations.
Sure. Thank you, man. There's a lot of learning about to take place,
Well, that's going to be a truther household, man. So, she's gonna...
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Witsit, that's my sister's name, Aaliyah.
Nice. That's a pretty name.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Yeah.
I want to name all my
Truther's
children
household.
Yeah. That's it. Truther's household, we got chickens in the back. She's going to grow up with chickens. She's never going to even step foot in a public school or any school.
Nothing wrong with that.
So that's why I posted this meme. I'm seeing a lot of broken heart back to school posts today. Sad mothers who miss their kids, wish they weren't going to school and wish they wouldn't grow up. It's not meant to be this way. Mamas, raise them at home. The sadness you feel is there for a reason. Bow.
Man. So now you got a pun for a name that you could use at appropriate times. Don't be a liar. Aaliyah, don't be a liar. Pants on fire.
Still trying to figure out middle name. I think middle name might be. I think Kai likes Faith. Our boy's name was going to be epic. We were going to name it Legend. And then my dad's name is Jerry. So we were going to name it Legend Jerry. I swear we were.
No, you should have made his middle name. Wait for it.
Had a dream that the second time she's pregnant, she has triplets. So that would be dope. Of course, not all dreams come true. So.
Is that running the family? Having kid triplets?
Yeah, so my birth mom has not been in my life since I was like 5, but yeah, on her side, there are twins, quite a few sets of twins, and then in her family, there are twins and triplets. So maybe so, yeah. But yeah, I haven't talked to India in forever. Sorry, what'd you say?
I was just gonna say, you could always take some of that sweet sauce like Octomom. Whatever that stuff she was on. She was on like that super fertility drug.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know that. I don't know many details of that. I will say, some of the best fertility sauce is prayer, man. Not to sound all corny, but like I'm super blessed, man. I know everyone's heard me say it like a million times, but it's like my testimony, yeah. But like I prayed for a wife and children, bro, for like the first time in my whole life, and like sincerely like wanted it, and then opened up the Bible and it said the Lord said to Hosea, take a wife and children. And then like the way that Kai and I happened was really wild, and we hung out, and it was like we knew each other for years. Like it was insane. Like our first date, we had deeper, more blunt conversations than like probably people that have been married for years or something. It was really crazy. And then we get married, and bow, she's pregnant. And I find that to be of no coincidence, you know. So I'm just gonna trust him, you know. I don't get that. Every time I tell people, like, it's like it never resonates with people. Like, it's like, am I tripping to think that that's like incredible that I like immediately opened the Bible to, and the first thing I read was like the Lord said unto Hosea, go and take a wife. Right after I prayed for a wife, like with specificity. Like, I mean, that's pretty crazy, right? I mean, I even like analytically tried to figure out what the odds were in a way. There's like 2,000 pages in the book. You know, it's pretty crazy.
I think, man, somehow you earned that blessing, and now you get it. Like you worked for it already at up until the point where y'all met and everything. You put the work in, and out comes the gravy.
No, yeah, I really do feel like I felt like I was like at a big. I don't want to make this the Austin show, but I'll just say I felt like I was at a big like point in my life where I had no excuse. I had like abundant clarity that I was supposed to go out into the world. And like abundant clarity, bro. Like it was like I knew it. And then this opportunity manifests in front of me, and actually, hilariously enough, by way of Nathan Thompson of all people. And I didn't want to do it for obvious reasons. And I prayed and like felt like I was supposed to, and like that I was kind of supposed to try to, I don't know how to say it, like show him some stuff and maybe learn myself. We'll say it that way. But anyway, I just knew I was supposed to, and I knew that I just didn't feel comfortable not doing it. Like that's how strongly I felt it. So anyway, I did, and yeah, like you said, man, I got blessed. It's awesome.
Yep, I dig it, man. Hey, and Legend isn't a bad name for a girl. No, I'm just kidding.
Now that's the first son's name. It's reserved.
Yep, roger that.
Oh man, and then his wife can call him my liege.
I mean, it works too well. Okay. Or you can say with it, don't get one.
Yeah, I didn't get his joke. Yeah, it's always over my head. Why are you so smart, bro?
Someone's got to be.
Smart. It's all that sweet spray and phthalates.
I remember AI is one of the first people I heard when I found the server. I was like, damn, this server's got some home run hitters in it. Don't make it gay, bro. I'm just saying. Like I remember hearing AI, and let's see, that's when Jedi was here. So like AI, Jedi, Indio, Meme, like everyone was in here. And I was like, damn, this place is legit.
Yeah, Witsit, you were one of the first I heard in the server when I first started listening. That perked my ears. I was like, what? He won't stop talking, and he's not stuttering, and nobody knows how to respond because it's too much information for their feeble mind. I can barely keep up, but fucking hey, he's dropping some science. I was like, shit, man. I was like, okay, I'll keep listening.
Yeah, cool, man. Now, when I first got in here too, I would just stay on here for hours and hours, late night, talking about subjects that are considered taboo in this room now. But like, I was infatuated with basically like the electromagnetic field of the Earth, and kind of an attempt to grasp the orthographic view of that, and then how it all ties in with what Tesla had said that had been buried and blah blah blah. So like, dude, I remember I had just got a gaming laptop, and I just stayed on. I worked and stayed on Discord. Worked, stayed on. Like I was like addicted to this place when I first found it.
Yep, I'm still addicted, but I wasn't. See, you put so much work in, like in a concentrated manner that I saw, and I was like, man, I gotta at least join up and start talking with these cats. It was right around. It was like 3 or 4 months before y'all recorded. Why Would They Lie? So it's about the same around that time.
Oh man, dude, I can't even listen to that. I hate my verse so bad. It's like,
regardless, it really like I said, it perked my ears up a lot because that, if you listen, and I'm a music producer, man, I've heard the best and the worst, right? So I wasn't really focusing on any of that. I was more just like, holy shit, they're fitting a lot of info into this song, and it's bonky. I liked it.
yeah. No, I think it was good. Like the hook was good. I just like, my part was terrible. But have you heard Kai's song Matrix?
Yep, a bunch. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that song's a banger, bro.
If not my favorite from her, I think it might be my favorite of hers.
You've heard her song She Made to Me?
The Orange Juice.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's nice. I like that too.
Yeah, like Apple Juice and Sunshine or something like that.
Oh yeah, Apple Juice and Sunshine. Right. Sorry.
Yeah. It sounds like she says orange juice in there, but she's saying orange shoes, because whenever I was on tour, I would wear my like orange Westbrooks that were real vibrant.
Yeah.
But,
how about that?
But yeah, so I took out a bit of a business loan to get like some real nice stuff for the stream room, because I want to try to create like a professional level podcast type thing, right? Because I think Flat Earth's kind of missing the mark on that. Anyway, so I think I may have told you, but I got like a Shure SM7B mic. And so we're going to see how that works for vocals, because I hear it's good for vocals as well. And
it's great. Yep, it's a good one. It's the one with the pad on the one half of it, right? And then it's cylindrical, comes shorter on each end. Yeah. That one's nice. Works best for like more high, mid, high end things. That it just picks up a really nice spectrum is what I'll say. I won't. I'll let you figure it out. It's a quality mic for sure.
Cool. Yeah, like I've never recorded on a good mic in my whole life. So
are you going through a preamplifier with it?
You're speaking out of my league, bud.
No problem, man. No problem.
I mean,
we'll figure it out. Google has your answer on this one all over the place, because I've been doing this a long time, and the internet has helped quite something fierce on audio engineering. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So I got a Razer audio interface.
Yeah, that's the right. That's what it is. So you got an I/O, an interface to plug the mic into, and then plug that into the computer, right? Interface for the computer. Yep. Okay, then you're good. You're golden. That's called a preamp, by the way. It's preamplifying the. It's preamplifier. So like it's power preamplification, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. It's ringing a bell now. But I knew you had to have one for that mic.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
And there's a phantom power switch on the mic too that you'll figure out what that means. It took me a long time.
Dude, I was so blown away with all this. I did not know that this freaking world existed, bro.
Yep.
Like monitors and hertz and freaking blah 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 blah.
Yeah, man. And you got the mind for it too. You're like you're with it, right? You get it. So you might fall in love with this this subject as well.
I will do because I wanted to make music. He should probably get a Stream Deck. Got one. Got the Stream Deck XL. Like I said, I took out a business on, dude.
So you'll be good. Yep.
Yeah, like I got two. I don't want to give it all away, but
I'm gonna come to your place. We'll make some hip hop. I'll come to your place.
all right, cool. You gotta be willing to let the chickens out.
What do you guys use for your workstations, respectively?
I'm Pro Tools and Reason.
Okay, and what do you use, Austin?
For my workstation?
Yeah,
digital audio workstation. So what program on the computer do you use?
I don't even have a computer yet.
You can probably just start with GarageBand or anyway. Go ahead, guys. I gotta do some stuff.
Oh, for music we used GarageBand, which is like obviously very low tier. We know.
Dude, you can do just fine on GarageBand though. Trust me. We had a class at school on specifically how to, if you can only use GarageBand to record a session, how you would do it. And you can get, as long as you have the right mics, preamps, and artists, GarageBand's just fine.
Yeah, we're gonna evolve to the Pro Tools. I think that's what I've heard suggested. I guess there's Pro Tools, like a Fruity Loop or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, there's Ableton.
Ableton, yeah.
Pro Tools has the biggest history. Not a lot of people like learning it because there's so many commands. You can do everything from the keyboard or the mouse or both, but Ableton's a little more user friendly. You might like that, but like I said, the internet has so many audio engineering. What is it? Videos. Anyway, go ahead.
Pro Tools.
I think Pro Tools is the best for edits.
They've moved to subscription and everybody's complaining. Just look up the forums and see how it's going. I think they fixed it, but Ableton or FL Studio, way more resources and very accessible. Go ahead.
Can you still get an old copy of the software?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, you got to buy third-party stuff if you want Pro Tools, and it's big money. And they don't give you any breaks really. Avid's kind of like a asshole company, but it's the best software for editing, I find.
Yeah, but can you buy an old copy and it still run? Or do they make it to where they're going to screw you once you go online? You're going to be like, uh-oh, now you have to pay the subscription, sucker.
Well, they try to get you to do that. Yeah. They won't let you upgrade. They try to get you to cross-grade, basically, to go from your permanent license to a subscription. Yeah, they really want you to do that.
Dude, who the heck would do that? I mean, at least get both. I mean, why would you keep a permanent license? I don't get it. Because then if let's say you're poor for a couple whiles, right? In the old way, you'd have your hard copy. Now you're screwed.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset that Photoshop and Adobe Suite did that as well.
Well, they're not going to make any money if they don't do that. But my godfather, he's also really good with Pro Tools, but he had over a decade, I think he's still running it. Pro Tools 9.1 or some shit, super old. And because he didn't get any of the other updates, he just kept his money subscription with Avid. He's doing just fine. It runs just fine. His plugins are, he doesn't download any new shit. He uses what works for him and what has worked. And lo and behold, he can get things that sound the way he wants anyway, regardless of what kind of Pro Tools he had.
Yeah, that's the thing. It always works, and it always did.
Yep.
It's super reliable. The only time you really need to upgrade is if you get a new system, and then the old version you have won't work on it, and then they screw you that way.
Hey, Glad, do you think it's feasible to record drums through a 4-input Scarlett, or no?
Well, just kick and snare, sure.
Yeah, I'm about to like get all that stuff too, like the audio interface and the DAW and everything, and I'm just trying to figure out what to go with. I'm thinking the 4-input Scarlett because I do want to do live drums.
I'd go for 8.
Foreign language, man.
Oh no, believe me, I'm just like learning about this stuff recently too. Like I didn't know what a DAW was until like 2 months ago. So I'll do it as well.
Yeah, like I went the more like streaming content route, and then we're gonna kind of try to slowly over time build it into a little studio. So I'll have to be learning this stuff. I guess.
Yo, who's Kai's influences? She's got a real distinct like voice, really super talented. I mean, you both are, but does she like name any influences in particular?
Nothing off the top of my head. Let me just ask her that question. See what she says.
I don't know. Usually people are born with their voices, I think.
I mean,
Where'd you get that voice? I got it from my mom.
She said she doesn't know.
It's a hand-me-down.
Yeah, it's a hand-me-down voice from her mom. That's what it is.
No ballers tonight, eh?
She said she's answered it before, but she can't remember. She said pregnancy brain. That's her excuse for everything. She said a little bit of Mana Del Rey. Whatever. Yeah, is it quiet in here?
Oh, any progress on Professor Dave deciding to pick a forum?
No, not yet. He just said he's open to suggestions, so we have to figure one out. I figured that maybe I can, using his name and sub count, maybe I can get a big one, but I really wanted to show loyalty to MDD, even though I know a lot of people don't like him, but he's saying no chance. So,
yeah, but what's his reasons? I'd like to know his reasons.
He said James is a shit moderator, quote unquote.
Right, but what does he expect a moderator to do?
I don't know.
Be like McToon and constantly berate the guest. Is that what a good moderator does from a Glober's perspective? It's like, oh yeah, a good moderator will be on my side and we'll beat you up together. Well, kind of like a clothesline where Red Rover come over and we just chuck your head between our arms.
Yeah, like clearly that's the unspoken truth here. Is that they want a moderator to just moderate one way.
Well, good is subjective, isn't it? I mean, really.
Okay, well, whatever. Obviously, when you have a debate, both people have to agree on terms. So, and then I said, okay, well, they have different moderators.
Lets me win.
I said they have different moderators, and he's like, no, I'm not supporting his channel. And then I said, well, I know of a way we could, of course, effectively remove the adequacy or efficacy of moderation from the equation by just having 2-minute segments, right? So it's like you make your argument, I have 2 minutes to respond back and forth. And he said, no, I want to expose you and your lying tactics, and that requires live interaction. I want to dunk on you, then back you in the corner, watch you squirm, and dunk on you again.
Who said that?
Professor Dave.
Moderator.
Professor Dave told you that.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair,
that guy definitely needs a moderator, of course.
There is a famous basketball player known as the Professor, so maybe he has aspirations to dunk. Short man syndrome is what I'm trying to say.
That dude didn't make the league, though.
Bro, hey, with it. So I was watching the video with Professor Dave and Dearth, but it was like, man, is there any way to get that guy? Somebody, one of the 24/7 people that are in here needs to go in there and like work him over, because I think he's been running his mouth kind of like that smirk that he's got on. Somebody needs to wipe it clean off his face, man. We're just eviscerating him, I mean, people need to see him just like really stumped and stymied because he was doing the same thing, as in like he was a flat earther doing it to a globe earther. He was doing that same tactic to dirt.
Yeah,
He
I
was
mean
like,
that's what we're talking. Yeah, like he's agreed to debate me, but we just have to figure out a forum.
that FTFE is a clown because I saw what he put there about you. They're waiting on you, basically. Oh, we're waiting on Winston.
Because I'm not an idiot, and I'm not gonna. I told Fight the Tight Shirt like 2 years ago that out of principle I will never, ever be on your channel. Period.
Dude, who would go on their show?
Super desperate.
I mean, like, why? You know, I understand why John went on McToon's show. It was specific to the challenge that he issued, so he would have to go. Otherwise, it would be pointless. But it's like he went expecting McToon to be McToon. He wasn't expecting McToon to moderate between the two guys necessarily.
Right.
But it's like you basically like would be signing up for a clown show. It's like, why would you want that? It's like you want to actually have it to debate.
Yeah, it's an ambush.
Yeah.
You're walking
The
into
one
it.
time that I had jumped on McToon's channel. Okay, so before I ever started my YouTube, I debated him because of on Facebook we had an interaction. That was like before I ever did anything, and then I ended up going back on there one other time because my friend Trevor Missler, I don't know if any of you guys know him, but his cousin's like this like sunken in depravity atheist, like hates God, Glober, blah blah blah. And he obviously won't listen to Trevor. So like Trevor asked me as a favor to debate him. And so like Trevor's my boy, like we know each other in real life, you know. So I'm like, okay, I got you, man, if you insist. And the only place he would do it was McLooney Tunes channel. And so I told Trevor, I don't think I can do it, man. And so he's just like, all right, but please do, you know, please reconsider. Because he wants to wake his brother up. Like, he has good intentions. He wants his brother to, like, ditch the atheist nonsense, right? So anyway, long story short, I talked to McToon. I'm like, look, the only way I'm going to go on here is we're going to have to, I need your word for, a few parameters. Like, I'm debating Seth, not you. So you don't jump in the debate no matter what, no matter if he's getting destroyed or not. You don't mute me. You don't jump in and insult or scream over. It's not 2v1. It's me versus him, and you have to just be a fair, neutral moderator and no jumping in or muting. He said, okay, you have my word, I promise. And he did literally all those things, dude. He every time that I started destroying Seth, he jumped in to try to save him, started screaming and cussing, muted me, kicked me off. I mean, it was crazy. So like,
oh wow.
Long story short,
Shocker.
Even with the biased moderating, you still made an absolute fool of him.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Austin.
At least he gave you his word.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations on everything. And yeah, if you ever are available on Friday night, you can come on Vader's show. I'm on Vader's show on the new Discord channel he created. We're talking about the prophets right now. And we also do current events too, probably once a month. I know you're good friends with Vader.
Yeah. I met him in real life as well.
Yeah, yeah, he created a new channel on Discord. I'm sure you're invited to it. Yeah, just come on any Friday night you feel led to. We're talking about the prophets. We went through Jeremiah this week. I think we're still in Jeremiah. We did Isaiah last week, so and it's a real good conversation. We have a lot of fun too.
Cool, yeah, man.
So if you feel like getting your feet wet, jumping in, come on in.
Yeah, bro. I'll have to swing by sometime.
Yeah, and again, I just want to say congratulations on everything, and just create the best life you can imagine for you and your family, my friend. You have Yah's blessing.
Thank you, brother.
Yes.
Yeah, and then so I guess FTFE's been running around with the narrative that I'm scared to debate him because I refuse to go on his show.
I seen that on a post. That's why I was mentioning it. He's running his mouth too, but he's doing it. He's really just doing it to get people agitated from the flat Earth side, so we can be backing you. Come on, Whitsitt, you got to do this challenge. Like it's a debate tactic. He's doing that just so that other people can rally you up. That's why I told you to what he put up there. It's funny, dude, because they still use these idiotic tactics. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if Professor Dave does back out because of the forum, you could always just clip other things that seem like debate points and just do the point counterpoint yourself with a chopped up thing and just publish it and be like, well, since Professor Dave is too fickle to pick a fair forum like Modern Day Debates, which is perfectly fine and adequate for the task, then I'll just do it this way.
Yeah, he's already stepped in it because he agreed to do it. So now I have like DM and email proof that like he only agreed on a objectively unfair platform with Fight the Flat Earth as the host, McToon as the moderator.
Man, what a clown!
What the heck?
What? That guy's a freaking clown show, man.
Like, dude, it's so funny that they thought they could pull that off, and they resorted to like, oh, if we tell everyone he's scared and that we set it up and he won't do it, then he'll do it. Like, nah, buddy, nah, I'm not that desperate, bro. I mean, like, the only reason I'm even taking the debate is because I know someone needs to knock that dude down because he's propped up by the algorithms.
Look, it works both ways. Okay, so he has a crew, right, that watch him, right, and they want to see him, you know, stick your head all the way around the Earth's refraction and back up your butt. They would love to see that happen, would they not? And if he doesn't accept a fair platform like Modern Day Debates, then they're just going to be like, dude, just do it already so we can see Whitsitt, you know, sliced in half a la Fatality out of Mortal Kombat, right? Or else you're the pussy, right? See, you could play that game.
Why didn't he agree to Modern Day, man? Like, that's a pretty good forum for you guys, the medium. I mean, it's not the best.
Well, what's funny is I wouldn't want like a staunch flat earther to be the moderator, like, because I genuinely wouldn't want any excuses. I'd want it to be fair. Like, that's the truth, right? But you see that we're just on two different spectrums here. Like he had no problem with having McToon and FTFE on there, and of course FTFE is the one that feeds him his flat earther answers when he needs them. So he kind of knows it's not the same as debating Dave Weiss, you know, but. Like I already said, this is all kind of on the record, so I guess he thinks, well, he has such a small channel, he can never get the word out there. Think again, buddy. I got some connects, so I'll get the word out there if I have to.
Yeah, but I'm serious about my angle that I just mentioned, which is like to appeal to his crowd, to pressure him, because Professor Dave actually thinks that he's something, and like you're being graced with his presence, so he has the cards. But it's like, dude, your guys that watch you for you eviscerating flat earthers, they want to see you eviscerate me, right? So, I mean, you're basically letting them down, not me. I mean, I could go to sleep at night, you know, with my beautiful wife while you go to sleep at night in your basement, and, you know, I won't think much of you. But your fans are going to think you're a loser for not joining in a pretty fair platform. You know, your excuses are just, you know, petty. You know, see what I'm saying? You can play that game.
Well, they get the audience hook, line, and sinker with focusing on debate tactics instead of the information itself.
You better believe it. They've been doing this for years, bro. Years.
Yeah, like you got to think about it like this. So he's on record saying that his show is basically him just repeating curated content. Like he's just a mouthpiece, like an actor, basically. It's like he has no. I mean, yes, he has popularity, but he doesn't have any like real credibility. You know, it's like if he was a title fighter, right? Nobody would want to fight him. Nobody would care. You know, Dana White and the UFC would be like, "Hey, you want to fight Professor Dave this weekend?" And the dude would be like, "Dude, I wouldn't waste my time on that guy. He's not even a contender."
A wet noodle,
right? Yeah, it's like I'm not going to do that. And they'd be like, "Yeah, but we'll give you $50 million Then the guy be like, dude, how about you give me $5 million and I'll attend the event? Not fight him, but I'll just be in the stands. It's like nobody cares. It's like you're not a real fighter, dude. Like he's a charade, you know? It's like I said, an actor.
Well, he admits that, right? Like you said, he's on record. I have the clip someone sent me where he literally says, I mean, I'm not an expert on these things. I don't know most of the things I talk about. I just reach out to the experts. They write a script and then I read it.
Kind of like Bill Nye back in the day.
Yeah. Yep. And he would tell you, like, he's proud to be the modern day Bill Nye.
Oh, for real? He said that?
No, I'm just saying, like you know that he knows that's his role, but he like takes.
Yeah, I was about to say that myself. It's like he fancies himself that guy. You know, it's like I'm the guy. Me, I'm the guy. I show up to debates in my bathrobe. I'm so the guy.
Dude, this dude has an ego unmatched, bro. Like,
yes, he does.
His DM to me 2 years ago was, I'm not letting you bait me into an interaction to propel your career. And be clear, he really thinks that's what I'm doing, right? Like, that's how he views the world. So he can't really fathom something outside of that. When, of course, my intention was not that at all. I just get triggered that he pops up every time you type in flat earth. But, like, that's how he views it. And then he said, okay, I'm done. The only reason I'm responding to you is because I'm procrastinating. That's why I'm on Instagram. That's enough time wasted on an ant. So, like, this is how he actually views the world, right? Like, he has such an ego that it's, like, really kind of hard to fathom.
Yeah, I know. It's tasty, dude. It's like, man, you sometimes, man, being in the position, man, you just like, oh man, if I had like an hour just, to parade him around, tar and feather him, just so everybody can see what an idiot he is, because he's built himself up so much with pride.
Yeah, I think basically what I'm gonna do is like just stick to my guns. It's like modern day debate or bust. Like, I'm obviously not gonna go on FTFE. Now, Fight the Flat Earth, he messaged me because he's a tough guy on the internet. He's like, well, either the debate happens on my channel or it doesn't happen. So just so you know, either you're debating him on my channel or it won't happen. He said it like 4 times. I'm like, wow, are you this guy's handler or something? Like, what are you talking about? So I just went and DM'd Professor Dave myself, and I'm like, so you're afraid to debate me unless it's on some biased, unfair platform with 2 anti-flat earthers moderating and hosting? He said, see, it's lies like this that I'm going to expose when we debate, and these stupid little tactics you're not going to be able to get away with, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, to be fair, I'm just going based off of what Fight the Flat Earth literally said. And he said,
okay, yes.
He said, I never said that. So, like, Fight the Tight Shirt, we're just lying. You know what I mean? Because he wants the clicks,
So let's analyze this. So we have somebody who allegedly reports himself to be the intelligentsia, right? And he wants to debate people that he can destroy, right? But he needs the people to show up. So we have a dilemma. Okay, I want you to come so that I can punch you in the face. Now, in typical fights, like boxing, they pay the loser. Like they pay both people, right? Quite a handsome sum, like $50 million to the winner, $20 million to the loser. So that person's showing up knowing he's going to get something out of it, even though he's going to get beat in the face. But the point is, he should know that he has to get you to come in order to actually have the engagement, and that having a biased platform, right, is not going to be appealing to you necessarily. And so he should have already preempted this by saying, hey, let's get a fair platform. It should have been his idea.
Yeah, well, let me say this, right? So I don't think he wants to debate me. I think he was comfortable debating Dave Weiss because that's not what Dave Weiss does. And he doesn't want to debate me, but this is probably one of the most requested debates in the Flat Earth Forum in a long time. Like, I know for a fact that he's been hit up many times about it. I've been hit up hundreds of times about it. Every time that I'm on Modern Day Debate, the chat's flooding, talking about Professor Dave and Witsit. I get emails saying I'm on the fence and I think the best the Glober has is in, and the best the Flat Earther has is in, blah, blah, blah. as you, and we should like. It's very, very requested, and I think that I showed the DMs online. I said, "Well, he's scared to debate me, so stop asking me. Go ask him because he's the one afraid." I've tried to debate him 2 years ago, and so I think he just kind of feels like he has to. He can't like publicly shy away from it anymore, and so he's trying to find a way out, and that's what I think. And
Well, you know what?
Yep.
So, based on all the things that I've just said, there is no way out. His audience is going to know. Well, let's put it this way: a large portion of his audience is going to know and see that this tactic is just pathetic. And they, now that I've breached the ether sphere with this idea, right? They're going to figure it out. They'll be like, Professor Dave, why would you not just accept a neutral platform for one of these, big quote unquote debates? I mean, what's the deal? You're letting us down, because that's what's really happening. He's letting his fans down.
Yeah.
And by the way, his fans are why he's where he is. So if he lets them down, he's a scumbag.
Yep.
Yeah. So don't you agree I should stick to my guns, right? Because I agree 100%
Yeah.
with what you're
Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it to you like this. Debating him in directness, like back and forth, yeah, that would be great. But you can debate him in video form. You can answer all his points, right? And you can then wait for him to do a rebuttal video. And so you, by doing so, control the situation and all the cards. Because if he doesn't answer them, his fans are going to be like, you need to answer him. Professor Dave, Witsit just, poured sour grapes all over your face. What are you going to do about it? You're going to respond? Oh, I'm too big to respond. And they're going to be like, dude, respond. You already backed out of the debate like a wuss. Now what? You can't even do a response video? So just hold your cards. Tell them, tell them this. Okay, one of us has to be a man. Since I already am one, I'll let you know how this is going to go. And then just make your claim, and that's the end of it. And he can just suck it.
Yeah, man.
I'm going modern day debate or bust. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Modern debate or bust, I agree, because he's ambivalent. He doesn't, that moderator doesn't really care. He just wants to see the show. So, what I was going to say is, no matter what anyone does, you, me, the Pope, whatever, Earth is flat. So, the biggest thing he's going to have to come to grips with is that it doesn't matter how well you can debate. You can't change the makeup of the Earth.
Yeah, but he can't even debate that good, So.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Well, it's weird because it's like they're forcing us to go into a debate about something that there is no debate about. So it's weird.
But like his interaction with Dave Weiss has 1.5 million views, and his Globebusters response has like 10 million views, I think, or it's 5 million. I can't remember, but. So that's why it is important in a way, right? Because like when someone's like, man, my cousin just told me the Earth's flat and he's smart. What the hell is he talking about? And then go YouTube it. That's who pops up. And when you type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, that's who pops up. So it's like,
With it, but you know why he getting a lot of traction with that video? Because it was a video used against Flat Earth. So it's propaganda, really. But it was spun so that his audience can look like how he's destroying Flat Earth. And so in the video, he doesn't have the evidence. What he does though is he starts to shame shame him in the video. It looks like he's talking about space. No, you don't know what you're talking about. And so when you're talking about something that's imaginary, he's gonna win because who's gonna win when you're talking about some imaginary thing. So you don't know like who can be right or wrong. It's just the way he's saying it real smugly. So that's what's the outcome of that's going to be looked at as like who made the other one who shamed the other one more. So that's how he won that. He didn't win by like his logically consistent argument. He won just because he shamed him better. And so that's why I was like, man, this sucks. Like I need somebody in here that's gonna belt him, like in the mouth with real good, like solid, structured, I don't know. I just felt like because I know what he was trying to do, taking him to space and like the way things are, and and he was just like, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about," and he said like basically rhetoric, and using that, he just like everybody was like, "Yeah, it's exactly what we know." It's just, and so the Globers were all about it, man. That's why it got more hits, because he's basically saying this is how I destroyed flat Earth. So I think that he's got it coming. He definitely has it coming.
Yeah, well, like the reason I think the Globers love that type of content so much is they need something to like cradle their fragile ego, and they need confirmation that flat earthers are stupid. And so like any condescending confirmation of that is like, just right up there.
Oh, yes. I mean, that's great, but let's be more base. What they need is Bubba on the playground in the sandbox, right? To stand up for them and tell the smart kid, off, basically. It's kind of kindergarten tactics when you really think about it. So you should treat this Professor Dave just like Bubba. Be like, listen, Bubba, after school at the flagpole, be there or be you.
Yeah, like I
remember that. Once you lay that out for his audience, like for example, the kids at the schoolyard. It's like once you're done playing the game and you just turn to Bubba and say, after school at the flagpole, Bubba, be there. It's that simple. And Bubba don't show up. And then everybody sees Bubba don't show up.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Professor Dave is going to be the one not showing up. It's that simple. If you just say, this is fair, you could even contact Modern Day Debates, bro, and say, hey, what's some of your other moderator that might be willing to do it? That would be more fair.
Who set the server the other day? Bob, the science guy, set foot in this server. It was in the morning, actually.
Focus on.
I didn't even know he still was doing something with it. He's got 22,000 subscribers. This guy has on YouTube. Bob, the science guy, he's still doing what he's doing.
Steal his audience. They'll be like, "Hey, Austin sounds like."
He seems like he might be, a little low on cash, if you know what I mean.
Well, hey, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Bob scheduled an appointment to come in here and show his curvature measurements he did last summer. I don't know why he didn't just do it today in the chat, but yeah, he's scheduled for next Wednesday. He says he's coming in. He's going to do it.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He just volunteered to be the stand-in for Professor Dave if he doesn't show to Modern Day Debates. So, Dr. Bob, you've been officially forewarned to be prepared as the second string quarterback.
That's right. Should we call it sloppy seconds, or is that not adult?
Oh, that guy, he's worse than Dave, if that means anything. Way worse than him.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know if he can.
It's too far gone, bro. It's Modern Day Debates with this moderator, or let your fans down like the gamma beta quadruple soup sandwich that you are.
Yeah, exactly. And I have nothing but time, bro. Like I'm about to launch my YouTube. I got lots of content I got to make anyway. And James reached out to me a few weeks ago, and he was like, "Dude, I've never had a debate requested so much as you and Professor Dave recently. So, like, dude, I would be ecstatic to host that and to make sure it's a fair debate. So just keep us in mind, and if you can just have it on there, I'd even pay you." And I said, "Well, I don't want any money, bro, but I got you." Right. And James is a cool guy, bro. Like I talked to him off the air, right? Like he's actually a cool guy, and he's a believer. And so, yeah, I mean, he has to stay.
I don't know. You could donate the money to Professor Dave so he could buy something other than a bathrobe.
Yeah, but that dude makes money on YouTube, bro.
Yeah, he does.
But yeah,
he does.
So I mean, he goes and rents studio rooms for his content and stuff. Like,
yeah, dude, this is inevitable. This is inevitability. This right here. It was going to happen one way or another. It still is. He's not gonna get away from it. Like, even his fans won't let it down. They're
Yep.
gonna want to
Too
see
late.
you have a debate with him.
I agree.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what it's
Inevitable.
like? It's like Conor McGregor, right? Saying, "Oh, you know what? I'm not going to fight that guy because it's going to be in Las Vegas versus New York." Oh yes, I'm so tough. I'm Conor McGregor. Look at me, everyone. I'm Conor McGregor. I'm the greatest fighter. I fight anybody, anytime, unless it's in Las Vegas.
Well, he seems to think he's so much smarter than everyone, but he's clearly not. He already stepped in it. Like it's like you said, the reason that he stepped in it is because he showed that he would debate on Fight the Flat Earth, which is undeniably extremely biased. And anyone that goes and looks at his channel is going to see this dude's not just biased. He is a textbook gamma and incredibly toxic and unfair. So he agreed to do that, right? But he won't debate on a neutral platform. So like that
Anyway.
makes it so much worse for him.
Yeah, but anyway, this gives us a segue into another project that you do, which is a cooperative documentary on the life and times of the modern gamma, right? And you can have scientific, there's tons of people who speak about this stuff, right? With the whole behavior patterns, how they're easily controlled by statist agendas, all this kind of stuff. And you could just make him the poster boy of it. Be hilarious.
Oh, I was thinking that too. He's a poster child for this specific topic here, so he'd be the perfect. Yeah.
I bet you he's listening, maybe following Austin around. Is he listening right now?
If he were smart, he'd be watching his every move.
He needs to set foot in here just once, man. One time.
He's not listening on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, people would get way too worked up, probably.
I don't think I'd get a word in, man. Well, you know what? We had, you know, like, see, AI, you'd probably have to take that one, man, because you'd have to hold me back, too, because I've been wanting for that just one time to be in a room with that guy.
Yeah, Mickey's gonna Mickey.
Oh my God, dude!
I'm take it over.
Yeah.
Well, like it's the reason it's so funny is because everyone is suggesting me to him. That's why he can't really squirm out of it. They're like, "Oh, well, debate him." The flat earthers act like this is their guy or whatever. So debate him, and show everyone that he's an idiot. So it's like he's stuck.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'd rather you not debate. I'd rather you totally ignore him, like he doesn't exist, like the piece of shit that he is. But
so you'd rather me not take the opportunity to dismantle the guy that gets millions of views on YouTube?
Right. I'd rather you focus on baby music.
Mom's got a point.
Miss wife, you know what I mean? But that do you, man. I'm not telling that's just me.
Well, Bong's got a point. It can be realized. Bong's point can be realized by just putting your foot down with the terms and letting chips fall where they may.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I already decided that's what I'm going to do. I told Kai yesterday that's what I'm doing.
I agree with Bong, but most of me says, give that motherfucker what he's been asking for, dog. Shit.
Hell yeah.
Catch me outside.
That's the tip.
But the other side of me really wants to punch him in.
Okay, let's do a mock debate. Guys, we're going to do an impromptu mock debate. All right. Witsit will be Witsit. I'll be Professor Dave. All right. You guys ready?
All
right.
Can't even.
Okay. Photos from space, satellites, the sun, shadow angles. You're gay. You're so gay. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, but that's all begging the question at ad homs, but we falsified the radius value. Do you have any physical measurements of Earth curvature to verify that claim?
You can't measure surface curvature on the surface of the Earth.
You gotta slow down. You gotta slow down. You gotta slow down, Austin. Some people can't follow. Every word you're saying so fast. You know what I mean? You're saying big words fast. You gotta let us.
What is this avoidance of the surface curvature? Surface. I hear the waterfront. Spanish landing.
Is the mouth in
you use the rapper's timing. you know how when you rap, use the timing. You know that. Breathe. The beat. Breathe, you know what I mean? Go ahead. I couldn't even follow that. I was like, what?
I can try to see if he'll debate you, bro.
Me?
Bring him in here. I'll freaking debate him myself. Bring him in here.
I would
Bring him in
love
here.
to talk to that.
Bring him up.
I would love to talk to
Sorry.
him. I would love to take him apart.
Bong, he ain't ready for your table flip, bro.
Take out the eyes, take out the ears, take off the nose, like move down to
He
the
ain't ready for your
toe.
table.
So, Lord.
Can you guys still hear me? Can you hear me still?
Oh, you sound like crap.
Yeah, Sonny, you're coming in hot, bro.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Coming in hot. Hold on a second. I'm riding on my bicycle, two-wheeled right now. Amazing technology. How does that balloon keep right overhead like that?
Damn. I know you can't resist the
It's still hot.
I am strong. I can resist.
You sound like Elijah when he's riding on his bike trying to talk.
Just want to punch my face, Austin.
Hot mess.
Face. I just want to punch my face. I'm Professor Dave. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to be tested like that, I think, so, you know what I'm saying? That's why I don't go to.
Hey, guess what? Guess how this is going to go down, friends? How this is going to go down is if Professor Dave doesn't show up, we're going to laugh at him ad infinitum. And his crew, who've already been telling him to debate Austin, are just going to keep telling him the same exact thing. Go debate him, go debate him, go debate him.
I think if you're going to beat up somebody in front of his audience, right? I think showing mercy to that person is going to win the audience over. Because they're going to see that you're a better leader than him. And they're going to follow you back.
That's assuming the audience can use their brain to think about stuff.
I'm trying to turn my mic off. Sorry about that.
Right? But if you crush him, it will soothe your ego, right? But the crowd are going to be like, wow, Austin is more ruthless than this guy. I mean, Austin kind of loses control and just lets it out. You know what I mean? Like it can be just like when I overdo it on somebody, it offends people. When you keep punching somebody when he's down, right? It does offend. I'm just saying, Go ahead.
Well, I don't think Witz is going to drop the ball on that aspect. I feel like, it's my opinion, he's going to he's going to be the calm one. He'll be the good cop, and it'll drive the other person absolutely bonkers. That's what I
agree.
Give him just enough. Because then pride easily works its way into the dough. You know what I mean?
Nah, it's a long time coming though. It's inevitable, man. Like this debate has been worked up on the internet for a while now, and his fans won't have it any less, other than debating with it. Like they won't have it any less.
Yeah, but he'll probably back out. So
he's gonna lie, cheat, steal, dishonor. He's gonna do all the dirties, and they're gonna let.
And like someone was saying, it needs to be on your terms with it. You do not agree to anything he says.
In the world. You know what?
It needs to be televised too. That'd be great, right? Put on mainstream TV on Netflix. That'd be great.
Hey, bro, this needs to be pay-per-view, man.
Get what's his name? What's that dude's name? Guy, get him to sponsor it.
Oh shit!
Dana White.
Dana White and Joe Rogan, the host.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah, this is gonna sound crazy, but I actually had this. I felt that I knew that was one of the things that was going to happen here soon, that the creator has me doing. So I actually kind of look at it like a foregone conclusion. I know some people think I'm crazy, but I'm just throwing that out there forever. That resonates with. like before it was talked about, before it was like set up or anything. So that's
It
pretty.
is your destiny. It is,
More
dude.
destiny coming.
Well, the YouTubers had to fight for that position on YouTube, and I
I
guess
don't
it's
really
good.
get
It has to
nervous.
play.
I don't really get nervous for debates, like especially since I went on tour where I'm like, freaking NBA finals, 100,000 people, like. But part of me, I was in the shower and it hit me that like I was gonna debate Professor Dave. Seriously, that was a few weeks ago. But part of me was like, I guess the word would be nervous in a way, but just because I don't want to let the community down. You know what I'm saying? Like that's about it. But I'm not really nervous to be honest. Like,
Yeah. I'm
I just want
nervous
to like
too for that.
I don't want my ego to get in the way at all. I don't want to take the bait and like let Flat Earth down. You see what I'm saying? In any way where I'm like, you little gamma bitch, I don't, which I would never say that, but I'm just saying I don't really want to take the bait and like get in this like dick measuring contest with him or anything. I just want to like stay real calm and cool, be like charismatic, and to the third party audience, that's just
Okay.
like, dang, I want to be on that guy's
Perfect.
side. I don't want.
All right. Here's how you do it. It's very simple.
Yeah.
While he's speaking, you have your eyes closed the entire time. And you stay inside yourself and you listen to what he's saying. And you let the ideas come to you about how you're going to respond. And you work out your responses in your head.
Imagine an 8-year-old is talking to you, and you have to respond to an 8-year-old, an angry 8-year-old, right? You still have to respond like an adult. So the 8-year-old
It is
learns.
funny. Yeah. It's funny because he does have a very punchable face. So closing my eyes might really help.
Yeah.
No, I just don't want to see that smug look on that guy's face, man. Because I see it like, man, it's just cringe, dude. So freaking
The
cringe.
more I think about it, he's going to be very perturbed on the fact that you won't look at his spectacle. Now, interestingly enough, they just came out with this movie called Nope, right? Which is about spectacle. And it's about an alien that if you look at it and admire it and try to gawk at it, it gets offended, right? And then it kills you. So I think there's something to this not looking at him. It's called Nope, N-O-P-E.
Oh, that stupid ass shit that Key and Peele just made.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that not looking at him, it's going to offend him. In my view, I think it's going to offend him to the point where he gets perturbed inside. And see, like when you're closing your eyes, you're reflecting. You're communing with God, maybe. You're finding peace, right? He has none of those things. Right? So he's going to be jealous. He's going to be jealous and pissed off that you're on another level.
All jokes aside,
Gonna throw off his mental
really
game.
He would get mad via ego, like, how dare this guy not freaking stare at me and take in my show. He's obviously just going to try to get me flustered by trying to take digs at me, and basically his preparation for the debate is just going to be like what personal stuff he can come up with to say.
What could he come up with?
Go get arrested again. You're a crazy person screaming on the mic. Go get arrested.
So that's all he's going to do. So basically, he's just going to start listing off all the trouble that you got into legally, and focus on that to his audience. That's probably what he's going to do. 'Cause what he's going to debate you? I don't think he has anything. That's probably you have to discredit these flat earthers, And
Right,
look,
that's the time.
Dave, go ahead.
That's the time for a moderator to be like, Professor Dave, I'm going to mute your mic for 2 minutes because you're going into ad homs, and Witsit is going to gain the floor for free for 2 minutes because you can't compose yourself. When he's done and I unmute you, I suggest you compose yourself. Otherwise, Witsit's going to get the majority of the time. And if you continue to do this tactic, as a moderator, I must inform the audience that you're most likely doing this intentionally to avoid the topic. You see, that's how a moderator does it.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Because that is a legitimate debate tactic. Well, you know what I mean. It's not legitimate in that sense, but it is a tactic that people employ.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what he does. Like, he even did that to Dave Weiss, right? Like it was a bad look, and Dave will be the first to tell you, like, he did not shine, you know what I'm saying? But he was still doing that same thing. He was just like, it was just sophistry 101, right? So.
Did you watch it to the end?
I couldn't.
Okay, so at the end, the quote-unquote host, right? Because I don't really know what he was. I guess he was the host. He wasn't a moderator, let's say, but he was the host. He, at the end, even though throughout the whole debate he was kind of seemed like he was more on Professor Dave's side, and he was smirking and he was enjoying the get and get. But at the end, he said, "Listen, guys, debates are thus and so, and there's a tactic called ad hominem that was being employed in this debate, and here's some videos you can go learn about it." Right? And it might be the case that some of Professor Dave's fans went and learned, wait a minute, a lot of what Professor Dave was saying was just bad argumentation, ad hominems, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow, he said
So
that?
some people got woke up from that, trust me.
Wow, he actually said that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. Because he looked like a real douchebag to me. He was like enjoying the shit show, it looked like.
Shit, maybe he got woke at the end.
Yeah, Dave was just, I mean, in a way, Dave was still kind of like hoeing him. He's just like, don't be a dick, Dave. Don't be a dick. And then just go right on to talking about something else. But he just kind of got flustered, you know? Like, you can't freeze up. Like, when you have somebody with decent response time, it's bad optics to freeze up. And so that's kind of, in my opinion, what made it look so bad was like the freezing up, and then a couple of times where he got him right where he wanted him, and Dave didn't really know what to say back.
That's what I was talking about with it. When I was watching it, that's what happened. It was just optics, you know. It's not that he had a logically consistent argument. It's just that he pounced on the chance, and then he kind of just shamed him at that point. And so it just looked like from the outside that he's telling him off, you know, like he don't know anything. So.
Vincent, can I suggest you something?
No, Sasha, no.
Why not?
I was just fucking with you, dude.
I was also. Vincent, you know what you will say, where you don't know where the question will go or something. But I think that if you slow down with your speech, whatever you wanted to say, what, for example, gas pressure, you know how you know to be, but you go like this: gas pressure, normally slow, not slow, but normally, total like a one good line of speech, and take that line of the speech all the time, even if you are tactic. For example, if he makes some ad hoc, and then you start again. Look, man, now I will tell you that you made this. If you want to hear that, and keep that, that line. And I think that's it.
Can't be done, Sasha. Can't be done. Let me explain. Okay? It's called Train to Fight. Or what is it called? Actually, that's not what it's called. It's called something similar to that. Okay? The amount of processing time that he wastes on trying to limit his speed is going to interfere with his ability to respond. Yeah. So if he tries to do that, right, he'd basically need like a year of training. It's just you've been trained to fight in a certain way. You just act it out. It's muscle memory, and to counteract that costs resources of the brain and the mind and the body, and you just can't spare them. So yes, I understand. Like for certain members of the audience, they need it slower, but Whitsitt can't operate that way. If he tries to, he's going to fail.
I would just say dumb it down for the dummies that are going to be listening.
I'm not saying he can be relaxed, because your arguments are there. He can attack you. I don't know, but don't fall in any that you are starting to be. I will tell you now. No, tell him like, okay, you know, you're saying that, but my point is this, and I'm touching the argument. Now you're attacking me. That's all right if you want to do that, blah, 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 without any, feeling that he saw that you're something like.
Well, the thing is, he's talking to the audience, not that dude. Who cares?
Okay.
Yeah, with all due respect, man, like, if people don't like the way I debate, they can just go debate, man. They can go do
Of course, you can go and be your, visit on the street, and tuck, 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 and go away.
Yeah, like I just can't. Like AI kind of nailed it. Like it's actually like a bit of a issue I have. Like when, like I have to try to catch up to my thoughts, and then they kind of just like da 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 in my mind. So like I have to catch up with them, and like when I try to backtrack, I start to lose the ones further down, right? And it decreases coherency. So it's like kind of a problem. It's not like something to brag about. It's like I've actually tried. I've tried. So I'm not very good at slowing it down a lot. Like I tried.
But I can see what will happen. That will be appeal to authority and ad hominem, but for sure, nothing else. I maybe some hope.
I just don't think the audience is gonna know what the fuck you're talking about. That's what my concern is. They're not gonna understand a damn thing you say. That's all I know.
Oh, that time I was afraid. Yeah,
I write things down.
I should fulfill the stereotype that flat earthers like have like low IQs and then they talk like water flat.
Level C.
Yeah, you should talk like what was it, Chris Tucker and Chris Tucker in that movie with what's his name? Can you understand the words that are coming out of Do you speak English? That's funny, dude. Nah, it's gonna be all over their heads, man. There's just nowhere they're gonna understand. Because they understand him because that's what they believe. They're not gonna understand you.
But yeah, like so whenever I say something that he goes over his head and he just calls it word salad, personally I'm perfectly content with that because it just objectively wasn't word salad. So the only people watching that like, yeah, word salad are like the anti-flat earthers you can't reach anyway. And then the other people may have to 0.75 it and look up a few terms, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Like I'm a package.
That's awesome. I get that all the time, bro. Well, you're bad because you use big words.
What?
Oh my goodness.
What if he
like seriously? I'm not joking with you. People who like actively are trying to make arguments to impugn my character or cast any shade on me in different venues. Like, yeah, he's looking down on me by using big words. I'm like, what?
Yeah, like go get a thesaurus, bro. Sorry, your vocabulary.
Well, there's a third option too, which is okay. You didn't understand what I just said. Okay, so someone who wants to be taken seriously,
he's talking.
But then what about big words in the Samoan language, right? I mean, what about big words in Chinese? What about small words in Russian? But I mean, why English? Why do we have to do it? Why do we have to use big English words? Why can't we use like a more efficient language then? Because I don't think it's about big words. I think it's about communicating, right? The lies and exposing it to these people who don't know big words. Yeah, these people who are listening are all stupid. Who are we communicating to except for liars that are lying to? Those are the only people that recognize that you got them. But everybody else is going to see that you're using word salad. They still got the people. You know what I mean? I'm saying like we're talking to stupid people. Yes.
Yeah, we should definitely speak a language we don't know to people that don't understand it. That's the solution.
Okay, like Witsit said. Okay, Witsit's Witsit. He has to operate like Witsit. If any of you think you can do what you want to do, go do it. You can't change what he does. He's not going to change.
The way to do it is to write our thoughts down. Look, we sit here. This is what I have. We all have to do this here
No,
every
that's the
day
way
because
for
we have to
you to
wait.
do it, Bong.
Because
That's
no,
the
we
way
have
for
to
you
wait.
to do it.
You have to wait for me. Your thoughts right now, what's it? Have to wait until I finish saying what I'm saying. So while I'm waiting, I write these thoughts that are all the way down there, right? And these thoughts up here, I'm dealing with the guy talking, but I have to write these thoughts. The thing that I wanted to say, I write it down. So I'm giving you the solution that you can use. But
No, that's
trying
you
to
do it.
automate it all the time is a mistake, right? And you're going to have a hard time trying to keep chasing your thoughts. But by writing them down, you structure them and you never have to chase them because now you have it memorized, the structure of all these thoughts that you've been building. You've got a tree now that you've memorized. It's inside your heart. That's what I'm trying to say. Writing these things down. God writes things down for us and tells us to read it with our kids. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say,
Okay.
it's just.
So okay, but that's not how I work. Like with music, it's the same way. If I try to I'll come up with like crazy witty lyrics in my head. If I start trying to write them down and write a song, like my brain just shuts off. So like not literally,
Right.
like I can still communicate, but it's just like 90% of the
Right.
efficiency goes away. So it's just who I am, man. I mean, if you can do better, just go do it.
Bong, he has
This is
everything.
called.
Don't worry.
Listen, this is called the
Better at what?
modalities of
If I can do
learning.
better at what? I can't. I don't
Why are
know.
you
Oh my
so
goodness!
mad,
I don't
man?
know.
Why are you so mad?
Maybe do
Because you're
better at not
saying that you're the
interrupting
one out
everybody.
there doing all these things, and we should just, if we're not doing it,
Holy
then we should
crap!
at least just let you do it. And if we can do it better, that's not. We're trying to support you. I'm praying that the enemy, the evil one, doesn't win that night. When it doesn't, because of all this pride and knowledge. Remember the tree? Remember the fruit? I'm just,
I understand what Bong's saying with it.
I
Even
hate that this is
whatever,
about to happen.
whatever
Sorry, go ahead.
you say. Yeah, this was really support. Bong, good support. No, really, I'm not
I try
joking.
to very respectfully.
Anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. So could someone remind
Bong,
me?
what the hell are you talking about?
Bong fucking giving support. Come on, people.
I'm saying, fuck,
Anyway,
Professor Dave doesn't deserve this much energy and attention from us, our time and everything. But whatever, I'm just saying shit.
goodness,
Go
it's
ahead.
not about Professor Dave. For
It's
goodness
the
grief!
audience. It's the audience you're trying to reach. That's what the whole purpose.
What kind of audience does Professor Dave have? Oh man,
He
tell me
just said
not
a
one
million.
week.
Okay, hold on.
He said to get 1 million followers, right? That's a lot of people to reach, bro.
Hold on. Okay, Professor Dave has a myriad of viewers, right? Well, let's say that he has 1 million viewers. Let's say that 100,000 of those are a certain type of people, and 100 of those are a subset of that type of people who might actually be interested in what Witsit has to say in light of his discussion with Professor Dave. And they could be reached in a venue where they otherwise wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe there is
That's
5,000
who his audience is.
200.
Now,
You know.
anyway, speaking of the logistics of this is just the way it is, okay? Some person says, oh, writing things down. Another person says drawing pictures. Another person says sounding it out. Another person says visualizing it in your mind. Now, each person has different adaptations to these modalities. These are called learning modalities. Not everyone excels in certain areas. In fact, they're deleterious in certain areas if they try to use them. As Witsit explained, he said, if I try to do that, I will not be able to function. It's just that simple. Okay? This is I'm going to use the term loosely. This is science, right? The way people's brains function. Not everybody functions the same. That's why it's called 5 modalities of learning. Now, some kids need 3, right, to really get it. Some kids only really get it through 1, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the problem with that is that when you have someone who's hyper-specific and capable in a certain modality, sometimes they're going to go right over the audience's head. That's just the way it is. But asking someone to be proficient in 5 modalities simultaneously when they have no ability to do so, I mean, it's just too much to ask.
Just be careful, man. Be very careful. like the biggest anti-flat earther on YouTube. He has, Google support and like NASA.
And be moderator also. If moderator make mistake, tell him, look now, like a moderator, you need to do this because of argument.
No.
No?
It's very rude.
Rude. Okay, so in some good way.
Okay. That's what super chats are for.
Oh fuck, I learned that. If everything what you say in I sentence, it's your right to say. And for example, I will use I sentence. That means I don't like I when you say this. That means that I said it what I don't like, about. But that is not saying you need to when I say you, that means that I'm starting to. If you use I sentence, you will be okay. Whatever you say, of course not. I don't
think that's bad advice.
Really, I learned that in social. I learned that in social education, but doesn't matter. Okay,
I'm kidding.
It was working for it was purpose for non-violent communication and conflict resolution. But doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
check this out. So, but I should probably send him flowers and hold his hands. So, LeBron James likes to drive the lane. LeBron James drives the lane. He doesn't really like to shoot long-range jumpers. Okay.
He's also a
if
flopper.
someone that doesn't go in the game buys a ticket and screams from the crowd and says, "LeBron, stop driving the lane. We need 3-pointers." So LeBron literally starts shooting threes and shooting bricks so he can appease the guy who doesn't understand he has a specific playing style. I've explained it in many ways, as respectfully as possible. Like, I have gifts and aptitudes, but they come as a double-edged sword, okay? I can't do certain things with my brain because it kind of like shuts down. All right? So I understand I talk too fast for some people. I understand I talk over people's heads, but it is what it is. That's why we should have many people doing it, because there are different approaches that reach different people. And I have got literally hundreds of emails saying that watching a debate of mine is what woke them up. So to each their own. I have many people that say, I had to pause you and look up what you said and blah, blah, blah. I thought it was word salad until I looked it up and I'm like, oh, that's not word salad. That's a real thing. So it just is what it is. And especially in this environment, I promise you, if I'm like, hey, Professor Dave, I love you, bro, and talk real slow, it will be a shit show. And I will not be able to get my point across at all.
Okay.
Yo, but LeBron been working on his threes, though.
Yeah.
Shoot the trees then. Fuck it.
Yeah, man. Respect. Do your thing, man.
Yeah. Be you.
I know you guys are coming from a good place. I humbly take the critique. I don't disagree with it, and I have actually been trying to work on it, but only to the point where I don't sacrifice my efficacy. So I'm trying to find the middle ground.
Play your game, man.
Totally respect for you, man. Total respect for you. From my side. I know.
LeBron is a flopper, though. I'm saying, like, that guy's always flopping and traveling.
No, Bonk. For example, I will tell you something. In the 90s, I was outside. I dropped the weapon in the time that you cannot drop the weapon. And that's what it now it's doing, and very fucking good, even better than me. Okay, it was more dangerous in the sense of the war, but anyway, he's outside, and I appreciate that. Like hell, like.
It could be a lot. It could be a lot worse, right? Like, his primary tactic is that flat earthers are stupid. So I think it could be a lot worse than me being too high level with my debate tactic. When his primary tactic is to say that we're incompetent, it could be worse than everyone seeing that he clearly just doesn't know how to follow the actual argument, right? So it's like, it'll be okay.
Man, do you want to? I will tell you now. Today, my wife is not in flat earth. She doesn't want to look. She has so much. She's doing that I can be here. I can say. I told her, there is one guy outside, and he exposed himself totally, and I respect that because he exposed himself and he doesn't fucking care. And there is so we need to do almost all of us that things in, but okay, that's the. It's not like I don't know. I was in that situation. I know how is that. It's very fucking difficult, but okay. But I totally respect you. I cannot be. I don't know how. I don't have words for you. You know, you are for me too good.
For me, Austin, the problem, reaction, solution thing. I think flat Earth. When I first came to flat Earth, that this isn't just the CIA created this. This became not flat Earth, but this flat Earth becoming a thing. Flat Earth society, and now we got a community. I know this is the reaction, right, to the problem. Whatever the problem was, hey, the Earth could be flat. We don't have time for flat society. So I know they're reacting to this and going out and reacting to it. Is probably something that they want, But the way you react to it, though, I think is, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm just saying, like, just be careful because. It is. I think it is a controlled release of information for whatever purpose. Maybe it was for to take attention away from something or bring attention to something. All these crazy things started happening after. So that's why I don't react in public. I do it. I talk to people, but I'm just giving my opinion how I'm living it. You know what I'm saying? Just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Just a second.
I don't like the word flat Earth. You see how they use the word, how they sing it on the internet, especially these globers, these like Professor Dick, these flat earthers. Hey, you forgot to say flat Earth society-ers. It's flat Earth society-ers. Like they say flat Earth. Or, the word alone, is like some kind of trigger. And we've taken ownership of that word. Now that's why I say, how about in real IRL Earth or real Earth or true?
So I'm sitting here at this place. I'm sitting here at this place outside, kind of a little east from San Diego Harbor, where 38 years ago was the San Diego Naval Training Center, where I was a recruit.
You were a squid.
And now, yeah, when I was a little squid, I was marching on the grinder right across where they have the flag, right across where that picture I took. Now it's like a picnic area and playgrounds, and soccer is played there, and they have a bunch of monuments for like submariners who perished. But the grinder was right there, and the playgrounds were right there. The guns, sometimes they had gun salutes. The guns are right over there where I graduated boot camp.
The ocean?
And I'm still here, motherfuckers. I'm still here. That's amazing.
Time travel.
It's a trip. It is like time travel. I'm serious. I could go there and it's all overgrown and shit in some areas. And like, I was running around, had to salute higher officers. If in that situation, if you weren't with your company, you had to run. You had to go double time everywhere you went. If you were by yourself, you had to go double time. So you had to run if you weren't with your company. That was strict ass fucking situation, man.
Why do people call it time? You know what I mean? Instead of calling it like experience travel.
Yeah, that experience travel. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. And what a place this is, man. I'm looking to the east, and Wow, I can see the mountains way off. I don't know if you could even see them, but on a trip, man. This is going to be a fantastic place to get shots of mountains and stuff that aren't possible. Even just right here, standing, I'm about 15 feet above the sea level.
Who was Professor Dave before Flat Earth? Was his channel about something? Was he always a YouTuber?
Was he always a weirdo?
He covers like a mainstream.
Flat Earth made him. Flat Earth made you, Professor Dave. Always remember that.
Was he always kind of a pervy kind of weirdo like that?
At home, moderator.
Wow, this looks like a good place to swim, man. Holy shit, it looks like sunken freaking city down here. Wow, what a trip, man. Whoa, bros, I should go swimming right here.
So was he like was he just a normal YouTuber doing science stuff before Flat Earth, or did he pop up?
The fact that you have to ask that question means he was nothing before Flat Earth.
Well, of course, it was nothing else. I would have watched his stuff. I watched Vsauce, I watched Khan Academy, all these other cool big channels about science. But this guy, I was like, who's this guy? Did he have a small channel? Is he like PewDiePie?
Professor
Did he
Dave.
like
Professor Dave was nothing before Witsit. Anyway.
Facts.
Dude, just to give you an idea where this guy is, he even did a video on the whole get genetically modified angle.
Oh yeah, that's appealing, isn't it?
And the specifics of how the air is going to kill you and all that. So he just does videos on the mainstream narrative.
Oh, I can't wait till they get plugged in. I'm willing to wait and watch and be patient, wait and see what happens with all that. I mean, it's kind of sad, but Jet, sorry. Oh, I guess it's not too bad.
Couple hundred souls just landed safely. Good job, pilot. Love hearing planes land. It's like,
yeah. Also, this is right near Lindbergh Field, where Charles Lindbergh used to practice his new aircraft before he flew over to New York, and then from New York to Paris, a famous so-called flight. So right here is a place called Dutch Flats, where the central post office was here in San Diego on Midway Drive. And there used to actually be a recreational airport around here. Like, this was when, this was wide open territory. There used to be this airport. You could go, on the weekends, go recreational flying. Oh,
it's awesome. I'd rather go sailing, though. Flying is, weird.
Yeah, so there's jets flying right up off the runways right here. It's a pretty interesting place, man. Right off into the Pacific. Whoa, here's the sun going down.
Sailing lets you enjoy the journey and fishing and swimming. All the water activities. But it's about the journey, right? You know how computers, you see how we're connected? There's no distance anymore. You're here, I'm there. No journey. Screw journeys. Time is money, right? How about that?
We got a Steel City in here who's not here to learn. We're not reality denier, Broken Mic Gang. Steel City, are you there? And by the way, if you already have the role Broken Mic Gang and you've come back still with a broken mic, you do not belong in the VC.
Steel City talks.
What?
And it'll be that Steel City talks now. Hello, City. How are you?
If he's there.
And
Now's the perfect time to talk. We're all hyped up about eating Professor Dave for breakfast. So Steel City, please pipe up. We'll promise we'll be calm.
I think for a bong and a beer.
You just need a beer,
City, dude. Especially
Steel City, I promise you.
Law. He knows his
I
stuff.
promise you, if anyone abuses you or treats you wrong or even raises their voice a 0.5 of a decibel, I'll spank them.
Spank me, Daddy.
Except for him.
Lord.
Who is your daddy and what does he do? Kindergarten class? Anyway, Steel City. You there, bro? Is he unmuted?
Yo, maybe he's just away from his computer.
Yeah, I think he's just away from his mic right now.
Or he don't want to talk to you.
Dude, that's kind of like Obama on vacation.
He's not like the worst Glover, though. Or definitely a worse Glover.
That's good. Hate to be the worst, Clover. Think about that one.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he definitely toes the party line. Like, he toes the party line, though, right? Like, he will say any and all of the absurd arguments.
Oh, man.
Isn't that amazing? It only took me 2 years on Discord. Well, yeah, 2 years this month to be able to get it on my mobile and be riding around. But it's pretty cool. Now I found the right cable and I wired up to my battery so I can have it charging all the time. I'm out on the field right now.
So this whole time you've been using a computer?
Yes, the whole entire time.
Oh, okay.
This is the first day I'm out with my bike doing what I love to do outdoors, taking pictures and seeing the sights and riding around. Now I get to do it. Well, I'll learn how to do it better because I'll get probably some earbuds that work right. So
yeah, cool. Well, Glatflow volunteered to pay for them for you, so just send them your stuff and you'll have one shortly.
What did I just hear?
What?
It's recorded, bro. You totally did volunteer.
Wait, what did
I
You said you'd buy him headphones.
What did I say?
No, not headphones, man. Like something like. Well, I guess you could call them headphones, but headphones kind of connotes some kind of cord in my mind, so it can't be corded.
Now it's too cold to swim.
And it can't be any off
a wireless headset
either. Yeah.
Steel's typing. Steel City's here. He's typing.
Actually, I think he told you that he would. Sonny, didn't he tell you that he would buy you some Beats?
You know what?
That's a waste of money, dude.
Yeah, actually,
I cannot tell a lie. I did not hear that.
I like Sennheiser's.
Well,
Sonny, it's called logical. It's called logical introduction. It's where I introduce new logic. So, Glatt said you're not allowed to be here unless you have a good mic. And being the benevolent actor that he is, must fix that issue for somebody less fortunate than him. And since Glatt is clearly a millionaire, he's going to buy you the best one on the market.
I don't even need the best one. Like, it could be just like a mediocre one. I'd be happy with that. Just something that works.
Did you
how that's.
Did you say Glatt was a millionaire?
What the fuck,
dude?
Don't be going around saying that about me. I literally have about $34 to my name. Don't be doing that now.
Well, yes. Listen, that's what somebody who has all their money in a corporation that they're the primary agent of would say to hide it from the IRS.
What corporation?
Your shell corporation.
What a millionaire would say.
This is a Thursday night.
Man.
You get like $1 salary or something like that, right? You're a millionaire.
This is
What
Wait
corporation?
a
That's
minute,
exactly
wait a
what
minute.
someone with
You didn't.
offshore accounts would say.
Yeah, so I saw this submarine, Vlad.
What?
You guys didn't do introductions. Wait a minute. Do introductions
He's got
first.
so many
Wait a
corporations. He's
second.
like, what corporation?
Yeah, dude. Exactly. I keep all my money in an old Russian submarine. Nobody can even fucking see. So yeah.
Welcome
I saw
back to
this
the
submarine
Thursday night
built
roast
studio.
clap flobe night. Roast clap flobe night on Thursday. This is where we're back. Go.
It's like for the low price of $3 million, we can have like a full-on submarine. Just need a crew now. Just kidding. Flat Earth submarine. Be cool, wouldn't it?
Listen, if y'all want to make me a millionaire, I am down.
Captain Nemo.
All right, start turning.
Make me a millionaire.
I'll pimp you up.
For $250,000. How much is blue?
Sorry.
A, an orange. B, avocado. C, sassafras. D, all of the above.
What was the question?
How much is blue?
How much is blue?
Yeah.
That'd be a perfect question for Sean Connery. Here I am. Yeah. That's right. Never mind.
The quick trick
No,
question.
I got that reference.
Good. Yeah.
I didn't.
All of the above.
I'm not a bloomer.
So
It's an old SNL skit.
Back to the Roast Glad Flobe night on Thursday on Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. Here we are.
Dude, well, what was weird, did you know I was named after Sean Connery?
No, I did not. No, I didn't know that.
Wow.
Really?
Did I? I think I told y'all that at one point.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I've heard you say that.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I was like, bro, how is it you just started talking about that, bro?
Yeah, because I don't know. Intuitively, that stuff just pops in here and then. Just says, takes a little visit. Hey, everybody.
We were all meant to meet. I know. I believe that. So there's that.
Or met before, or maybe even met before and meeting again.
Sure. Yep.
Do you believe in fate, Neo?
Yo.
Not yet.
No, because I don't like to feel like I'm not in control of my own life. I know exactly what you mean.
I know
I'm
exactly.
Lucifer, the analogy of the Matrix.
I don't think so, actually. Don't get that impression at all.
You are a slave to your mind.
Morpheus is right. So Morpheus is like, do you believe in fate? He said, no. He said, why not? He said, because I don't like to feel like I'm not in control of my own life. And he said, real serious, I know exactly what you mean.
That's right.
Just like how Lucifer, basically the idea being that he felt like he didn't have his own free will. Why do I have to, fulfill the appointed order? Why don't I get to do my own thing? I want to do my own thing. And then he said, you were put here with a veil over your eyes. What if I told you that I can remove the veil?
Exactly.
Would that freak you out? Would you need mushrooms first?
I remember.
Now that you're mobile, hold on.
Did you see what
Now
I was
you're a
talking
mobile
about?
guy.
Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? Pause it.
My goodness. Anyway, Sonny, now that you're mobile, you need to practice better mic discipline.
Okay, I
You need to
will.
learn what you're doing with the wind, with your cord, if you have a cord. And it also helps to not have an open mic when you're not speaking. Because like brushing your mic against yourself or the wind or all of that sends spikes into people's ears. Don't get me wrong, we're all guilty of it occasionally.
Just turn your sensitivity, so it doesn't pick up those things. And when you want to talk, just speak loud, so it picks
Actually,
it up.
there's a little microphone icon. If you just tap it, it'll solve all these problems.
Yes, that tapping that little microphone is the way to go. But the problem is actually I need a better mounting system. Once I get that wired up, then I'll get a mount for it.
Cool.
Technology is So convenient. It's so inconvenient. It used to be convenient, but now, like, hey, did you know they're gonna put they want these things in our bodies by 2030. This doesn't have to be the whole phone, just the transmitters, the little things that make it work. It's like 8 years from now.
I like being mobile and having like all the comforts of home and stuff with me, or just, the very basics actually, but all the right stuff.
Like a sofa.
Yeah, like superb water, like I have the best distilled water. That's right.
Why is your distilled water better than mine?
Because it's mine. and it's here. If it was yours, it would be over there with you. It would be over yonder over there with you all.
Hey guys, check the voice text. What do you guys think about the new picture we posted in our living room? It's coming.
Mm.
It's the first thing you see when you walk in our house.
Cool. I love it. It's one of those like hyper detailed ones too. I heard you talking about it.
Yeah, it's cool. Like we were just gonna get it printed, but we're like, damn, it costs just as much, so we just bought like the legit one. I just think it's pretty cool, like pretty unique vibe. And like if a normie comes in there, like say a normie from our family, they're just gonna think, oh, it's just some map, you know what I'm saying? Like it's pretty dope.
He could be like, this is the Hyperborean region. It's no big deal.
It's Middle Earth. I mean, it's
where you live.
That's just a portion of the Earth that has seemingly crazy sacred implications and was completely removed from you, and you're not even told about it. But anyway, here's the bedroom.
Exactly.
They're about to blow taps over here at the anti-submarine warfare base. That's where they train anti-submarine warfare cadets.
Well, some globes that you can find have massive grommets or collars, whatever they're called, at the top and the bottom that the pins go through. And they might be the globe might be 10 inches and the grommet thing is like an inch. And it's like taking up a ton of the space. And you'd have to ask yourself, well, what if there's something there that I need to see on the globe, right? Shouldn't it be the thinnest possible pin? Or shouldn't that grommet have writing on it that says, lands are underneath this spot too?
Right, like ironically, the kid that was like, wait, there's a giant stick on the Earth? He was onto something.
What if that's actually what this whole debate is about? That the Earth actually has a big skewer through it, right?
Wait a minute. Big what? Big what?
Like the
like a big skewer.
You guys know the Tower movie? It was a Stephen King novel, and it was like Dark Tower.
Dark Tower, yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Is it worth watching?
I wouldn't say it's worth watching. It's just like there's a couple parts of it that are interesting. Like I never watched it. I just saw like clips, right? But at one point he's showing him it's all about this dark tower in the center of the Earth, surface of the Earth, and he draws this giant circle and then puts the tower in the middle, and he's like, "Here's where you live." You know, he draws a giant circle with a giant tower in the middle.
Earth. Well, it's not a globe.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's saying. Is it also? It's also the same as the tree from Norse mythology, right? That
Yeah, Brazil.
Yep, that one. That's the same idea, yeah. Mount Meru, center of the.
One thing I like about that Dark Tower movie is I thought it was nice watching Matthew McConaughey play the bad guy for a change.
Is it actually a good movie?
No.
Maybe I watched
pretty mediocre at best.
I know.
You would have had to really sell it for me to even consider possibly watching it. Like, I can't stand movies.
Yeah, it was actually a really kind of stupid movie, but again, I just liked it because I like watching him be evil for a change.
Except in real life, of course.
But what about
Yeah, but
reviewing
it's
them
like
for?
he is the evil guy in the movie, but that's just so corny, man. Like the interactions between the good guys and the bad guys are just so corny.
Well, he's like a bad guy.
It's almost like, yeah, but it's almost like, hey, I'm a bad guy today. Oh, you're the good guy today. Oh, yeah, well, I'm going to shoot you. Okay. I mean, that's the movie. There you go.
I'm a black good guy today, and you're a white bad guy today, so...
But he's also a bad guy in that movie with Zac Efron, right? Where he's gay.
Okay, so I got it, bro. The Dark Tower is like, it's like a movie you watch with, children, and you're there as the adult, right? Because like, if you just watch it as an adult, it's like not really enjoyable because it's so corny.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know. I just want to let you guys know that if it's not pushing every single left-wing dogma, then I'm not interested.
How virtuous of you.
I'm fully with Crypto on that one. Fully right. Absolutely.
You can't just push
It's interesting, actually, because I was just having a chat with a friend about this. And, hello? Coming through. Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just having a chat with a friend about this, and it's interesting because I think a lot of people, when they watch, like, especially superhero movies, and you see, like, Thor and he's ripped, right? People don't realize how, because someone mentioned Zac Efron, the only reason I'm talking about. Like you see with his top off in any movie ever is on steroids. Just making that clear now. Tom Cruise is 60 in the latest Top Gun film, and he's got his shirt off and he's ripped. That's not achievable naturally. Just dispelling that myth. Chris Hemsworth can't look like that without drugs.
Yeah, listen, I look
Zac Efron
amazing.
can't look like that without drugs.
I look amazing, absolutely astounding. The musculature is awesome, and I'm 40, and it's all because of pharmaceuticals. It's kinda though, kinda.
What about The Rock?
They get touched up too, right? Of course, they have like
They get touched up. Well, The Rock, dude, The Rock's been on roids his whole life, and that's the name of the game. You can't look like that consistently. You can look like that every now and again, but you got to cycle off the steroids too. Otherwise, the body just goes to shit. You have to, up and down. All that.
Wait, is that dude's physique considered like looking good?
No.
Nah, that looks unnatural, man.
Whatever. All I'm saying is that if you want to look like a superhero, then you've got to look like a superhero. And that means not looking natural, like a human, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's just interesting how some people, like especially younger people, they look at these people, they look up to them, and they're like, "Oh, that's how I want to look." Well, you're not going to look like that without drugs, bro.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just
what
funny.
superheroes are you talking about? DC comic superheroes or Marvel comic superheroes? Like,
Oh
what
my gosh.
does it depend?
Oh, God.
What about One Punch Man? I mean, he's pretty awesome.
So you need to take steroids and maybe a little baby blood sprinkled in.
I'm just
He can
kidding.
just do 100 push-ups every day. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm a fat slob and I don't get any exercise, so that's why I'm here all the time.
I was like, what does a superhero look like?
Here's a question:
A
Why are
superhero
the
looks
Karen-
like someone who's gonna. A
Why are
superhero looks
the
like someone's gonna save your life. Okay, it doesn't matter if he has muscles or not. He's a hero.
I have a question. Why are the Karens and Darrens the ones moving their mouth so much with sounds coming out?
I don't know. But don't choose the juice, kids.
Christopher Reeves did not look like a superhero, right? I mean,
No, he did not. He just stood up straight.
Really?
All I did was stand up straight. They're like, hey, if you want to be a man, look like a man, stand like a man. Like, that's all I had to do. You know, John Wayne. He just had a presence.
Michael Keaton was the best looking Batman. Don't you agree? Don't you guys agree?
I agree.
Yeah.
This is getting really gay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You're right with it. You're right. No, you're right. Even if you're kidding, you happen to also be right.
I think superheroes are. I mean, to be serious, are these gods? You know, are the old gods? You know, the superheroes.
Yeah, the fallen ones. Yeah.
Yep, are the gods. The
Yeah, I
fallen
agree.
ones.
Actually, they've conditioned us to like basically idolize the idea of some like supernatural entity. But I mean, that's kind of conspiratorial, of course. I mean,
Well, you throw in a little bit of science, a little bit of AI, genetic engineering, and right.
Just wanted to mention that my favorite Batman is actually Bong Sao.
Hey, yes, yes.
hey, Bong, did I ever tell you that like growing up, that was my nickname?
Really? Damn.
Yeah, like my granddad to this day calls me Batman. He literally does not use my real name ever. It's like I guess because when I was young, I would like turn into whatever movie I saw, and I loved Batman movies, and like so he would act out like the Joker, and I would be Batman, and I'd like chase him around because he would like shoot a flashlight up in like the sky, like a really powerful flashlight, like. And like coming off the trees and stuff so you could see it, and I'd like run and get my cape. Then he'd be Joker, and I'd chase him around and pin him down and give him like the medicine or whatever it is. And so yeah, it's just funny because like literally to this day he calls me Batman, and I get like Batman pajamas every Christmas.
That is the most wholesome story I've heard in 1 month or more.
Yeah, you're the real Batman, man.
Your granddad sounds based as fuck.
He actually super is. Dude, one of his favorite phrases that he says like all the time is "I'm the star of '63, back when men were men and women were proud of it."
Oh,
dude, he says it all.
Damn, dude, that long ago, hey.
Well, yeah, that's his like when my mom was born, I guess. And so I got him a shirt made. Yeah, I got him a shirt made that says that, and he wears it around, and he wears it into town.
Hail.
Does he know the Earth is flat?
He's actually like he was the most receptive of all of it, and he just didn't really like care. He's just older.
Didn't surprise him much, eh?
No, not really. You could tell he just kind of like bit his tongue to avoid any type of like further contention with anyone else. He just kind of like received it. It was like, and then that was it.
Well, he's a wise man because my favorite saying about wise men is a wise man once said nothing.
Yeah, like when my mom and dad got real triggered because I was like kind of harping on it when I first came across, like really to my dad, and my dad would kind of get triggered sometimes, and so my mom was like, "You guys have got to stop talking about this in the house." And so my mom like was pretty serious with me about like not talking about like not pushing it on people in the family. So just like out of respect for her, I tried to not do that. And so it was just in passing, it was somehow relevant. And my granddad just was like, his eyes got kind of big for a second. He thought, and he was just like, like he didn't like fight it or anything.
I think he was
He's funny,
open
man.
to it.
He's like a movie character, bro. Like he says stuff like he likes to cook barbecue and stuff, and it's really, really good. And he'll be like, whew, Batman, I'll tell you what, that barbecue right there is so good, it'll bring a tear to a glass eye. Like he just has these sayings that he says all the time.
Old school.
Yeah. Like this dude is like, your classic Southern man, like was working in the shop until like 85 every day, 6 to closing. Anyway, just thought it was funny that you talked about Batman.
Yeah, Batman. He's the man that can kill God, right? Superman. He's the guy people trust that works above the law, behind the law, in the shadows, protecting everyone. He's part of a secret society called the League of Nations of Shadows there. And his grandfather started the Freemasons in America. Yeah, that's the story of Batman. Right? That's who Batman is. That's who people worship. I think Batman. Yeah, I mean he doesn't exist, right? Like look at a football player, right? Football player, especially somebody like a lineman who's always getting banged up all the time, right? They play a couple years and their body gives up. This Batman guy. What the hell? Maybe he is a superhuman. Billionaire playboy. On the outside, right? So Batman tells us that people are the exact opposite of who they portray themselves to be, especially on
I
public
just always,
relations.
he was always my favorite because he was a real person. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't have some like godly superpower. He was just like a dude that had a bunch of technology and like would beat people's ass. Like I just liked him because he was like the real guy.
Yeah, me too. But then when I really thought about it later, I was like, but he's not really like a real person because no real person can really like, be that smart and all that, have that side of things down. But then the physical, the martial arts, you know what I mean? I was like, okay, man, he's a real guy, but still a real guy that can't exist. It's like putting Tesla and the world's greatest martial, Bruce Lee and Arnold or something like that together. Well, not Arnold, he's short, but somebody a little taller. Combining all these.
Dude, Arnold's not short. He's 6'2".
Yeah, he looks taller. Right?
No, he's 6'2". That's not short.
Yeah, it's tall.
That's what a short guy would say.
Yeah, nice. Sorry, I'm talking about Samoa. I keep comparing people to Samoans. Sorry, man.
That's okay. Witsit, you got me. Got him.
Yeah, I'm just kind of kidding anyway. I'm 6'1", but like I don't really consider myself that tall.
Oh, you're tall.
Yeah.
You're tall.
If you want to do an interesting study, check this out. If you want to do an interesting study, start finding out the percentage of the population as it gets over 6'1" for females and males. And then start figuring out to yourself, wait a minute, how is all these tall women going to have guys as their spouses that are taller than them if they desire men that are taller than them? And then try to figure that math out, and then your head will explode.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just thinking about it right now, I need to go put my hands over my skull and make sure it doesn't pop out. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that's bullshit. I think that saying that women want taller men is bullshit. These women also, when they meet a shorter man that blows them away, all of a sudden their preferences change.
True.
Dude,
So I
I
think,
promise you that women want taller guys though, bro. Like,
of course,
if you,
of course,
yeah.
of course, I want a woman with bigger boobs and a bigger ass and a prettier face. But I would never choose that over my
Jesus
wife.
Christ! Can we change the topic now, please?
Sorry. I'm
Yeah.
just
But
just
yeah,
trying
of
to.
course. Okay, we get it. Yeah. Like real love will change things.
Hey, you see it in
Yeah,
her.
cool,
You
yeah.
see it. Yeah, you see it in Kai, man. Like I see you. I see you guys looking at each other. You know, I watched the
No,
tree
yeah, like
making.
I'm
Fun.
truly, sincerely in love with her. She's my soulmate.
Yeah, you see it. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad it turned into soulmate talk because Bong, you were going down a road, partner.
Down a lonely road.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. Are we really pretending like attraction doesn't matter? Are we really going to do that whole pretending thing? Because it clearly does.
Of course it does.
It matters until she opens her mouth, and it's like, oh.
This is where I bow out.
But like, I mean, I know plenty of women that I get along with really well that I'm not attracted to. They're called friends.
Yes.
Is that really so? I just feel like the room just ran quiet as if I just said something really mean.
No, of course. It's just everyone
So
knows
it
this.
is.
Surely.
No, but like some people, they'll kind of like talk around it or they'll deny it or whatever. Come on, man. Let's just be honest about it. We're humans. We are attracted to some humans and not attracted to others. It's not a problem.
Yeah,
it's not an issue.
And then what some people will say is ugly people need love too. I'm like, yeah, that's why there are other ugly people.
Yeah, right.
Well,
I'm trolling. Don't get triggered.
If I'm kind of weak, if I see a woman that's really, really attractive and I like her personality, I could try to get away from her, especially if she's married, because I'm married, you know what I mean? And I know I'm weak, like guys, you just want to, all the time. So it's like, better not put ourselves through that risk, right? Isn't that,
I think
should I
guys
face
can
it?
pull it off. I think guys can pull off like out of their league much more often, right? Like, yeah, like a guy can pull a girl that's
out of what league, though?
Just the physical, like,
Is
attractive
it worth
skill.
it?
That would require that men and women's scales are equivalent in the factors that they consider to be attractive.
Yeah, touche. That's a whole.
Like you see a short, ugly, bald guy with supermodels all the time, and the reason is because they're powerful in different arenas, whether it be finance, decision making, all these other things that are way more attractive to that female for various reasons than his physical body.
Yeah, for sure. Hypergamy certainly overtakes six pack a lot of the time.
Yeah, don't females have like a primal instinct to choose a man that can provide for her and give her young a better chance, isn't that like something that they naturally would, and somebody with a lot of money fits that bill?
Yeah, and guys naturally want a younger girl that's fertile.
Yeah. Well, younger girls are not as experienced, so it's not much to talk about. So I prefer a little bit older, 30s. Not that they'll be available for, right?
I prefer a girl over her 30s, female, my wife. That's what you meant to say, right?
Well, like, of course, there's the whole thing. Like, even the physical attractiveness for the guy comes back to fertility, like hips, right? Like wide hips, like curvature, like is a sign of fertility. So, like, our subconscious kind of knows.
Curvatures.
Quick question: why is this conversation being had here?
Sorry. Oops.
I don't know. You want to talk about something?
I'd prefer the topic, the real topic.
Well, then why don't you introduce one?
Okay, sure.
Curves. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, not the place for that kind of curve,
Damn. Okay, I forgot you ran this place.
Curves only work on a flat Earth.
Who runs
Yeah, that
the
is true.
world?
Do you want to actually introduce the topic, or like it just seems a bit? It seems a bit dry to me to chime in, moan about the topic, and then not want to kind of steer the ship, so to speak.
I thought that's what I was doing though, to bring it back to flat Earth.
Cool. What do you want to talk about?
Okay, so question about the refraction thing. I got sent a video the other day where it was like, here's how you argue with the flat earther. And all of it was about refraction. So I'm not too keen on it. Like, I don't fully understand what refraction is. I haven't been paying much attention. But I think the basis of the video was we see too far because of refraction, not because the Earth is flat, but because of refraction. And boats go over the curve, yada, 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 because boats just disappear from our eyesight and all this. But I know that's all bullshit. But I was wondering, could someone give just a basic explanation about what refraction is real quick?
Yes. Yes. What are you talking about? Terrestrial refraction or just normal refraction? Go ahead, Austin. You take it.
Well, she's asking. All right, so like refraction is technically Snell's law, which is like the bending of light. It will say from one medium to another. Like if you put a pencil into water and it looks like it bends, that's technically refraction. Whenever they try to make excuses for the Earth being flat, they talk about terrestrial refraction, which is a version of basically like a subcategory. It requires a differential equation, but anyway. So they just try to say that the light bends around the curve to show you things that would otherwise be obstructed. And it's just a vague, unfounded claim. So basically what they do is they have like a standard number, which is 7/6R. It's just a standard rate of refraction. So roughly 15, it'll make the Earth look 15% bigger than it is. And so the way they got that is they go out and they make observations, and the average that it's off from what it should be is around 15%, meaning like typical atmospheric conditions show that the horizon is roughly 15% too far. So they just label that standard refraction. It's actually worse than that. They just have a predetermined window, and they don't take any data beyond that. So they don't have like an actual like definitive equation or anything. They don't have like, oh, well, this much humidity and this much temperature fluctuation and da-da-da-da. It's literally just like a vague number of percentage. Yeah, so it's literally just like it's a unfalsifiable excuse, and that way, no matter what you see, they can just do the math and say, oh, it must have been refracted that much. That's pretty much what it is.
Right.
It's just,
Yeah, maybe Whitsitt didn't glue these two things together quite as much as I'd liked, but the vagueness it lends to the unfalsifiability. They're not just like kind of independent things. So they're keeping it vague because they don't want to have to make any specific claim. They just, light bends, therefore it can bend as much as I need it to, or infinitely if required.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like they have to keep it super vague. They can't be like, well, you factor in this much humidity over this much temperature difference, blah, blah, blah. They have to keep it vague so that way it can't be disproven, because we could just go out and be like, oh, well, look, we saw too far and those conditions weren't there, so therefore globe debunked. So they just, like you said, they have to keep it vague so it's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, so my friend, have you ever used an Earth curve calculator before? Being KJ.
Oh, sorry, what?
Have you ever used an Earth curve calculator before?
I don't recall. Maybe once. I don't remember.
Okay, so how busy are you right now?
Like at this exact moment?
Yes.
Not that busy. I can pull it up.
Okay, are you on a mobile device or a computer?
I'm on mobile right now.
Dang it. All right, so maybe you can do it on mobile. You just have to be careful when you do this one. If you touch the center of the screen, it's going to adjust the sliders on you. So you have to have your finger all the way to the right when you scroll up and down to go to different parts. So I just want you to search up Walter Bislin Earth Curve Calculator. I actually have screenshots for this, but I don't know where the heck they are. All right, while you're doing that, I'll see if I can find the screenshot. Yeah, so it's the one that says Walter Bislin, Bislin, I believe.
Yeah, I'm on the
There's the link.
website.
Okay, so I'm gonna... Can't find the screenshots, but it'll be good enough. Okay, so I'm gonna open it as well. Okay, so I'm here. I'm waiting for it to load a little bit. All right, so I'm guessing what you see at the top, it says Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, right?
Right.
And then you have like this little grid system and a target object in the center there, and the purple grids below.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it says 10 meters. Okay, so la-di-da-di. So let's scroll down. Remember, avoid your thumbs touching the sliders as much as you can while you're scrolling. It's kind of hard
Yeah.
the way they do it on the site. So you're going to see there observer height 2 meters, target distance 12,000 meters, target size 10 meters. Okay. Now you're going to scroll down. Hold on, I got to rotate. Sometimes you got to rotate your phone depending on how it works to get to see the entire website because it's in the landscape mode.
Oh, I pulled it up on my iPad, so I got the full view here.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
So keep scrolling down. And you're going to see, keep scrolling down. Okay, so you're going to see in the first group of things, it says nearest target data. In the bottom right corner of those things to choose from, it says the Sagitah. You see that?
Yes.
Bulge called the Sagitah. Okay, so you know what a bow and arrow looks like?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the Sagitah is named after Sagittarius, which is the bowman, the constellation. Mm-hmm. So you imagine a bow, right? It's a semicircle. It has a line, and then it has an arrow in the center. So the Sagitah is the arrow. The very top of the arrow where it touches the bow, that's the Sagitah, the highest point of the curve, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so we scroll down some more. And you're going to see a thing called radius of the Earth, right? And then you're going to see a parent radius. They're the same number, okay? So just keep a note of that, 6,371 kilometers.
Right.
And you're going to see a graphic right here. Okay, on this graphic, you're going to see the eye, the height on one side, and you see the target on the other side. And you see what's called hidden, which is in orange, and visible, which is in green. And then you can obviously see the bow that I just described, which is the Sagitah in the center, the bow, which is the arc, and then the chord of the bow, right, which is the line from point A to point B. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so where it says hidden and visible, that is the key point you got to focus on when they're talking about these observations at a distance. Because it's not just where the horizon is located that they're really primarily concerned about as much as they are concerned about the hidden right there. Okay, because what's hiding things in their worldview is the curve of the Earth, correct? An obstruction, right? Things can't disappear from the bottom up unless the Earth is curved. That's their claim.
Right.
So when they don't see the bottom of something, right, they put it into this viewpoint in their minds. And this is what they see in their mind.
that the bottom is hidden below that hidden height off of the quote-unquote horizon. And you'll notice that it's not exactly at the Sagittaa, or that little dot there, but for, lack of a better word, that's the geometry of the Earth from this observation point. So let's go up. Okay, up till you find the red slider that says refraction. Okay.
I see it. Yeah.
And above that is something that says STD, right? It says refraction STD. So give yourself an STD. We're pressing the STD.
I don't see an STD anywhere.
Okay, it's in the very top row. It says basics view, target 2, refraction.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Okay, yep, perfect. So now that you've clicked that, scroll down back to where we were before. Okay. Now, go back to where it says Sagittaa, and I want you to tell me if the number is different than the number it was before. Okay, if you can't tell whether it's different by your memory, I assure you it's different. So go back to the red slider and just pick a different amount of refraction by moving it to the right. Then go back down to where it says Sagittaa and look at the number has changed.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Right, so as I increase the refraction, the Sagittaa gets smaller, correct?
Right.
Okay, perfect. So now we scroll down some more. And I want you to look at radius, Earth, and apparent radius. And I want you to tell me if those numbers are the same.
They're not.
They're not. Yeah, very interesting. So let me ask this question. Did the Earth change size?
No.
Okay. So the Sagittaa is derived, right, from point A to point B via a chord, and the midpoint where the apex of the arc is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the problem is that we go out into the world and we see the bottoms of things that we shouldn't see based on the geometry of the globe. Now, their excuse, aptly put by our friend before, was refraction. Okay?
Yeah.
Which the impression is that has to do with light. Okay, but when me and you just did what we did, what were we doing to the Earth? Were we doing anything with light, or were we changing the size of the Earth?
Yeah.
Right, now you're laughing because you're like, wow, that's stupid.
Right.
So check this out. So here's the argument. Now the Sagittaa is the apex arc between point A and point B, correct? The high point. So what they are doing by increasing the radius is they're lowering the high point down to make it so that, the hump is lower. That way you can see the bottom of the thing.
Yeah.
Now, when they say terrestrial refraction, they're applying a geometry to the circle in the circle segment formula in order to lower the Sagittaa by increasing the circumference of the circle. So they're not applying optics to this at all. What they're doing is have their hand on a dial. Imagine a dial that you're turning left and right, and a circle in front of you is getting bigger and smaller, just like it would in Photoshop. And you just keep dialing it until those straight lines match the observation that you're currently observing. Now, if 7/6R, like he said, fits most observations, it makes them acceptable. But you go back up to your slider, friend, up here, you can just slide it all the way over to the right. Right? And now go back and look at the apparent radius of the Earth. And read that number off for the audience.
63,710,000,000.
Are you sure about that? think it's 63,710,000.
What I'm getting is 63 billion.
Well, maybe I can't see the end. Hold on. Maybe part of my screen's blocked off and I don't see the other 3 digits. Either number is ridiculous, is it not?
Correct.
Right. So, for example, if I show an image of Tete Garnassir and the Canigou shot 255 miles away in infrared, which mitigates refraction, right? And the top of Tete Garnassir is 12,000 feet. And no, sorry, the top of Tete Garnassir is 7,000, and the hidden height is 12,000. That makes the topmost part of Tete Garnassir supposed to be 1 mile below that hidden height. If you go back to the graphic where it shows the hidden, right? So if you're a glober, how do you solve that problem? Oh, it's very simple. You just go up to that little refraction slider and you just keep on sliding, just keep on sliding till it matches. And then you say, I've proven that this works on a globe of 63 million miles in circumference. Now, you see the charade in the bait and switch.
Yes, I do.
Now, they will tell you that this math has been derived from true optical phenomenon, and it's just an approximation. So, this idea of enlarging and shrinking the Earth, it's just a convention that we use to portray the way light travels. But no, what they're assuming is that the light is straight and the Earth is changing size. So when they say terrestrial refraction, they're not talking about light. They're talking about terrestrial, terra, the Earth, and refraction, which means broken. So when they say terrestrial refraction, you need to hear from this point forward, broken Earth, because that's what they're doing. Every time they make an observation in this manner, they're breaking the circumference of the Earth to force it to fit. They're forcing a square peg down a round hole and telling you that this is legitimate, as if they went out there and for those 255 miles measured something or traced the path of light. No, this is a post hoc explanation. It's an excuse. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Category error.
True, it's also a category error.
Well, thank you for that. That was great.
That'll be 3 easy payments of $99.95.
Yikes. Got lawyer rate.
I didn't sign up for this.
Now, you need to tell our friend Kiwi that it's billion, because he thought it was million, and so did I, because we were doing it rather quickly. But if it really has 3 more zeros, then yes, it's billion.
I can send a photo of it if you like and post
Man,
it.
I believe you. It's not like I'm questioning your integrity.
Well,
Although
here,
you
I'll
are
do it
interested in
anyway.
black flow. You should be suspect.
Wait, I didn't catch that. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Oh, geez. Okay.
And I've already deleted the live stream, so don't even try it. Yes, but the point is that this is a ridiculous method of trying to solve the problem. And it's obviously ridiculous on its face. We had Homeboy in here the other day. Okay, Mr. Go Fast Rocket Sauce, right? Saying that a church, right, that was 100 and I believe 30 miles away from the observation point at the Canigou shot, right? Part of the bottom of the church is missing, right? But that wasn't even true. So basically the whole church should be below the hidden height at 137 miles. And so he applied standard refraction, right? And he got it down. So I'm going to try to remember the numbers. 5.
I made a meme. I'll try and find it while you talk.
It's like 5. So the church, I believe the church was 528, and the hidden height at that range was 7 something. No, 1,200 feet. It was 1,200 feet. And yes, the other one is 12,000.
1,293 or something.
Yeah, there you go. And then the church was like, yeah, the church is like 520 tall, right? At that point, or maybe even 700. I can't remember exactly. But when you apply standard refraction, it doesn't match. Like, it's still 58 feet below the hidden. So the kid said, well, it's within 9%, so that's acceptable. Now, notice what he did there. He got a refraction from standard refraction that didn't satisfy the observation. So what did he do? He just said, oh, well, that's close enough. I can just assume another 9% refraction to make my model work. Now, if you've been paying attention, an additional 9% would only put the very tip of the church above. Right? See what I'm saying? So he wasn't even being liberal enough with his own observation. But he could have just, as he pulled the 9% out of thin air, just pulled the additional percent he needed out of thin air. Well, if refraction can do this, it can do everything. Now, not only can it do it, it must do it. If the Earth is a globe, then refraction must be the reason why we see all of these supersedery observations in their view. Therefore, it exists. I need it to exist for my bologna sandwich excuse, therefore it exists.
Yep.
Now, rumor has it, this whole idea of mumbo-jumbo refraction doing all these things, especially in certain ways like atmospheric refraction or celestial refraction or whatever the heck, rumor has it that it was a post hoc excuse for the Selenelian eclipse. That they quickly realized that this is impossible, and so they had to come up with a refraction to bring the sun and the moon up higher than they actually are in your field of view. You notice how that works? If at first it doesn't work, just make up an excuse after the fact that's not quantified or measured. And then refer to the thing you pulled out of your butt as if it's the evidence of the thing in the first instance. You'll notice that in a lot of the globe arguments, that's what they do. They have what essentially equates to a logical fallacy, and then they borrow the conclusion from the end of the logical fallacy as the proof of the premise to input into the beginning of the logic. Yep. So I rest my case.
Yeah,
That's
when I made
highly.
that meme. When I made that meme, I actually messaged the guy. I paid him $20, the photographer, and he gave me all the dates. So we could go even further and get the conditions.
Yeah, AI. In formal logic, that thing that you were just talking about is actually called a modus globens.
Oh, very, very good.
Modus globens, and you can use it again on Halloween.
So tell me if this is right.
Modus globens.
Tell me if this is right. Yeah, modus goblins. Anyway, damn. No. Oh, okay. So here, tell me if I'm right about this. The globers say refraction is bending light upward to make everything appear really long and really flat, right?
Downward.
Sorry, downward. You're right. But they're saying light bends to make it look perfectly flat uniformly everywhere, right?
Well,
yeah, pretty much.
The first base is that your frame of reference from your observation point at such a small curve rate renders it to you apparently flat. Now, on top of that, they have a claim that in this apparent flat rendering that you see, there's a big hump of Earth curve that you just can't tell is there. And the only way to tell it's there is because the bottom of something disappears. And you're like, aha, that big hump of Earth curve I couldn't see 5 seconds ago. Now I all of a sudden see it. Right? But the problem is that the rate at which things disappear from the bottom is never accurate to their model. Never. Never, not once. Never, not once. Keep in mind, I've said that. Yes, I've said that, Glovers. Not once has it ever been accurate to your model. Never. Now, that being the case, they then need an excuse of why that's true. So, for example, if something should be a mile below the hidden height, yet I see it, the Glovers need an excuse for that. Enter light that just leaves the target object and just knows exactly where you are to shoot you in the eyeball.
Science.
And what are you clanging over there?
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah. Oh, Mike.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, I'm in your living room. Of course I can hear you.
I'm cutting out these little acoustic phone boards. That's my bad.
Wow, I guess that sound wrong.
Cutting out like hexagon shapes in these acoustic foam boards with the box cutter on cardboard.
Sounded like your field script in your.
So, for the benefit of whoever asked the question, that's the dealio. It's a compound problem that they have. One, the Earth appears to be obviously flat, so they need an excuse for that. Two, the only ground-based visual that curvature is present, in their view, is the bottom of something missing, and the assumption that can't see the bottom of the thing must be obstructed by a physical object in between me and it. But the geometry don't fit. And you know, like they say, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
So what you're saying is, they say that boats disappear behind a physical obstruction of Earth curvature that we see in front of objects, but we can never see it.
And that's how you know they're there, because you can't see them.
Hey, do you know about the Earth curvature? Well, yeah. Oh, okay. So you've seen it? Oh, no, I haven't. Oh, why do you believe it's there? Oh, because a lot of smart people say it is. So, and who am I? I don't know any better. I'm just Joe.
And in fact, the fact that you can't see it is only possible because it's there.
Right.
Yeah, me and my friend, Coffee Pro, we made up this one the other day. So, you cannot see the curvature of the Earth at low altitude, right? Which is easily accessible with the amount of money you have, right? You can only see it high up. So, if the Earth was a globe of the dimensions they say, you couldn't afford to get high enough to see it. You can't afford to get high enough to see it. Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
Hey, what do you guys think about this? So, their gravity is an automatic refutation of their heliocentric paradigm, in that relativity cannot be applied to singularity, and yet they have to invoke a Big Bang, i.e. singularity.
Yep, very interesting.
It literally doesn't make it past step one, bro.
Yeah. There's just so many holes in but what's funny is that as you start pointing them out, they're like, it's almost like, instead of having like one, so like we would just say for many things like, oh yeah, the Earth just doesn't move, bro. Whereas because they have to have the Earth moving, it's almost like they've got an arsenal of excuses to explain all of the different scenarios where the Earth would be perceived as moving but isn't perceived as moving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're like an action hero, like reaching for the grenade. Oh, okay, yeah, it's Pocock's pendulum. They have to run out of grenades, and they start pulling the swords out, and then they pull the gun out. And, they can't just say, actually, no, I don't need any weapons because the Earth's not moving.
Yeah, their attempt to prove the globe is like this constant explanation of how you could never prove it.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Is like their excuses are like, here's why you can't detect the Earth's movement. Here's why you can't detect the Earth's curvature. All right, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yes. If my imaginary girlfriend was real, you wouldn't be able to see her. You can't see her, therefore she exists.
Yep.
Now,
And no,
according to Brenda, that's legitimate physics.
and the only reason that you don't understand it is because it's so profound. You know, their actual the number one cop out I get when I bring up stuff like the singularity problem is, Witsit, you're an idiot. That's how science works. We don't have everything figured out yet.
Dude, I legitimately was watching a physics lecture where the guy was talking all about the Big Bang and all these other things, and he basically said we now have reached the point where we fully understand the beginning of the world, whatever the heck he said. He obviously didn't say world, but he said something like that, And then, not one paragraph later, he said, we don't understand. It's like, we've reached a point in human history where we fully understand how the beginning happened. And then, 3 sentences later, no, we don't fully understand how this happened. It's like, dude.
Just wild.
Okay. Oh, you ready for what the other thing that he was talking about? So a lot of these guys, they're searching for the God particle, the base unit, right? The fundamental building block from which all other things are created, like the singular Lego piece that you just keep clicking together, and now you have a helium, and you click it together this way, and you have a hydrogen. So his premise, and I don't think it was his, it was somebody else's, he was just presenting it, that not only is there one base particle, for example, you might call it a yellow Lego brick. Let's just call it that. Makes it easy. So everything's made of yellow Lego bricks, right? Salt shaker, made of yellow Lego bricks. My t-shirt, made of yellow Lego bricks, right? On a very small, minute level, of course. So that makes sense, yes. There's millions upon trillions upon billions upon Googleplex of yellow Lego bricks that make up the structure of reality. So he went a step further. He said, not only is it all made of yellow Lego bricks, but to solve all these certain math equations and satisfy certain phenomena that we interpret, that yellow Lego brick is actually only one brick. It's not that there's a million of them, it's that there's one of them in a million different places simultaneously. But it's not that they're there simultaneously, because it can't be here and there. It's that it's going through time and space at a rate that is unfathomable. So it exists in all places at all times, everywhere, to render the world that we experience. So this particle goes back in time to be the sandwich you ate yesterday, goes forward in time to be the door you're going to walk into tomorrow, and it goes left and right to become the floor as you walk. But it's all the same particle in every single spot, in some kind of, not a superposition, but like an ultra position.
Oh my God.
Now, the necessary consequence of this, my friend, is what? It's very obvious, and if you don't get the answer, you're fired.
Retardation of globe.
No. The correct answer is the multiverse.
Yeah.
The necessary consequence of this is a permutative multiverse in which infinite amount of universes exist. And the principle as such is everything that can be must be. Now, I want you to follow that. This is a physicist, right? Who's on a stage being recorded by a camera, which technically makes everything he says true. So, his conclusion was all things that can be must be, and all permutative physics must be in this infinite multiverse. Now, that means that if globe physics is true, that reaches you the conclusion of the omniparticle, that reaches you the necessity of the multiverse, that reaches you the necessity of infinite permutative physics in which all different worlds are possible. And that means if globe physics are true, there's one universe of a necessity in which the Earth is flat. So if globe physics is true, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Yo, another conundrum is they operate under the idea that math is reality. Now, of course, we have the soundbite from a Glober actually saying that, but they all operate under that implicit idea, right? Okay, so math is reality. Yet, whenever gravity, quote unquote, is applied to this universe, quote unquote, the math doesn't work. Ergo, it isn't reality. Like the math doesn't work. Like it doesn't. It's the math shows that their theory doesn't work. Therefore, if math is reality, their proposed idea is excluded as a viable explanation of reality, intrinsically within their own worldview.
Well, the correct answer from that view that I just described would be that you just don't have the correct math for the correct universe. Your math belongs to a different universe, and your universe belongs to a different math, right? Now, this pushes the can down the road into infinity, to which all plausibility becomes necessary, just as the physicist who's on camera, and therefore everything he says is true, clearly stated. So, again, if your math doesn't match reality, then that means that in one reality, the Earth is flat. Therefore, if your math is true, the Earth is flat. If your math is false, the Earth is flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Yo, and exactly what's so funny is like once you get to invoking the multiverse, which is actually like the most popular idea currently because they have a fine-tuning problem and all kinds of other stuff. But anyway, what exactly is the difference between that and what they have coined the God of the gaps fallacy? What's the difference intellectually? Because they will critique the God of the gaps as if it gives them intellectual high ground, right? And it's the epitome of human stupidity and arrogance and incompetence. But then they will invoke the multiverse, which for all intents and purposes is synonymous, right? I mean, because that's what it is. It's infinite possibility, thus unfalsifiable, like to the epitome of unfalsifiability.
Yeah, exactly.
Which wouldn't be a word.
However, God is too clever for such a ruse. In order for this infinite permutation to exist, right, it can't obviously be present simultaneously. It must exist as a field of probabilities, right, which has no space, no spatial dimensions, no intrinsic energy at the moment because it hasn't been yet manifested. And a field of information has no physical properties, right? And we know information only comes from mind. That means, ergo, an infinite mind is preordinate to the manifestation of the physical world. So, according to this physicist, who is a physicist and was on camera, and therefore everything he says is true, if globe Earth physics is true, then the Earth is flat, and an infinite mind is preordinate to the flat Earth. So, in other words, if globe Earth physics is true, according to what this guy said, then God pre-existed the flat Earth. Therefore, God exists and the flat Earth exists. I rest my case.
Also, another conundrum is if you invoke the multiverse, you then have to address, was it ever existent? Meaning you have the Big Bang, quote unquote, but that's within our universe. So did the Big Bang birth all the universes? Or did they simply forever exist? And then within this universe, the Big Bang created what we perceive. It's just an intellectual shit show. It's so funny, dude. But see, the people that think there's a globe and have heard all of the flat earth arguments, all this goes over their head. So they then must self-project, that we are inept.
Yep.
And so with all these that I've come up with to try to present to them, they always say like something to the effect of like, oh, well, Witsit thinks that because we don't know literally everything, then the earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's how science works. We don't know everything. Or they will say things like, dark matter 100% exists. We know for a fact that dark matter has to exist, but we don't know what it is. So, how could you know it exists?
Oh, there's a gap, right, that needs filling. All right. So they have to fill it with something.
Yeah, literally. Well, not literally, but they actually have to literally fill, which is funny.
Well, why do they have this problem in the first place? It's because Newtonian gravity doesn't work on a universal scale. So
doesn't even work on
they
the
need
solar
a different
scale.
Yeah, maybe not. But
like with Venus.
But the point is that they had a problem there, right? So they had to fix that within rather than an infinite universe, they had to fix it with an expanding universe. Then they ran into the problems, right? That the universe is expanding in a manner in which their predictions don't account for. And so they have to create an extra force in there to match their equations out. And so if you need 50, somethings, right? You just borrow them from, the Bislin refraction slider, carry the two, and Bob's your uncle. You solve the problem.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, so like a random number generator in video games. So me and my friend were playing with the refraction slider, but there's also the RNG number generator, right? So you have a math equation that fits in the globe Earth paradigm, and you're missing something, and it's not balancing because something's going too fast, or it's not orbiting the way it should, or this or that or the other, right? So you just click the number generator. It takes the number. It runs a couple of, sequences, and then it gives you some bullcrap excuse. So you're like, I need 72 of something. And then it goes, dark matter, Then you go, dang it, I need 62 of something else. And it goes, quasons. And, let's go with a big number. You need 1 billion of something. So it goes, boopity boopity boop, super quasons.
Like they have so many paradoxes. It's so crazy. It's like, so everything is expanding, but it's expanding. It needs to be expanding 10 times faster than it is in their paradigm. Therefore, there must be an immense amount of unidentified energy that fixes the problem. It's so bad that you literally just come up with words as a fix-all, like you said. And that's just really baffling that we are in a paradigm where we're treated as the ones that are stupid.
Yeah.
Or like something else, right? Like they can't decide if the universe is flat or not. But most people seem to think that it's probably flat. Like within their fairy tale, the universe is flat. But of course, then you have a paradox there with like the all-encompassing warping and curvature of space and time itself. And in order to mathematically figure out relativity, you actually take space in little small increments treated as flat, get the math, and then extrapolate a curvature on the macro scale. Similar to what they do with surveying, right? They basically do planar survey. Of course, it's not the same. It's not real, but they take their small planar survey to even be able to do the math. And then they apply a calculative presupposition of curvature on the macro scale. Then you, of course, also have the problem to explain black holes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, which again, relativity can't be applied to singularity, so it can't explain a black hole even mathematically. Simply, their entire paradigm is nothing more than mathemagic. So, postulations built upon the presupposition of the validity of their math, but their math doesn't work. So you can't make it up.
Oh, yeah. Got that in here. Let me read that. Let's see. Oh, man. What the? Stinky poo poo. Never mind. Anyway, it was from Helmert. Mathematical and Physical Theories of Higher Geodesy, Volume 1. Though we can't access the entirety of the surface of the Earth, it's been made possible to get a general shape by incorporating the law of transform, in which the factors of the law are the gravity and the centrifugal force. Right? So just assume a sphere with gravity and centrifugal force, right? Because for some reason, gravity and centrifugal force has to do with measuring the surface. Weird. You know what? I'll post that. Hold on a second.
Yikes.
All right, so let's see. GEO DESY. Oops, hold on. GeoDC.
Geodesy. Maybe. I hate that word though.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. So you see this bottom of something, right, that you shouldn't see, that should be buried below a mile of hidden height, and you say, gee, odd, I see.
Probably
Let's
one of the
post
best,
this.
most damning quotes I've ever found, actually, and it just disappeared. Was like he was called the father of geodesy, just point blank saying that you have to assume that the Earth is flat and stationary and negates, like all variables of a spinning globe as your fundamental starting point.
What's the name of the guy? Do you remember the name of the guy?
I don't, man. And I remember Q was asking me to find it. I couldn't find that freaking thing to save my life, dude. And I used to have it on my old computer.
I wouldn't be surprised if Indio has it, or me and him talked about it in the past.
Indio
a lot of
is
things
the one that pointed me to it, yeah.
I just pull out searches in the past where we have like a lot of things I post are just previous posts, so they're stored in the server rather than in the computer. All right, so here's the one quote in the book. It might even be from this book. I don't know.
Oh, that is the book. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Now, Q, Weimer Racer, you're busted.
Wow, that's dope.
You know, I was making a point with this on Nathan Oakley's show, and rather than something wise being said after the fact, Quantum Eraser was like, I already got that quote. I got it from Witsit.
It's damning, bro. Like that freaking dude, what he says at the beginning of the explanation of geodesy is so damning.
Well, let's just read this quote since it's the one we have available with this squiggly plumb line. In spite of the fact that the surface of the Earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth through the existence of a simple law of formation of the shape of the whole body of the Earth. This law of formation, of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force created by the rotation around an axis. Ooh, that's a lot of assumption in there.
Yes. Point blank asserted as a
So back to the whatchabahoots. What was it called? The Earth curve calculator that me and Home Slice were working on earlier. Yeah. You see, you just have a premise that must be true, and then you just shove math up its butt until it explodes and get you what you want. So that book, if I remember correctly, is 2 volumes, 600 pages each, of mathematical formulas and principles to take flat measurements and shove them up a globe's behind.
Yep. Don't know who all in here saw it, but I found a letter from Einstein that he wrote to Ernst Mach where he said, my sincere, paraphrased, of course, just being a little Gamma fanboy in the letter, and he's like, my sincerest apologies for any of the unwarranted ridicule you may have received, for I have now discovered that your explanation of the fact that you would get the same phenomena of a quote-unquote Coriolis effect if the Earth was spinning or if it was stationary with the universe spinning around it, like my sincerest apologies, it appears that you were correct, and effectively I must absorb that principle to even continue my work on relativity. long story short, like for him to even propose relativity, he had to incorporate the viability of the principle that you would get all the same effects attributed to Earth spin if the Earth wasn't spinning. And here is a quote from Ernst Mach, the person he wrote the letter to. And it says, "The inertial effects of any system are the result of the interaction of that system and the rest of the universe. According to this principle, which has never been denied, in an empty universe there would be no inertial, Coriolis, or centrifugal acceleration. In gravitation, physicists Missner, Thorney, Wheeler proved that the inertial forces produced by a gigantic rotating bubble, equivalent to the rest of the universe, quote unquote, spinning on a stationary Earth, produced the same Coriolis and centrifugal accelerations as the conventional ones of Newton with respect to fixed space. Ultimately, the result of the Foucault pendulum experiment leads to the same."
Yeah, I was watching this other physics where there was a chick who was talking about it, and she basically said it's like a lot of people don't realize that when they accept relativity, they abandon the idea that they can prove that the Earth is doing what they say it's doing.
Yeah,
something along those lines. She's like, it's just like, okay, you want relativity while simultaneously saying as a fact that the Earth is doing this, when you just accepted a framework in which it could be doing all of these things and you would never be able to prove one or the other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Like, in fact, there's another quote from Einstein built upon this same idea, in which he explains that the primary difference would be that if it's the Earth spinning, that it will be fictitious forces and acceleration, as opposed to if the sky is spinning, they would be actual. Can't even make it up, man.
Interesting.
Wonder which one's more viable on his face. I cannot imagine. This is, of course, in regard to the sidereal rotation that we observe in the sky.
How could they ever recover from that? Now we can just use even the Foucault pendulum and say, here's an expert.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
They'll never recover, man. It just bludgeons. Their thing is just sad, man. You almost sorry for it at this point. I'm like, oh my gosh, like.
We covered some of this on Globebusters, but that's when the Elias effect gets super interesting. And the Globe narrative is that it was just like a freak occurrence and it's never been verified and it's not real, even though actually Harvard actually adds validity to it in the modern era. But anyway, the truth is, and it has been pretty successfully hidden, is that it was actually very consistently observed. But of course, during eclipses, the pendulum goes a different way, as if a different or additional field of energy was introduced. And then there's a manipulation of the field of energy that causes the movement of the pendulum, and the eclipses change it, which makes sense if it's the sky moving, right? And it makes literally zeros.
I think they call it the LA effect.
Oh, okay. But the S is silent?
He's French. I say LA, but it's probably Elias, Elais, or he's French, so I say LA. I'll see if Wikipedia can help me pronounce this dude's name correct.
But you guys see the big point, which is, of course, that makes sense if it is the sky causing the effect, right? Like that actually makes sense.
So you're both right. You're both right because it's an elision. So if it's followed by certain words, you'll pronounce the S.
Oh.
Yes, that's how French works. So it could be super fast. They alter it so that when words are put together, they can flow. You don't have those phonetic interruptions.
I did not know that. Of course, his devotion to heliocentrism causes him to chalk it up as inexplicable, but we know better. And see, the primary arguments right now are, well, you have to start the pendulum. You don't have an independent frame of reference. The pendulum attached to the Earth. That's correlation, not causation. And then we have major discrepancies in the actual outcomes. And to actually ever attain any consistent latitude correlation, people use basically like a little electromagnetic device to propel it. All very sufficient critique. But it gets worse, right? Like you can take it a step further where we could actually absorb the phenomena if we were to lend credence to it. And there is some credence to it, as in it's not that nothing happens. Something does happen, but of course you have to move it, which again makes sense if it's the sky moving. And it doesn't work in the south at all. Consistently at all in the south, too far south. So anyway, just throwing it out there. That's interesting. Whenever you can pull out Einstein himself telling them that the pendulum doesn't prove anything, it just gets real tricky for them. You got 1922 Einstein saying that there is no optical experiment that could prove the Earth is in motion. He also said there's no terrestrial experiment that could prove that the Earth is in motion. Of course, that's quoted in 2007 by Stephen Hawking. But then they want to invoke something from 1851, 70 years prior to Einstein, who gave them the current glue for their worldview, right? And then you got 1909 mechanical gyro, so obviously it's after that. Then they'll try to say, oh, well, we got I think it's 1959, you have the ring laser gyro. That's there too, right? The pendulum and the gyro. And of course, the ring laser gyro is by definition optical. And they try to dismiss the first quote of Einstein being optical because it's in the context of Michelson-Morley, which was using light. And he's like, oh, you're just talking about optical, quote unquote experiments with light. But of course, that applies to the gyro. And these were actually quoted after this fact. So anyway, long story short, I just find it to be very hilarious that I think the most efficient way to go about it is to invoke their priesthood. There's not really much you can say. You don't even have to get into the weeds with them. It's like, look, we're not even debating the same thing. You're debating a new model that you're making up on your own. So I'm good. I don't feel like debating that with you. We'll debate the actual globe, and then if you want to debate the actual globe position, you come back over and holler at me.
Yep. And then you just say, up to the stand, Edwin Hubble, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, the interpretation of the Alais effect is going to be, based off of a prior worldview, and basically based off of the globe. It doesn't look like they can really explain it as more of an anomaly. But if you come from some sort of perspective where there's some sort of flowing substance over us that flows a little differently during an eclipse, then you can explain it a little bit differently. So we have to compare the quality of the explanation from the different sides. I'd go with something flowing over the motionless flat Earth to help explain it.
Well, in whatever paradigm you choose, obviously the motion is going to require some type of field of energy, seemingly. And the cyclical autonomous nature of the cycle of the sky requires a field of energy, or as Tesla would coin it, and it's indispensable field of energy, as it can't be done away with logically. So I think how you go along that route is clearly going to be limited to speculative, subjective assessment, but nevertheless, for that autonomous, self-governing modality of energy, which I would say is the definition of a field, which isn't even defined in modern academia. But yeah, you got to have a field of energy, right? I mean, and we clearly do, and I would, of course, based on my worldview, say that it very possibly emanates from the creator in the central point, at the highest central point.
Right.
But that's my speculation.
Well, I'd rather have a reason for the phenomena as opposed to an anti-reason. Saying, "Oh, we don't know. We're going to wait for another answer." I mean, I may be, here waiting 500 years, and you still may not have an answer. That's more like an anti-reason and anti-logic. Avoiding making a conclusion in a very unnecessary way. I'm just going to go with an explanation that's, good enough for now, and that one sounds good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, you're clearly alluding to the ether, but of course, to be fair, that's an independent discussion of the field of energy. Like the acknowledgement of a field of energy is technically independent of what that field of energy is within. I mean, but yeah, that's a whole different discussion.
It's really like reason versus anti-reason. Are we going to establish a reason or not? Or are we going to avoid establishing a reason and just say, question mark? I'm like, I don't know. I'd rather have a reason.
It's really kind of strange to be thrust back into this argument, seemingly going back 110 years ago. That was happening back then, and we're experiencing ourselves in the midst of the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Pretty weird.
And now the topic has verged on the nature of energy and the nature of space itself. Very interesting.
Well, that makes sense, though, right? Because this revelation has basically just brought us back to where they once were. So, seems to be kind of what would happen.
We found our way home, gentlemen, back to the truth that has been buried for a century.
I never would have written myself into this sci-fi novel. I never.
Well, give a dog a bone and it'll find its way home.
Oh, man.
Well, dog bones are clocks. But I get what you're saying.
While I was talking to you guys earlier, I rode 17.8 miles.
So, applying Brenda logic, why? What do you call it? I'll just say it that way. What do you call it whenever a dog hides their bone? No. What do you call it when a dog eats a bone?
Delicious?
Time consuming. I'll be here all week. I told Brenda that joke, and Brenda did not think it was funny. I'm like, dog bones are clocks, but they're time consuming. Just give a chuckle. It'll be okay. It's okay to be happy sometimes.
Am I supposed to laugh? I don't know what I'm programmed to do.
They're making a dad joke.
I don't laugh willingly unless it's at another person.
That's so dichotomous. You're like making a dad joke out of a saying.
I do find the point that I think this is a good way to really summarize this thing, this contention, maybe, right? Like as Sonny said, we've gone back to the debate that was here 100 years ago, right? But so it comes down to like Glovers will like they point to the sky the whole time, and they're like Earth a ball by pointing up to the sky, and we're like, dude, stay on the ground. We're talking about what the surface of the Earth is, nothing to do with the sky. What the sky is intrinsically limited to speculation because we don't have access to that. So we don't know what it is. We can only speculate. So we need to really understand and fully absorb that. It's just speculation. It has to be. But anyway, that in mind, Nikola Tesla said, any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without the acknowledgement of an indispensable field of force within luminiferous ether is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. That seemingly holds just as true as ever. But it is speculation, right? So it's like, it's important to kind of merge the two. And it's basically personal prerogative at that point. Because one can easily say, and with some validity, I prefer not to go down that road because I know that it's unverifiable and inaccessible. And how could I ever fully understand what's going on in the sky? And I can't particularly disagree in the sense I personally think that we're not supposed to understand what goes on in the sky and we'll never fully understand it. But at the same time, I do prefer to tiptoe towards an attempt to understand it.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll ever completely verify the truth with our limited senses, and science does kind of acknowledge that some of these theories are just a generalized explanation to say, this is how I'm going to justify my actions going forward when I experiment. Have I verified everything about it, ether-wise or whatever? No. But this appears to be the best explanation going forward. And that's okay. With our limited senses, we're not going to verify everything. We can, infer a few things. We'll just try to rationalize or reason responsibly as we go forward with our limited senses. Jar of ether, but I don't really feel the need to do so because for me, the ether is space. And so when you're asking me to give you a jar of ether, that's like saying separate space from space. And that's just, not going to happen as far as I can tell. I can filter a few things from space with like an orgone chamber, maybe, but that's it.
It is just very interesting to think about it. That quote from Tesla was in the context of critiquing relativity. His first critique says, like, it occurs to my simple mind that applying like the natural reciprocation of equilibrium being sought, which I paraphrased and made and put it that context. But basically, that from Einstein, who he called a fuzzy-haired crackpot, he explains that relativity is trash, and you could never explain what's going on up there without acknowledging an indispensable field of energy in the ether. And look where we are here in 2022. Either we can agree, well, let's just not try to figure it out because we could never fully figure it out, or we can try to address it, and we are left with the same dichotomy, seemingly, which is nothingness, but with the properties of physicality or field of energy within an etheric background. It's just funny how we haven't even progressed past that fundamental disagreement in a century of like immense technological advancement.
I'll see if I can put one of the better ether theory videos in the chat. I think it's behind a paywall now. Boo. But I'll see if I can find a decent video about some of the current theories of the ether. Put that in the chat.
Cool. I think we could all concede there is obviously some value to the framework. That's what gave us electrical field theory.
This is where they try to math the crap out of it.
Yeah.
Dude, what actually got me on YouTube was I became like infatuated with magnetism, and I would like go live on Facebook and like rant about it, about how modern academia doesn't understand magnetism. And then Bob Nodell reached out to me and talked me into, and had to consistently attempt to talk me into getting on YouTube. But that's why I really won't ever listen to someone trying to tell me not to talk about it, because it was just my personal journey. That's like kind of what really made me so interested. But I would say it should be pretty intriguing to everyone that like in 2022, we don't, like modern academia, mainstream doesn't understand magnetism. Like that's pretty crazy, right? Like what is magnetism? Is it materially manifest? Because we can see we can see the actual movement of the energy with a ferrocell. I can't reach out and grab magnetism. But like, what is magnetism? It's just it's seemingly very important because it's like the most powerful force that exists. Really, arguably the only coherent force that does exist. So
it goes into the nature of space. If I had to speculate, I think space is one big Chladni plate. It can vibrate in any shape or any conformation you need instantaneously. That's the only way that I can think of for us to be able to move freely through space without hitting a brick wall. You know, if you need to move or need to, go from point A to point B, you in space will, just basically vibrate in any form necessary to make the quote unquote movement possible, like a wave. That's the way I think about it.
well, people try to critique by basically saying like light is not a wave. But of course, wave's not a thing. We're not saying that it is. It's a type of movement. But it's like, oh, it's not a wave? What is it? It's a particle. Oh, how did you verify that? Oh, I used a man-made device. I thought we couldn't use man-made devices. So,
Well, I guess we can if we're part of nature. I mean, man-made devices are artificial, and I guess we do have the dichotomy of artificial versus natural. But is that a false dichotomy? If we're part of, nature in a certain sense, then, our man-made devices would still somewhat count because we'd still be using nature to make the devices and engineer them, at least on that sense. This dichotomy where we say artificial versus natural and man's artificial devices are out is a little off. I mean, we are part of this whole natural thing, aren't we? So why can't we science the crap out of even that?
sure, but I agree to some extent, right? Like, I think there's value in delineation of this, like, study of the natural world, natural science. Naturally occurring phenomena is the first step. But that certainly in no way validates the idea that nothing of value can be attained with man-made input or device. That's ridiculous. You can't measure anything without that. You can't even measure anything. And of course, measurement's not science. It's math as a description. But you know, like, how much gas pressure? What's the gas pressure? I don't know. Can't measure it because we can't use man-made devices. You're talking about light being a particle. Can't do that. You have to use a man-made device. Interferometry is incredibly precise measurement. That's a man-made device, right? I mean, we can't dismiss all of this as without value. That would result in us effectively just remaining as cavemen.
Yeah, I think they label it or tag it as physics and say it's physics, not science. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, I mean, we sure do use this precise equipment to help in science, quote unquote. So, I mean, are we having a bit of false dichotomy here? I mean, are our definitions so limited and rigid that they're really, impeding and stopping understanding rather than facilitating it? Because at that point, we're going to need definitions that work and that actually help us understand the topic rather than, definitions that are so rigid we go nowhere. That's anti-reason. That's not logical. That's anti-logical. That
And here's another
stops understanding. It doesn't facilitate it. What was that?
Well, yeah, I mean, here's another contradiction too. So like when you're talking about like light and it's a photon and it's a particle and all this stuff, but you're the same people that say it has to be scientifically verified. Well, like that's called atomic theory. That's just a model. It's just a concept, right? Like the atom is a concept of 99.9% emptiness. And then when you go beneath the atomic scale, I mean, that's purely conceptual. It's a model. So how exactly could, within that application of what science is, how could you claim that anything to do with electrons or protons or photons would be science? How would it be? It's literally not.
Well,
It's a
like
model.
like in the chat, the definition of a woman is anybody who defines himself to be a woman now. And so I guess we have to see if science is doing that too. Are they just saying, an atom is anything? Is there any rigidity to their standard beyond just a simple declaration? What quote unquote makes an atom beyond theoretical modeling?
Well, subatomic particles, most of them, they describe as discrete energy packets. What the heck is that?
Discrete is like a limited amount of energy. But if we're just limiting the amount of energy, why are we limiting it to this versus something else? Is this just enough energy to excite our eyes and to result in a flash? At that point, the definition is just what we can see and what we can sense. But how do we know that what we see and what we sense is based in, all of reality or sufficient? Maybe we're missing a part of reality with a definition like that.
And like, what's an energy packet? Like a homework packet?
Enough energy to excite the eye or to achieve some sort of outcome, enough energy to move the sensor, enough energy to knock something over, that sort of thing.
But you can't invoke definition without definition, right? I mean, like, what is like what's a packet? I mean, I know what you're saying. I understand. You're right within the conceptual boundaries, but it's like, I just don't know. I think that some of this intrinsic contradiction is very detrimental to our stance.
I think of
Critical
it like
assessment. Go ahead.
I think of it like a handprint. Like if I push something with my hands, like a quanta of energy would be like the handprint on the object, and somebody in, I guess, some sort of way would say, "Oh, this handprint was enough to move this box," but I have a whole entire body behind that handprint that may or may not appear on the object. That's the way I think of this quanta stuff. There may be a whole world behind that, flash of light that we see that we're not quite talking about with these quanta and stuff like that.
It's just emphasizing the importance of intellectual consistency. Just seems it should be unspoken.
Without consistency, the mind tends to fall apart. Can't experiment without a consistently thinking mind.
Also, I think I'm gonna end up doing a show on this when I launch my channel back. But this whole double slit experiment and quantum eraser experiment, dude, it's just there's such simple explanation. It's like, oh, well, there's two slits and then there's two outcomes and then there's one, and it must be a particle. No, you've just split the wave-like motion, and now you didn't split it. Which part
And
of
new
that's
waves can be created. I mean, two waves can combine to make a new wave pattern, quote unquote. And so this idea that waves are this discrete and changing thing is a little off too. I mean, you get new waves once a wave hits something. Sometimes new waves come out.
Hey, can I interject for a second? Since we're talking about light, Einstein's photoelectric effect is the godfather of all quantum theory, and so my question is a positively charged electron actually a photon? Like, is these positively charged ions actual photons for us to be claiming this little electric packet that travels through the air is actually what, when we beam a light and we get a diffraction pattern, are they one and the same? That is my question. Whitson, I think this is a question for you.
I mean, the photoelectric effect, the jury may still be out on it because they said they didn't get it with amorphous metals. They could get it with structured crystalline metals, but amorphous metals, they weren't getting that effect. And so I just default back to the wave theory of light, where light is basically a wave undulation of the ether medium that it stays in place, but
No,
sometimes
but I
it'll
mean,
move it
well,
here or there to give you a flash of light. I don't know about particles per se beyond that.
the wave theory is basically it's a pattern of recognition. So it's not actually the wave; it's the where is the particle going to be. So is the light actually a particle? Is the question.
I think
Well,
light
yeah,
From
is
the
but there's
an
evidence
photoelectric
for
effect.
it.
underlying ether medium. The ether medium is anywhere and can undulate and ripple in any pattern that you like, and that's what we interpret as light. But the ether medium itself doesn't actually go anywhere. It just transfers the wave like a wave in the ocean that stays in place.
Right. So if light is a quote unquote wave, then it's not
It's
actually a
not.
wave because waves are not things. They're just
Yeah.
types of movements. So that means it's a type of movement within the antecedent to propagation, which is a medium. And if you apply material confinement to the word medium, then that isn't a sufficient rebuttal, but it's just a wave-like motion, transverse movement. To answer specifically about the photon and the electron, I would say they are the same thing, but different modalities of the same thing, as water and ice are both the same thing, but different modalities of it. And I would say basically photon being like a dielectric pulse, like if you had a coaxial cord, like the cords that intersect and loop around each other, like where they intersect would be what people call a photon, right? And so that would be like because it's dielectricity or electrostatics effectively. And then where that intersects is a pulse. People call that a photon, pretend it's a particle, pretend it's physical but massless and all this nonsense. But
So
electrons,
basically, the medium I think would be the air. Like the air between us right now is an immense medium. Like to me, it just seems like whatever is called matter. I was going through this earlier today with somebody, asking them to define mass. An impossible proposition. Like they want to preach this, but they'll define mole, a concept of measurement, or they'll define stuff. But mass is supposedly a subconstruct of stuff, of properties, right?
Yeah, but you can easily debunk that air is the medium because when you remove like vast majority of the air, the light not only can propagate through it, but it propagates more efficiently. So if the medium that holds the light is just air, then when you remove majority of the air, it should propagate less efficiently. But it does the opposite; it propagates more efficiently, which
That's
leads
what
to
I
the
was talking about.
logical
The
inference.
photoelectric experiment for how they're shooting off these photons from a charged, metallic surface. Is that electric static charge? Is that Is that really a photon, or is that just emitting light? Right? Like, do we still not even know what light is? Is
No,
the
one. I don't think anyone will ever fully know what light is.
Can I jump in there? I have a question because I don't think. I mean, if you think about light as a wave, right? I mean, light
It's
is always
not.
there, right? Light is always there. Even when it's dark to us, there's light there. When you put on night vision, there's light there, right? There's always light. When you do a long exposure in a very dark desert, right? There's light. It's like daylight so it's like to us when we say a wave beam of light, right? It's like we're saying a stronger or a higher energy, right? Perturbing this because there's always light, there's always sound, there's always energy.
Light is energy.
Killing this thing that we're calling, the space, right? So it's just some frequencies, some energies are higher than others, and we call that light when we see it with our eyes. You know what I mean? So I don't think I think it's everywhere. Light is everywhere all the time.
So when some people say energy packet, I think it's a packet of information that tells you how to move, shake, vibrate, to get a certain movement pattern. That's what I think of light as. And when light hits our eye, it basically gets our eyes to excite and vibrate with that wave pattern of information to form an image. It basically shakes and shakes and shakes this etheric medium and shakes in such a way to emit light that hits our eye and says, form this image in this way. And then we form an image. That's the way that I think of light, a packet of information that's saying, shake in this way, move in this way to form an image.
Some people say that the sun is the source of the light, but the sun is not the only light out there. So why will people claim the sun is the source of the light?
Sun worship.
So, Lemon, you also need to understand that everything on the electromagnetic spectrum would be considered light as well. So it's not just visible light. Everything on the EM spectrum is light.
Yeah, and we're only talking about the small range that organisms with eyes, with the receptors, right? We're only talking about that small range because most, all the other living organism or creatures still have to function and do what they were designed to do, but it's not with eyes. You know what I mean? It's with a different, but it's still in the same. We're all where the senses pick up energy, in the fields, there's magnetic field. Your body is creating a magnetic field. Is there, electricity moving on? You know what I mean? Like, so it's just with the eyes.
And if it hits something that won't move, no light. If the energy packet hits something that won't move, the energy is going to just bounce off until it hits something that can, shake and move and make an image, or it's just going to be absorbed or just pass right through the thing, uninterpreted or affected. So the light is basically saying something like shake and move in this confirmation to make this image essentially for the eye or whatever.
Yeah, so my speculation is that light is nothing more than the background medium that's already present, i.e., light is instant. If you were to try to say that light travels, it would be akin to having a string, stretching it across the room, and then someone moves the string. And then as that movement waves all the way through the string to the other side, someone asks you, how long did it take the string to get to the other side of the room? And you would say, that's a stupid question, bro. The string was already there. And it's nothing more than excitation of that medium that causes an oscillation or a vibration that results in illumination. That sounds like a rap. So the oscillation and vibration via excitation results in illumination, right? And so we have a spectrum of vibration, and part of it is perceivable to the naked eye. Just like Bong alluded to, it is not all perceivable to the naked eye, as you can see different spectrums with technological aid. So anyway, long story short, it's like energy input to this medium causes a certain oscillation or vibration, which makes it illuminate, and that's what we call light, right?
And this would occur in any nation.
In Obama's nation. But it rhymes because it's true and it's natural for the mind. So I'm going to go with it, rhyme and rap and all.
And of course, this is me speculating because I think that light is supposed to be somewhat beyond our grasp, but it's a viable framework. It's actually viable. As point A to point B travel is not, for a plethora of reasons. Like if you shoot laser through glass, does the light slow down and speed up? How does the physical photon get through the light? Oh, it's physical, but it's not. It's massless and blah, 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 blah. Okay, does it slow down and speed up? That violates the conservation of energy. Right there, in my opinion, the material assumption or the physical particle assumption of light is immediately falsified. Because how does it slow down and speed back up?
I'd rather go with the oscillations, vibrations than a global abomination.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Why they hating?
I think of matter as light that's been locked. When this wave of information hits other stuff, it can snap back and give a similar wave. but sometimes the waves just keep coming. These waves of light and energy just keeps coming and coming and coming, and eventually the object just locks into a physical form. All of that energy just gets trapped and doesn't really dissipate, and that's what gives you a solid object, light that's been locked into form and energy that's been locked into form.
I think
If it does,
I think quantum mechanics and quantum science, being tied to Kabbalah and all, right? And then we're talking about light, and then who else is, So I'm waiting for something to come out of this, that has to do with a god, that has to do with light.
The connection's there, Bong. The voice
Right,
of
you guys
God
know what I'm saying.
spoke and had
Yeah,
enough
yeah,
energy
and
to
light,
lock things into matter.
the light of Lucifer, all those, because the light. Talking about light, right? I mean, it seems, and we're talking about it in this an experiment. What is an experiment? And that's why that's what I'm expecting out of it is
I
Antichrist
think
or
of it
something.
like a big Clodney plate or a big sound plate with salt on it. God made the salt, and then when he one day was like, "Okay, let's go. Let there be light." And this vibratory pattern was enough for everything to just lock into sound form.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I think they're going to use that, to weave, the story into, because it's about like to remove religion as a problem that causes wars and differences, right? Wouldn't it be better to just combine them all and say all roads lead to Rome? We're all talking about the same God creator, type of thing.
Well, I
And
just
then
think of the ether at that point, Bong, as the salt that God made on the Clodney plate. He made the ether to be the salt that just takes whatever shape you need based off of sound and vibration. Perhaps it
the,
responds to
the,
God's voice and just makes any solid
the,
form you need.
Well, yeah, but then remember the prince of the power of the air, right? I have been given all these kingdoms have been given unto me, and I can give it to whoever I choose to. All you have to do, right, is bow down and worship me. Is it not? Is that you know what I mean? Like that's always like.
Well, I think of everything as sound and vibration. So even when you move, Bong, it's like your whole being is singing. It's singing out notes when you move. And so space is going to respond and get out of the way so you can move. It's like your whole being sings, Bong, when you move, and space responds. Either it will
Well,
let you through or it will not. That's the way.
Until you come upon a lion, and the lion's not going to move for you. You're going to have to move for it. So who's singing now?
Well, you both are singing a different song, but if you're
Yeah,
atoms or
you're like,
whatever the humans
ah.
say sing the same song, perhaps the two could merge together and be in the same space with little to no problem, like the Philadelphia experiment, where the men fused into the ship, singing the same
Oh yeah,
song,
yeah.
as it were.
Middle Earth was created by singing creation into.
You thought you were in the Philadelphia experiment, but you were actually in the lion's stomach.
Mm. So basically, we need to be on tune. Otherwise, we're going to clash and push against each other. But if we're singing the same song, we can potentially merge together.
We have to harmonize. I'll sing
Yeah, it's
bass.
like a dance of atoms, a dance of particles. If we're in sync, we can merge together, no problem.
And with all this going on, Earth is just sitting there still, flat, motionless, just contained, just still. Oh, I said that already.
Well, that's the frame of reference. That's the absolute frame of reference.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this song is so obvious to God. He can hear when one thing's out of note. Like the moment, an evil thought pops into your heart, God's like, what is that? It sounds like your heart is being out of tune. He might even know about it before you know about it yourself. But God is an excellent conductor.
Who is banging on pots and pans? Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, I think we can all hear the singing above ground. If you go sit on the ground, you can hear all the singing and vibrations and buzzing above the ground. It's really incredible. People should do that much more often. Sit on the ground somewhere where it's nice and warm and the sun's there and you're there with just you and nature, and you start to get to know your surroundings and even the animals. I even have lizards that I've seen since they were little babies. They would come around and look at me, and now they're getting bigger and they're still coming around looking at me when I go to that place.
I heard the devil was really good at singing and making music. I heard he was the lead. He was the lead maestro guy in heaven. Right? It's crazy, yeah. Now he's down here singing to us.
So
In the music industry, all the songs about Satan. So hot, you're hurting my feelings, Satan. So hot.
Yeah, no. Yeah, now, and you can even have songs about the heliocentric model, aliens, and being out from out of this world, right? Like like funk, psychedelic. It's all space. Don't make fun
You
of.
don't want to make fun of the heliocentric model? What's wrong with you?
I think it's where the demons come from, because they say it's where the aliens come from, which means it's where
I think they're giving us little slivers of truth here and there, but it's what I just thought about when you were talking. It's astonishing how much of that crazy sci-fi stuff that someone is witness to with all this media, like I grew up, was a TV generation. I mean, that's what you did. You went and watched the programming. So, like, it's amazing because most people in my generation have not broken out of it, and they never will. I've lost hope completely a long time ago, decades ago. I had to break away. So, wait a minute. I wanted to ask Witsit, before I forget, how old is your grandfather there, Batman?
87, 83, 85, I don't remember.
83? Oh, okay, cool. All right, just to give an idea. Yeah, so he's a little bit younger than my father was when he passed, so like a generation removed. Interesting.
Well, I think of space as something that vibrates into any confirmation necessary to allow you through it. I think when you move, space is there ready to just respond to your movement and either get out of the way or halt your passage. I think of space as an extremely flexible medium that can, let you through or just, say halt no further.
Do you have to physically move to perturbate this medium, or can you do it with like your thoughts, your voice, your intention, or maybe combining the?
I think either one is fine because the information and the energy is still there with or without physical movement. As long as the information is transferred, space will take on a certain structure or confirmation to either let you through and let you pass or not.
When you're moving your body, you're using your mind.
I'm talking about music because I read and I heard that what they do at these big is they pray over these certain records that they, these satanic people, they pray over the master record that everything's printed off of. And then these spirits would follow these records. So when your kids buy them, you know what I mean, and listen to it. There's the ritual happened. And that's what I'm asking is like, you know what I mean? Like,
I've heard of these things. Like,
interesting name, Master, huh?
A master copy.
Right.
And
a CD, a master CD, master complex deception CD.
So yeah, it's you can either believe it, or not believe it, but they believe it. They believe, and we're all talking about it. It's all about belief, right? Like how things work, like
intention and belief, the will, and manifests into action.
I think of energy, light, information as the blueprint. Is the blueprint physical? Yes. But the blueprint to build a building does not grow arms and build the building for you. It just tells you take on this structure based off of the information presented in this blueprint to make certain things happen. That's what I think of with light and information. It's saying take on this structure or this confirmation, and then other things can flow in or occur.
Right. And words can do that. When you tell people to imagine a ball, right? Their mind. You know how we talk about cymatics? Sound can.
Sometimes you have to take on a certain confirmation or a certain structure before energy can flow in. Scalar waves before certain things can happen, before certain light patterns can be manifest. Sometimes you have to take on a certain structure first. And that's where the information comes in. It's saying, build yourself in this structure, and then you'll start to see this stuff happen.
Right, but then see the information itself, the content of the information itself, right? Like like what we're talking about. How does it know? How does the light know that it's being observed or not observed? You know what I mean? Like, and then there's all these factors to consider, affecting the observation or whatever, like intention.
Either the light knows and is sentient, or the one who made the light knows and is always watching and always modulating the system accordingly. One and or both.
It's so Aleister Crowley-ish, and we know his influence in music and entertainment and science.
But what makes you think the light knows is being observed? Like, that claim means that the light knows it's going to be observed before it's observed.
Or you know how they say consciousness can affect reality. That's magic. That's Aleister Crowley. I mean, that's what I mean. That's it almost sounds like it's the merging. It's the scientific explanation of how magic works. Yeah. Kabbalah. What's the other one?
A whole living system that reacts to you according to that school of thought. Well, when I think of the ether, I don't think of anything sentient. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I think of just, a medium that God made to function a certain way, like salt on a Chladni plate, really. I don't know.
I think God's Holy Spirit in the Bible, right? It's why the world is, the spirit that's holding back its power, and that, I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, it seems that's the spirit that people we're supposed to, but this other thing that they're teaching, that's why, I'm like, it's their interpretation of reality or whatever, even if what they're studying is real, it's their interpretation of it.
It's nice that we get to talk about these topics, because a lot of times people will just say, oh, word salad, or I lost interest in what you're talking about already with my low attention span. But when you really talk to people and just, really try to level with them about these topics, a lot of good discussion can be had about what is the nature of space. Is it sentient, non-sentient? Is there some sort of controller behind it all? Those are good discussions.
What do you think the prince of the power of the air means?
Satan.
Yeah, but what does it mean by air? Of the air, the gas, the ether.
The ether.
Yeah, it reigns in the metaphysical realm on the earth. Metaphysical portion over the earth.
Air is more accurately understood, as far as I can tell, as particles of whatever that are breathable mixed within the background ether. So when the other person said it's the air, there's something behind the air that the air particles are mixed into, and in one
No, that's intro. That brings up some. Can I interject, please?
Let me finish.
Let me say
first.
one thing. Let me say one thing because he said
Go
it's
ahead,
a
go ahead.
permeable like the air, and that's what they say about the gravitation. There's quantum gravity, and so they say this is something that applies. So this is something that permeates all of material being, which would be all of stuff. Again, not a definition of mass, but what stuff is. And so between that, there's more stuff, is what's claimed. And so that's a claim of heliocentrism.
Yes, but in the Bible is so we breathe in the air, okay, and when we say something like inspired, I was inspired. Okay, inspired is breathing in the air, and God breathed into Adam the breath of life. When we say spirit, we're talking about that thing. We're talking about the thing, the air, right? So obviously we breathe air, we breathe it in, and when we're possessed or obsessed with something, we say we're inspired by something. We breathe, and so it seems like it's also a medium for spirits. That makes sense.
Well, that's gas pressure. So I use that often for telling, globies to calm down. Like, hey, they'll be like, hey, calm down. They won't get the joke. Like, it's like, breathe the gas pressure that you believe, because there's a gas pressure differential that you're claiming that would really defy your life right now. So I tell people, take a deep breath, and that's entropy. That's letting in the pressure.
Well, I think do you remember talking about an ontology of spiritual world that is within the ether? And I would agree with Bong Sao that, we're in a physical plane right now where there are certain vibratory patterns. Maybe things down here can vibrate from, 700 to 900 hertz. And that allows them to interact within that range of vibration, touch each other, see each other, interact with each other. The spirits in the higher realm of Bong Sao vibrate maybe from 3 to 500. And so if you want to go to that spiritual plane, you're going to need a body that can vibrate at that frequency without burning up, number one. And number two, that can sustain that vibration to interact in that spiritual world without dissipating. And so
not burning up, it would be freezing. It would go to the end of entropy, like you would go to the end of the entropical capacity of the molecule of gas that is
it would be
going
like a
it would be stopped by cold or by some physical action.
All right, I gotta say it. I'm gonna say it one more time, man, because I responded to you earlier, right? So if you shoot laser through a vacuum chamber, the laser goes through the vacuum and propagates more efficiently. So the claim that all that is there is gas as the medium for light is incorrect, because
No, I never claimed that either.
Okay, I'm just explaining, right? Like, that means that all the gas does is impede the light, because when it's removed, it propagates more efficiently. So not only is it not the medium it propagates through, it does propagate through that medium, but it's an additional medium, because when you remove it propagates more efficiently.
You see the reflective properties of light. So you're never actually seeing the light when, like, I'm looking at my white walls on my house. Like, they're not emitting light that is a reflectoral property, and I'm seeing the waves of work that have gone into reflecting off of that.
Right. But going back to what Bong Sao said, when you go to this higher spiritual realm, it's higher partially because there's more energy there. It's nice to be, an angel or a demon from hell, flying around, traveling instantaneously, but you need a body that can keep up. And so if we go from this realm up, we're going to take on a lot of energy and potentially burn. And so we're going to need a form that can take this energy pattern without burning up like a candle or a wick.
But that's what I'm saying. That is the claim of heliocentrism. And so, but really, when you go up, you lose entropy. Entropy is lost because it's cooler. It doesn't heat up per se as they would claim it does, but no, you go up and it gets colder. It gets colder the higher up you are from the ground.
But you would have to.
Where does it heat up at? Where is the claim? Where does it start to heat up at?
You would have to survive the energy conversion if you're going from physical up to spiritual. Otherwise, as far as I can tell,
Ooh, okay, yeah, physical to spiritual, absolutely, and the process is the burning of oneself. No, what I am, what's being asked here is that the entropy loses itself once you go away from the heat source, the Earth being the heat source. So that would explain many numerous functions of reality with gas pressure variances and such.
I'm pretty sure it's not the Earth. It's
So I
tilted
know
because
that
it's
you don't
cloudy, man.
see, like you can see light reflecting off of water vapor per se, right? But you're not seeing, like, apparently it's everything in the air is gas. It's an isometric mixture of gases. Isometric mixture of gases, which is many gases. Only percentages of which we actually live on. So there's some sort of properties with them, and we see them as refraction, is what people would call them. That's mirage, diffraction, looking at light shadows through a other per se. But what is that photon? Like, is the photon what Einstein discovered in the photoelectric effect? Charged ionic particle, or I think that's emitting light. It's not light itself. That was my postulation at the beginning.
Maybe.
And so, what is the medium that charged particle is traveling through? I mean, it would just be air. It would be density of air. But they've also put that into a vacuum, and they traveled these photons, these charged particle ions, positively charged ions that jump off of the electric plate. No. Well, okay. Past the theory
Models.
is
Those are
that
models,
that's
right?
No, it's not even a model. No. This is what Einstein conceived
can you
of.
show me
This
a
is what
picture
quantum mechanics and Planck's constant is based on. This is the conceptualization of light interacting with material matter, right? And so that is my
that a photon is what happens when light interacts with matter, essentially. That a packet of energy is given off, basically.
So light is instantly like touching the medium within it. This is what I'm trying to say. This is very like pro. There's something unexplained within this method. This is very pro that. So I'm not being a detractor. I'm really just trying to talk about Einstein's photoelectric effect, which begat all of quantum mechanics.
Well, the photoelectric effect doesn't supposedly occur with amorphous metals. So you might be getting a certain wave packet if you have matter in a certain conformation. But if it's
you said that. I agree.
Photon and no photoelectric effect. So
what the frick is a photon? Damn it.
Was that wrong?
What in the world is a photon?
Basically, when light interacts with matter and a certain amount of energy is given off, essentially.
But that's not how light works.
Light is work.
When something is illuminated and we see it, right? Okay, we say, that the length of the wave that the energy is producing, right, is this color, is that color, is this bright or that bright. That's what we're saying.
That amount of work. That amount of work.
Right? Yeah, that the energy that's perturbating the medium has this amount, has a wavelength this long. Right? That's what we're saying when we explain color, and when we cite, when we see things, we're seeing an image, because of the source of the energy that we're calling light.
Well, as
right?
far
That's
as I can tell,
perturbating,
light interacts with
illuminating.
matter differently. So you might get a photon of energy off a person's eye over here, but they may not do anything to this matter over here. So at that
Well,
point, a
that's what
photon
I'm
is
saying.
not a
What's it
unit
said?
of itself.
What's it explained it with the rope thing? That there's nothing going from A to B. So that's why I'm asking, what is a photon? Because the energy is moving the rope. That's what what's it
Sometimes
explained?
the rope can get a
Yes.
snapback, and that's a photon. Sometimes you lasso the rope, and it'll snap back and give you a certain amount of energy back. That's called a
Okay,
photon.
cool,
So
Sometimes
cool.
you lasso it, and there's no snapback, therefore there's no photon. It's basically the
in the
reaction the energy of light or whatever.
in the rope analogy, what they call a photon would be like, so if you like swing the rope, if you like whip the rope, right, it's going to start waving, right? The peak of that wave is what they call a photon, right? Like the rope's moving in like a wave. Like if you're waving your hand out in front of you right now, when it goes up and starts to go back down, that peak, they just isolate that area and they call that a photon.
Here's a definition of photon, and it's in agreement with you, Witsit. That's why I asked you about this, because I think there's some subtle nuances nobody's really considering. They want to poo-poo something, but they don't know what they just ate. So a photon is an elementary particle that is a quantum of the electromagnetic field, including electromagnetic radiation, such as light and radio waves, and the force carrier for electromagnetic force. Photons are massless, so they always move at the speed of light in a vacuum. And nuances within the lies that they told within that, but
Quantum, that's like a slice of the electromagnetic field. Enough of the electromagnetic field to get something to bounce, move, shine, or do something. So it's basically like a little slice of a cake at that point. We need to see if that slice of cake is big enough, arbitrary, or really gets to the whole thing or not.
Quantum is described as a discrete quantity of energy proportional to magnitude to the frequency of the radiation it represents. I bring up these definitions of words because I think it is we need semantics, and we need definitions of words and good sources. But these are the things that we understand we're talking about here. And so when we're talking about the frequency of radiation, that is the amount of work done.
So when we talk about photons, we're talking about enough energy to hit the eye and cause shining or some sort of image.
Well, I mention this because I'm in depth with celestial navigation debates and such, and it keeps coming up. I keep saying ground, and they're like, "Oh, well, actually," and they go into a whole diatribe about like ground and not seeing horizon versus sea, and it's like, here, let me look up the definition for you for ground. It means in a situation where you're using a position on the surface of Earth, it's called ground, whether it be sea, lake, anything, land, salt flat, anything, that's ground. So I think a lot of confusion comes in like actually understanding the definitions of the words that are being used.
Right,
And
but people can extract the definition as needed. People aren't stupid. When we were learning language as young children, nobody came to us with a dictionary and said, this is what it means. As young chubby babies, we just heard the conversation, we extracted meaning as necessary, and then inferred the definition for the concept.
Yes, and we agreed upon the definitions of words. We agreed. If I'm going to say this word, I think this.
They can extract meaning with or without the dictionary. They're playing stupid if they can't, extract.
It's like putting a stop sign up, right?
Being said.
Wait.
So definitions of words, or they mean to.
The speed of light is always.
Method.
I don't think the speed. When you turn on a flashlight in the water, and say you're spearfishing at night, and your friend, you flash the light at him in the water, right? Or you guys are, it's foggy night, right? And you flash the flashlight at him, like it seems that the light travels at the same speed. It's just that it won't.
It's instantaneous.
Diffusing because of the fog or because of the water, but it seems like it's still,
But somebody would see you instantaneously. You hit the button instantaneously. You light up,
yeah,
and
yeah. You
and
don't
it
see it like
diffuses through the material in the world around you.
yeah.
Well, I do think of information bong as traveling instantaneously. Information being space and or the object, you're going to need to take on a new form to get this pattern. That travels instantaneously. When space locks into a certain pattern, that may be the lag. That may be the wave of light, quote unquote, traveling. When space locks into a new conformation to allow this information through, or based off of this information that has traveled, takes on a new structure. And I think
Well,
that's the
you
lag
you would be
behind the information that has already traveled instantaneously to say, take on this conformation to shine, to send the wave, or to, let this energy through, basically.
what lag? What lag? You waiting or because you turn the light on, the light's on. Like you're never
Like
waiting for the lights to turn on unless it's gaslighting, and then
Right. The
you wait for a
information
long
is the
time.
blueprint.
Wink.
That blueprint has been sent out. It's saying space, whatever, take on this confirmation now. And that's
Yes,
phase.
that's
But
the knowledge of
it
which
takes a little
path
bit of time
information.
for space and the eye to build itself into that confirmation based off of the information which has traveled instantaneously like that.
Yeah, I think that's the best. That's the best thing. That's the medium. Like, you can't say I get the no empiricism for it, but
well, I'm saying it appears that it's traveling at the same speed because scientists always say in a vacuum. You know what I mean? But then I've
yeah,
never seen any such thing. Right? One, all I see light operating in is here. Gas. I mean,
is with
air or water.
with diffraction and refraction. Like what they would, but see, they're confused. Is refraction's a dirty word around here because it means like you're going to presuppose a curvature of gravitational light bending.
No.
And no, it's like
It's a specific
what
kind of
you see is what you
refraction.
get. We need to accept
Yeah,
reality
We love
for what
refraction.
it is.
It's a different type of interpretation of refraction. We have the image disappearing due to compressed viewing angle. This is the version of refraction I go with anyway. And refraction at most balloons it up out of this compressed viewing zone of limited viewing angle over a flat plane. It's not curving the image over a ball. It's just a different interpretation of refraction, essentially.
Yeah, that's the most important thing to take away is that literally this understanding how light interacts is a concept that's based on lots of history, and there is no speed of light. There is only, and that's why I find it so interesting that somebody who invented quantum mechanics would then go and completely make a relativistic idea that's only inductive in reasoning. So there's something hidden there. There's something he saw, or there's something they saw. Whatever, however you want to take it. But I find that very interesting because the debunking of relativity is instantaneous action at a distance. You turn the light on, the light's on. It's either on or off, or it's either a wave or not wave. It's a frequency. What is it? What is your probability? It's a probability. What is a probability? It's a paradox of reality. Reality is real. Reality is your waking life. And when you want to explain it, you want to put it in a simulation. It fails. It fails, and
Well, what are they putting in the Hadron Collider? What are they smashing together? They're
smashing
with that,
dude. Like they're like putting memes together, and a lot of people are paying a lot of money.
Gun or something like that, they get a vacuum tube and they shoot something through a vacuum tube. Whatever's in that vacuum tube is what they're quote unquote smashing together. A bunch
That's
of
how particle.
electricity. I don't know.
Oh.
It's a you can for like $10 on Amazon you can go buy a Gravlev little magnet and shit, and you can buy a bunch of them and spend $1,000 and have a whole little Gravlev in your house too. It's cheap. It's easy. It's for people that are easily fascinated by magic parlor tricks. And I mean, quantum locking is like basically what we're talking about. This quantum maglev locking is what we're talking about. So I'm glad you brought that out, because that is exactly what we're talking about. Because this light, where the earth gives energy, the light in the celestial in the sky gives energy.
Yeah.
And basically everything works because of it. Or it wouldn't, and it wouldn't exist.
Yeah, but because of my belief in who the creator is, there's a saying that you should not be surprised when you see the servants of darkness masquerading as servants of light. Like pastors, the Pope, scientists, right?
Absolutely.
For even the devil himself transforms himself into an angel of light to deceive people.
The Godfather himself, the Pope, sitting there with his little pious hat.
Right. And
Exactly
what are these men about? They're about the light. Yeah, Masons. They're about enlightenment.
They're about the darkness. We see a lot of people are confused. We worship the sun. No, that was the good Greeks. The Greeks were good people compared to these savages who we worship the great attractor. We rotate around the great attractor. Time isn't even based on the celestial. Time is based on the cesium vibration, and it's an arbitrary amount of vibration that somebody chooses. That's what time is based on. We literally build skyscrapers, cities, monuments to tell time, which only, and basically like this whole shadow derivation only works on a flat earth. And they want to tell us our actual time is based on cesium clock or cesium vibration,
Well, cesium vibrates at what is it, 1,000,000 times per quote unquote
Yeah.
second. That's what they set for these clocks.
That's what
And
that's
you
what
see
it's
a slightly different vibration rate, depending on whether the clock's moving or not. But you can explain that time dilation where
Well, they have to
instead of
make it
being like
move.
1,000,000 times per second, it's what, like 999,000 times or something like that. You could explain that with the ether impinging on the cesium atom and kind of squeezing it a little tighter, depending on whether you're going, with it or against the flow of the ether. That's a mechanical explanation that I think is much more appealing than this mystical relativity stuff. It's just a mechanical
You
effect
gotta
of the
admit, though,
medium
it
that
is
the
pretty
cesium
amazing.
atom is in when it's vibrating, and now it's registering a different time.
Yeah, you have to admit, though, it is pretty amazing. We just found this like natural frequency that cesium atoms vibrating back and forth, and like that is what that inside, like how they were able to do that inside that is what we're talking. And this is the greater topic. Like this sort of defies logic, defies natural law, and it's acting in a certain way. Is it really? This is greater questions.
It defies the logic and laws of people who believe in science, right? Or who only understand the world.
It debunks relativism. Like just that atomic clock debunks all of the globe's fairy tale. Done. See, because it's atomic matter which is defying natural physical law. This is where you start to wonder,
all these astro theoretical physicists say things like that quantum mechanics and the Kabbalah is about to turn everything we we think we know about physics and science on its head. In other words, everything
It's
we
so
know
hilarious.
would be absolutely wrong, right? I was like,
Well, this is what I
you
asked the
follow?
simulationists, the Elon Musk, electric car drivers. I used to have an electric car. I love him still. But, I would ask, what is it a simulation of? It's a simulation of the simulation because you can only describe reality. So if reality is a simulation, what's it a simulation of? What is it simulating? Reality? Well, it's inductive. It's like what I hear from when people try to define mass, they say, oh, it's stuff. They very rarely go further than that. And so stuff attracts stuff,
I think they're
no,
talking about
like
the
you would say stuff has mass. Mass is as an adjective, it's a descriptor. Like stuff has mass. So stuff cannot be mass. It's deductive reasoning. But these inductive minded people with very limited capacity go around life just saying, I can tell you about dark matter, and dark matter proves that the 1% of matter isn't real. And
Well, I
I'm
think
a
they're talking
relativist.
about essentially the spiritual world giving out the information. The information comes down the
Yeah, the
pipeline from the
rocks
spiritual
look
world
and
to
I
help
am
form
a
the
rock.
matter. And that's what they mean by stimulation.
Yeah,
And
and we
basically, this is a secondary reality from the primary reality, which is spiritual, giving us the information, giving us the packets, giving us the light.
But
It's basically the spirit world 2.0, essentially.
what is other than reality? Like it's just dream state. You would describe dream state to me, but no, reality is reality. Reality is waking life, and that's what we're talking about.
You'd have to call it
We're not talking about
supernatural.
relativity.
Yeah.
You'd
We're
have-
talking about physicality, empiricism.
Well, our very existence begs the question. Well, it doesn't beg the question, but our very existence actually screams. We are ourselves just being here is supernatural. Let alone the place we live in. This place that was created is a supernatural place. Like we can't describe that. That's why we have no words to describe. Like what could possibly be outside of this, or like what could possibly create all these systems? Like it's outside of anything we can imagine. It's outside of our natural abilities.
Yeah. This is the primary reality because it's the only one that we know. And if somebody showed you a different reality, I'm 100% sure you're not going to want to go live on Mars. I mean, you know what I mean? Joke, but, or in some other alternate Earth, like Earth 2.0.
So we live under some very concrete kind of natural laws here, apparently, that were set up somehow. Who knows how? But, for that to be set up, like that takes something. Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. I know I was going to make another point there somewhere. I'll probably burn a minute.
I 100% agree. I have no other point. I'm left speechless because it's so true, so honest.
Arguments that these ideas that we're given, like that there could be different alternate universes, multi-universes, or even civilizations, galaxies. You know what I mean? Like we can't be the only ones. I mean, I think it's where those spiritual powers are coming from. I think they're just trying to manifest them into a reality this way, like on a massive scale, on a, I almost say global scale.
It's just like what it says it is. It seems to be just like other people say it is. That these people are philosophical, like agents that are controlling. Like there's people out there that are trying to control the philosophical narrative because, as if their life depended on it. But the problem is, like. I don't know, man. Listen, this has been coming up in my mind a lot lately. Like, here's what happens a lot with the Globers that come in here is they do what you do not do. The first thing you learn in martial arts is to not underestimate your opponent. That's one thing that's very hazardous to do You don't
Hey,
underestimate.
no, they're not
Right?
underestimating. Hey, let me no, they're gaslighting. They're literally
Therefore, if they're gaslighting, then they are underestimating because they're not realizing that we can spot the narcissism. Boom, gotcha. Like
True.
they don't understand, man. They're not even in the right. They're not even in the right room, man. They're like so off base.
Very true.
They don't even know what they're fighting for.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the Kabbalah and what the hell is it doing in science? Can we talk about that? What do they mean that the Kabbalah could be the new science, or what the hell was Michio Kaku talking about? Anybody here ever read the
Talking about
Kabbalah?
some of the gnosis that was revealed by black magic, fallen angel inspiration, essentially.
It's source.
Basically communing with, some sort of spirit entity to get the rest of your science and, some sort of altered state or something like that.
Yeah. So they have to go to the other side, saying their other side, what their side is sorcery. We all know this. Sorcery.
I call it lore.
What do people mean by science? What do people mean by scientifically proven?
They think broad brushstrokes and the scientific method of making a really good pot in pottery class. That's like that's what they think science is. It's a very broad term. They don't look at it. They don't understand that the definition of pseudoscience refutes that. It's like you can use a colloquial term all you want, but what science is the scientific method when we're talking about what's naturally and physically observed in reality. That automatically falls under, scientific method.
We're
Natural science.
We're talking about knowledge through possession, where this entity shares whatever it knows with you, versus possession gnosis, where you don't necessarily need to invoke an entity or something like that to test the theory. So we're talking about gnosis through possession, magic, stuff like that.
Yeah, deductive versus
more empirical, without the possession aspect.
Like John Dee. Like John Dee and Edward Kelly? Is that gnosis possession?
No, like fill me in, John D.
Revealing
Kelly.
his knowledge to you, that sort of thing. Yeah.
What I keep bringing up to people is like I'm a fan of Gus Grissom, who hung a lemon on the lander test facility. He's my hero, Gus Grissom. Gus Grissom is the real one. Neil Armstrong is a little liar. He's a liar fake. He's a fraud. Gus Grissom gets all the glory.
Why isn't there a national holiday for Gus Grissom?
Because Gus Grissom gets all the glory. He hung the lemon. So the lemon and the Gus Grissom hashtag goes out to all my fam. All those ones that want to tell me about celestial navigation, you Navy ones. This Navy guy, he's like, I've been doing celestial. I hold my hand out and I can establish horizontal. And the GP meets the ground on the horizontal, and he doesn't understand where there's a problem. He doesn't get it.
That's strange. Very odd.
He told me this. He's like, you don't need the ground, but you are finding the ground position, and I'll hold my hand outright from my relative vertical, and I have a horizontal, and that GP is on that horizontal, and that horizontal is on the ground position, but no problem with the globe. Doesn't get it. Doesn't understand at all. People keep asking me for a model. Your globe cult is based on my model.
Frankly, demonic gnosis. And another one that's a little less demonic. You just have these scientific theories that you test without all the demonic
check this
for the magic and stuff.
So everybody
True.
remember this. January 27th, 1960. So January 27th should be Gus Grissom Day, 1967. But it's not. I remember. Know where I know where I lived when that event happened. I lived in St. Louis, almost right across the street, a couple blocks away from McDonnell Douglas headquarters. I used to see them rolling those things around in F-4 Phantom jets when I was a little kid, 9, 10 years old. Whatever else McDonnell Douglas made, there was some kind of capsules. I don't know if those were Mercury capsules or if they were Apollo capsules, but I remember seeing those things. Something. Fake space devices.
Yeah, Gus Grissom's the real one. He said, this shit will never fly. Hung a lemon on it.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, boom. Things happen.
He was complaining about, well, he was only about one of like 8 or something like that of however many Apollo. 8 of them died mysteriously. 8 Apollo astronauts died mysteriously. One of them got hit by a car, got stuck on a railroad track, got hit by a NASA-owned train. No shit, you can't make this shit up. It's amazing.
I mean, that just with the whole claymation Gemini mission, so makes for the good movie.
We're dealing with powerful Masonic and Enochian magic. Who knows what demons they have at their beck and call on the more dark occulted part of science.
Yeah, but we empower, we empower love, and you know this is all in good humor. So nobody should be getting worked up and inviting demons over into their shit. You know, like look at that Jerry Marzinski stuff. Engineering Mental Sanity by Jerry Marzinski. If you're into that. But we're doing only good stuff. We're having a good time.
Of Jesus Christ.
How do people
Thank
know
you, Jesus Christ, for sure.
How do people know they don't have any demons in them? People don't even know they don't live on a
No, they do. And the way they know is when they're faced with Christ's spirit.
People don't know that they're on a ball, right? How can they know? They think Christmas is Jesus' birthday. They go to church on Sunday. They go to church on the Sunday, right? And they party on the Sabbath, on Saturday and Friday. So how do people know? How can people know that?
Sort of my process. You have to bring people down out back into reality and be like, hey, you every day. Wake up, you put your shoes on. Remind them of very basic things that just come to them, okay? Like here, you live in, and then you remind them, you think you're spinning at the speed of sound, you think that you're in a violation of thermodynamics, you think the differential is exponential, and yada yada yada.
Well, just like their idea, just like how their idea of God comes from the Vatican or the Catholics, right? They created all these denominations. So is their idea of the ball. So there's this faith that's already, you know what I mean? It comes before logic, because faith.
Absolutely, yeah. It's complete. It's made it. What was it? Dimitri, Jesuit priest. No, I know. No, that's later. Yeah. But Dimitri, he was a Jesuit priest, came up with their cosmic egg. And so everybody has a creation story. It's just if you believe your creation story is like some really dumb, degenerative bullshit, then you do that thing. But then you think clearly there's obviously evidence of the miraculousness that we're here. You do something more intelligent and better, and because it's a more positive message at the end of the day. Like for it, like a lot of people are like, talk about flat Earth. I think it's the only positive message left to spread. And why do I do it? I find it immensely enjoyable. I'm just constantly learning. Oh, this guy said some constantly consuming information rather than consuming,
garbage.
frivolous things. Passing things. This is knowledge. Or it's not even. It just becomes entertainment. But I was always the nerd that was sitting there watching Star Wars and Ancient Aliens and
Nerd.
the stuff before that, right?
Exactly.
The regular space stuff before. I loved the shit. I wanted to be Neil deGrasse Tyson.
All of that stupid History Channel bullshit, like all the ancients, all the ancient
Dude,
aliens, yes, all of that crap.
I could recite it all. Dude,
and then it was the last shoe to drop was like the freaking Sumerians with Zacharias Sitchins.
Yeah, Zach
was like, oh my god, the Nibiru, like, whoa, it's gonna come back around, like, freaking what the?
Yeah, dude, and the glass crystals hidden in the pictures, guy. Graham, a lot of those old guys on tour still go around, but I just loved it. And it was like, but I loved it like I love, like some people would love wrestling. It was just my conspiracy nerd shit. It's like I know a little bit more than these peons around me, and who would have known? It's like more interesting to be anti-sci-fi than it is to be sci-fi. Sci-fi, it's like, wow, like you're a little bit off, dude. You're identifying with cartoons. Or it's like, what are you going to blame me for being too empirical, too deductive, too scientific?
You get more tools of discernment by dissenting from the common orthodoxy, because we're going to need tools to see whether they're lying to us or not. And you only get that by seeing both sides, the true and the not so true, to develop tools of discernment. So you get a bit more tools in your toolbox to figure out whether they're lying to us or not when you look at the dissenting opinion, at the very least, whether you believe in it or not. It's like figuring out which bill is a counterfeit $20 bill. You have to have the real to know the fake, and you need to see how they try to fake the real to have the.
You gotta have the light.
What
gotta have that work.
Fake. It's the same thing with science.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I was trying to explain astrology. Like, it's like, because they just look at it as this superficial thing where girls are saying, oh, Scorpio would do this, blah, blah, but it's actually just pattern recognition of the celestial movement.
Horoscopes are also developed based off of tarot card reading. So there is a bit more of an aspect with that horoscope stuff. Some of that.
So they introduced that, just like they introduced cosmology, just like they introduced astrophysics, contradiction in terms, implied bias, So you have the cards introduced, and all astrology is here's pattern recognition. So people always say, I have predictability. No, you have post-dictability. You have pattern recognition based on experience from the past. You can't do a three-body problem, gravitation and tensor calculus to solve for tidal locking, for tides, for any of that. You can't prove deep into your premise that's already a fallacy. You have no way of validating any of these just so stories, these begging the question fallacies.
Yep, you'll be having to listen to us for the next 100 years. Shove you back into your globe-shaped box.
Is it a box?
globe
If it's a
can
globe
be a
shape?
box.
I don't know, I just made that up. It was kind of a reference to a Nirvana song.
Thought so.
I've been stuck for weeks in you. Never mind.
Never mind.
Because I don't remember
Died
it.
quick.
In your
Like Kurt Cobain.
heart-shaped box. Well, she had a heart-shaped box one. The Globers could have a box-shaped globe. Fuck, I don't know.
No, I've been joking. It's for the celestial navigation triangle and horizontal. It's Archangel, Archangel, will you be mine? By the Penguins. Look it up.
Oh, are you kidding me? I could play that right now. I could even recite the chords to you, actually, if you want.
Because our model, the celestial model, and it comports with the reality. And so the Globers wanting to figure out how they can get a curved adjacent, angle measurement from a curved adjacent.
Curved
So they're like,
adjacent.
Archangel,
Will you be
Archangel.
mine?
Angle them. Will you be mine?
I dream about curved adjacent.
Can you guys stop singing like girls? What's up with all these falsettos? Jeez Louise.
You don't have to sing it, man.
Archangel, Archangel, will you be mine?
Shoop doo 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 doo.
The arch angle. Get it? Because the arch is curved?
Yeah, the Archangel. Yeah. That the globe is derived from a flat
I guess
plane.
arc works too.
Not Kirk Angle.
Not elevation angle. Arch angle.
Archangel, will you be mine?
Horizontal.
I don't know.
Horizontal. Like, yeah, they lose sight of what the argument is. Like, because this kid was literally like, "You forgot what the argument was?" I was like, "No, like this Navy captain Glober literally just said, just hold your hand out. And there's horizontal, and the GP meets the ground at horizontal." And I was like, "What more do I need to say? Archangel, Archangel, will you be mine?"
Well, with a voice like that.
You're welcome.
We happen to see you none of the time. We don't.
Yeah, I was like, is a GP a GP if no one's there to be under the zenith?
Well, it's the difference between empirical versus non-empirical sciences. If you have some sort of fallen angel demon giving you gnosis,
No, it's the difference of a geographic position and
Hey, you didn't have to
ground
interrupt.
position. That was the joke.
And so it's empirical if you actually saw it and actually, did the theory with your own senses. So we're dealing with empirical science, which is actually verified by our senses, at least on some level, versus non-empirical spiritual gnosis from some demon from hell or something like that, giving you its way of looking at things. So it's empirical sciences versus non-empirical sciences when it gets down to it.
That's why the 50s parody matches so well. The comedy in the 50s parody, along with that nonsense, is just grand.
Oh yeah, we're just having fun with thoughts and semantics, like what really, if you want to take the word of people that have taken DMT, like what really, really, really is. I mean,
how was this revealed to you? Was it God?
about it. I'll pull my
demon from hell? Did you actually see this? How did you come to know this? Is this faith? Did you experience it? Is it a combination of the two? How did you come to know this?
Have you ever seen The Northern Light? I really want. I want to go do that at least. You know, I'm not going to the North Pole to visit Santa. I at least want to see the northern goddamn lights. These photons, right? They're like photons.
So if I'm surfing a wave, am I surfing a photon? Oh no, I gotta be under the photon.
It's photons and yeah. Wow. Good question. Good question.
Let's say this is the photon. You mean the top of the wave? No, the photon of the wave.
Dude, at the photon of the wave. That'll be good. I mean, I've seen the tray. Got to do the infinite, you know? What would that just be, a dolphin? You know? Terms already are made.
Okay, now
People
here you go.
understand
Eat your heart
words.
out. Eat your heart out, Glover. So you guys can sing along, make up your own words to the 50s parody. There we go. Thought you were gonna sing.
I got you on the next one. Archangel.
You said it was there. Why is it so hard to find your geometric horizon? There's nowhere to see.
We could establish horizontal from your vertical ground position of a celestial. You see from the horizon. Wipe your eyes. It's in the sky. That ground position is actually a position on the ground. Archangel, Archangel, will you be mine? Archangel, will you be mine? Came through the earth, the horizontal didn't meet the physical earth at 90 degrees. It was a miracle. Archangel, Archangel, will you be mine? I hold my arm and find the horizontal position on the goddamn ground. Horizontal Earth. You give us the label of flat Earth because it's easy for you to consume and your limited cognitive capacity.
How you like them fancy little chords, eh?
Hey,
Pretty
that was
fun,
fantastic, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for humoring my. I mean, it was the band's name was The Penguin,
Earth angle, and then our angle flies so well. So this was a remix of Earth Angel by the Penguins, in case anybody was wondering. Horizontal is found flat. Your relativistic mind, inductive reasoning, doesn't understand that. Juxtaposition, reality.
Yeah.
Can we be friends? Please. Hold your hand out flat and find that horizontal, because that's where it's at. And that's just a matter of fact. It's the middle of the waking day of reality. Why are you telling me about the dream thing? You want to know what the proof that you have a delusion? Wake up every day in your life and there's no illusion. You're not spinning at the speed of sound. You're not in a thermodynamic entropy, natural law violation. You're not walking across a curve unless you're doing what you're supposed to do. You have no for your delusion, let alone a claim. You wouldn't know that red nose from your face, from the scientific method, you clown. Eric Dubay talked about it a lot. Rest in peace when they featured him as the main star of Stranger 4. Can we talk about how Eric Dubay is the villain of Stranger Things? We're just going Crystal Castles. Eric Dubay is the main villain of Stranger Things. He's simple-minded peon. Light isn't a wave. Light is a probability. Einstein also discovered the photoelectric effect. Get real dirty and nasty with it. The photoelectric effect. Einstein's act like babies. And they debunk themselves.
That's pretty dramatic, huh?
It's so hilarious.
Yo, emo brother. How you doing, my G?
We need ISO. I see the sunrise. If the sunrise was geometric, that would mean that you would see the sun only
6 miles of your sunbathing day. Let's say you go out to the sun, like this, so the sun would disappear in 6 miles, but then that would mean that you're the diameter of that and so it would be appearing behind you. Only 6 miles if you at the beach, and diffraction means deviated from straight. So like if you're trying to say that if you hold your hand out straight and you don't need the earth while you're standing on earth trying to figure out your geographical position, you're trying to hold your hand out and say that yes, we understand what vertical is, we understand what horizontal is, we understand the relationship of angle. The earth will be flat. Demonstrably flat. And Glover wants to ask model, your model will be based on mine, less model. So model can the wig off the clown's head.
What do you think about that little style of my own?
I think it sounded like a rambling fucking noise.
Straight up.
If I'm honest, one of you was talking. One of you was talking. Excuse me. One of you was talking, sounding like you're drunk, rambling, while you're playing guitar, Sonny, like it's your own personal stage. Personally, that's what I think, mate. This is a live stream for 24/7 Flat Earth, guys. What the fuck's going on?
It was only on for a couple minutes anyway.
Yeah, right. Like the last 2 hours. Cheers.
No.
Thanks. You make us sound great, guys. Thanks a lot. I'm out of this. Cheers.
Peace out.
Not even, man. Only when I
There are
started
actual flat earth evidence.
Only when I was doing the C to A minor to F to G part. That was only just a few minutes ago. Before that, I was riding my bike. For God's sake.
Dude said 3 hours. 10 minutes.
God, discrimination against musicians. Gee whiz, I've lived with it my whole life. So
I will actually. It was a bit much with the quote unquote singing, but I mean, I don't think that was an appropriate response. I think you did good, young Sonny.
Oh, thank you so much. I didn't. Yeah, I'll leave. Enough said.
I don't think that was personal. He's just talking
It's a
about
personal preference thing.
I think he was talking about us not talking about flat Earth.
Well, he wasn't talking about flat Earth, so
It was a demonstration that the Doppler effect, that Earth is stationary, proving that the Doppler effect is not happening, which would be if we're moving. So yes, there you go.
Into the break. Are you like speaking or like have you got an open mic or you asleep? I'm confused.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me right?
No, it's not that. It's just Chris M written the live stream. Can you mute? I don't know if you were feedbacking at some point. It might have even been me.
Was I leaving feedback? Okay.
It might have been me at one point because another mod muted me as well, and I noticed you were muted then. So I'm just.
No, I think it's good. I think you're good. I respect you immensely, so no problem here. My bad.
Oh, this is what he wanted. This is great.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
We. This is great. What should we talk about? Some kind of rock and roll.
The angle elevation. Let's talk about the angle of elevation. Navy captain told me that, and then it's just very sad. But he's like, so I can just hold my hand out like from my vertical, and just hold my hand out. Boom. Don't even need a bubble sextant. Don't need anything.
Right.
Just hold your hand out because you know what vertical is. Like, you're not stupid. You know what vertical is. Hold your hand out. And then the GP is on that horizontal. And then I gave him a definition of what horizontal was, which is very interesting because it's parallel at right angles from the horizon. It's like literally in the definition of what a horizontal is. And then he doesn't know where the problem is. It's like, so the GP is on the surface of Earth at that horizontal, has no, he doesn't. And I'm like, please get this on Instagram. I'm like, please do the better post. I'm teasing him into doing a better post.
It's the strangest thing you ever saw in your life.
Pathetic from these bloggers.
Like, listen, if I was on the West Coast pointing to the northwest, here on the West Coast, here in California, if I was pointing to the northeast, oh shit, I keep saying it wrong, to northwest, and Jin was in Japan pointing to the southeast, pointing towards each other with our arms pointed out at the seashore, we would actually be pointed to each other at that level. We'd be pointed at the same level, or at least parallel. If the sea level were slightly off, like a foot or two because of tides or whatever, you're still pointing at the same level. So people don't get the simple fact of Earth's nature that all water is level. That's how we travel.
His point is that you don't need the horizon. So when it's like a degree from the horizon that you see, their argument is that there's infinite horizontals, but then the GPs wouldn't match up. So they're stuck in this perpetual Haversine paradox of reality versus you take an angle, and there's no curved adjacent. They keep being like, there's no. Why would you want a curved adjacent? Like, what are you talking about, a curved adjacent? I was like, no, you believe curved adjacent is what we're looking at. You know, that's all.
They don't understand. They don't understand. They do not understand it at all. What the purpose of a sextant is, they still don't. Even when you explain it, they don't understand. They keep going to the sky. They've never been on a boat navigating before with a sextant. They don't know what the purpose is. That's the biggest. That's one of the biggest glaring.
Well, they know what the purpose is. This is a lie that they just. It's like, how can you believe blatant lies? Like, you are looking at a star. The angle measurement is from the horizontal, established with your hand outstretched.
Listen, and
you
this
don't
argument.
need anything fantastic.
Have you used a sextant out at sea before into the break?
Yes, I have. Yes, I've been on people's boats where they've showed me that. Yeah, like one of my, because I lived in Los Angeles and one of my good friends was doing a little boat thing, had a boat thing going, you know,
in the marina. Exactly. So what? You know what the biggest? You know what the major?
The longest time.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Into the break, 1 second. I just want to tell you one thing. Just a moment. I was going to tell you the most glaring thing about that whole process of what you're doing, traveling, navigating across the flat oceans, the level oceans, is that the azimuths and the angles to those stars or the wanderers or the stars are in books, the almanacs. That's in ink. That's not adjustable. They don't get that at all. That like, think about that fact that those are in written. You look those things
That
up.
post-diction
You
passed
are
down
from
from generation millennia, this post-diction like understanding of where celestials are going to be in position from a planar surface, no, they always go back to the, because they're like, okay, well, you can find your latitude, or you can find your longitude, but to find your latitude you need the sun going around in circles or whatever they say. And it's like, you admitted yourself you're taking a horizontal. Literally, you can just take it by holding your hand outstretched. Like, it's like you can get more and more precise with your calculation after that.
You could travel across the Earth like with Polaris at your right side, pretty much. You could just
Polaris. Yeah,
you could just travel.
That's when people bring up the SCP. Then I bring up, well, it's no NCP, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because the celestial pole is seen.
So listen. I live right by the harbor here in San Diego, and I rode by the harbor all the time, and there are literally hundreds of boats just sitting there and not being attended to. And a lot of these boats could be just salvaged, and like next year would be some time. Like here's the thing: if we had a co-op of people that could do this thing locally here in Southern California, and I know several already that would pitch in and do this, and I would myself. Because if you could get some kind of a sailboat and just do flat Earth like charters over to Catalina, over to freaking the Channel Islands, to the Santa Barbara Channel, where the freaking oil rigs are, you could do like observations all day long and skin dive or scuba dive and eat fish and do observations all day. Like, what do you think of that? I know that's a pie in the sky. People are rather going, "What the fuck, Sonny?"
No, that sounds good. I thought it is right there where they did those observations. That sounds fantastic.
I mean, and like this time of year is such a beautiful time of year, man. The water is so freaking clean right now. It's amazing. Like it's just great. Anyway, yeah, I haven't been sailing in a really long time, and like it's kind of torturous because I'm like, I think I can handle it still, but I don't know for how long. Like my sea legs, I don't know. I'm having an easier time riding my bicycle now than walking. Like I've been having difficulty walking because of this pain I have in my hip. I don't notice when I'm riding, but afterwards I notice it. But anyway.
Yeah, that's funny. They'll like use flat Earth maps and then say that, where's your model? And it's like, your model is literally based on the angle measurements.
Yeah, so
your model is my model.
I wanted to break it down because here's your tools. You're on board your boat, your ship, your yacht, whatever, your sailboat, whatever. Sailboats are the way to go. Fuck that petroleum shit. Anyway, you're at the nav table. That's a flat table. You have nav charts are all rolled up in tubes, and you spread them out, and they're on a flat navigation table. You got your light there, right? So you got your tools. You have a compass that you can use on the gauge down on the map. It's been so long, man. I'll sound like an idiot.
Dude, the bet that they want to have going is like, it's like, I'll just same shit. And I'll be like, you used our navigation technique.
Here's where you start. You're just like you're on this thing. You headed from the shore, from the harbor at a known cardinal direction on the compass. So you're headed in this compass direction, and you're going at a known speed. So you keep track of your speed. I'm going 6 knots. Okay, great. Okay, so then things happen. So then you go, okay, I had to take a 20 degree, 25 degree right, like Lee, I had to go off the wind, so I had to go 20 degrees to the right. So you have to keep track of this. So you're zigzagging along, and you're using your compass to like inch your way along and draw lines. You have a parallel rule, and that thing you can inch along over to your place so it's parallel with your cardinal direction. You get this? See? And then this is all done on flat. And so like then all of a sudden, let's say some fog comes over. So you're on your dead reckoning. You're going along this line. It's not like you're just out there randomly willy-nilly. You've tracked your location from shore and everything to the best of your ability. Now when you lose sight of shore, you did the best you could, so at your last known location of some distant, maybe another buoy that has a light on it near another harbor upshore from you or something. So if you knew what angle that was, then okay, you're traveling along, and then you just use the flat chart, and it will tell you other landmarks, right? So then you can triangulate your thing. Oh, I need to go more west to avoid rocks on this point sticking out. So you go west according to your chart to avoid those using your motor or sail or whatever you're doing. And then like once shore comes into view again, you try to identify, and I'm speaking of at nighttime actually, is my this is what I'm talking how you do coastal navigation at night. Sometimes you lose sight of shore. So then once you spot the next landmark on shore, you can triangulate your way up the shore very accurately. You do this on a flat chart. That's why it's so accurate. This is what's done most often when you're near shore. You're doing coastal triangulation of known landmarks that are on the charts that are flat, and you're triangulating your way up the coast. You can do this night or day if you can see the shore or not. You can use other means that are you're only able to use on a flat plane, such as a radio direction finder. This is a little unit about 1.5 feet square that sets up on the deck, and you level it out with a bubble, and it has a thing on the top that rotates in 360 degrees, and it picks up radio signals like beacons that are on jetties, the end of jetties to beacons, so sailors don't run into them. So this thing, and you can triangulate your way in the fog back into the harbor without even seeing, just by using the triangulation of a radio direction finder. So this can only be done on a flat plane. All these things I just mentioned did not even mention the sextant, but it's the same method. Difference being the landmarks.
Well, they didn't mention the medium in which they propagate. And I guess that's everybody's, like, disappointment or whatever.
Let me just finish this part. So the landmarks would be like the solid things, whereas the solid things that are always in the same place that they're using the celestial navigate are the stars themselves that are in the the nautical almanacs that you look, that's printed in ink for the locations of those particular luminaries. I hope everybody got that.
So that is the history of the theodolite and understanding like a star traversy is like that's the real interesting thing that I've been looking for and I haven't been able to find is the history of the almanac, the manual.
Well, yeah, those are known locations.
That's sort of one of those passed down.
They're the known locations of those stars, those angles at that particular moment in time. They are over a certain place geographically where you are. That reoccurs every year at the same place, over the same place every year. So that's why they're printed with ink. So think about that. That kills the globe right there, that they're printed in ink. Just that kills the globe. Dead in the water.
True.
Yeah. So, like, all of that, my whole discussion was only about navigation on boats. Mostly about coastal navigation, triangulation of known landmarks on shores, or it could be buoys out at sea, or even known, or ships even, if you have some kind of a ship tracking thing. These days, you got everything. You probably could get internet out there and find out where ships are and just triangulate your way to the next ship. Go, oh, well, it's not that one then. Like that. We didn't have any of that stuff, man. When I was out there sailing to March.
Yeah, they say that there's satellite antenna in your phone, even your regular phones. They speak to satellites.
Yeah, did you know there's buoys that are satellites that are floating out at sea?
It just seems so weird that somebody would go out there with claim that they make those things to come troll me. You know, when I'm like commenting on some regular shit with a regular ass comment, and then they come say, actually, I make this goon shit. And it's like, are you serious, dude? Step behind all the fucking astrophysicists and rocket scientists that are already in line to fucking talk to me, bro. Like, hell are you? Like, it's goonish at this point.
Yeah, doing something natural seems
Yeah, like it's not the natural phenomenon of a shoe. We're not going to discuss this any longer because it's just making everybody less cognitively capable to even consider that such asininity is relative to anybody's personability. So, you know, everybody, we all have our fun, but it's like, God dang, don't you realize some shit after a minute, you know?
What exactly are you two talking about? I missed the end. I
Well, it
missed all
started
that. I
about
come
the
in and then
photoelectric effect.
Huh?
I
Go
think I
ahead.
lost the plot.
It started about the photoelectric effect and whether a photon of light, a positively charged ion from a certain metallic material, was actually light or was it just emitting light? The conclusion, I guess, was that it's emitting light and it's a fallacy, it's a begging of the question. So basically, quantum mechanics is debunked. So I really don't know what to do.
You should talk to QE about it.
Well, this is the stir of the pot, you know, than it is specific targets.
Are you actually on about the quantum eraser?
No, I'm on about it brings up it just makes a mockery. So just here to bring it up. People like to forget the paradox. What ZZ Sacks? Here, I got a list of paradox. You want me to list them out? Let's just start with QE. Let's start with day 1. Photoelectric effect. Planck's constant. Let's start with that. What is work? What do you identify as work? Is there cold work? Is there hot work? It just becomes so hilarious of a joke. Like people, you're a flat earther. You're a flat earther. You're a flat earther. No, I just I just like a good humor. And you know, your fairy tale bedtime stories, you know, are funny to me. Why are you mad? Why are you upset? If you're upset, you need to touch grass. If you're upset, you need
The Globe bedtime stories, it's like the Globe comfort blanket. It really is. It's getting ridiculous.
grass. Get in touch with the natural blanket, you know? Touch grass. Feel good about yourself, you know? Don't let anybody gaslight you. Because that's their alma mater, is the gaslight, which isn't even a psychological it's not a psychological diagnosis. It's just a movie. Yes, just a movie. A Hollywood principle. Like, don't lie to people. Like, you hold your hand, you establish horizontal in the ground position of the star that the star is horizontal to. Guess what? It's on the horizontal ground plane. It's obvious. That's 1,000 miles. You see far past the horizon. Yes, of course, you don't need your perspective to establish the horizontal. This is how eyes work. This is how every observation in reality is ever made. It's not made from the side of your head, retards. It's made from first person perspective. That's every day that you wake up in your life, not spinning at the speed of sound. And angles derive your little glob cult. I refuse to say globe anymore because glob is basically the same thing. Like if you look up the definition, and so it's a glob cult. You have a little glob cult. Trillion, all clown. They're not here. They fucking crumble to me. They're pathetic. They're weak. This isn't about ego. This is about your ego and how I devour. I enjoy it because I am the personification of everything that you hold unholy. I am there just to put it in your face and say that you're know nothing. That's all I am. It's as much your psychosis
Real contrarian
as it is my psychosis, because I believe that is correct. I believe that the scientific method is correct. I have faith in them. I have faith that something valid is valid. It's real. It comports with reality. And the problem with everything is they have feelings. Oh, but it would really hurt a lot of people's feelings if, the fucking support beam wasn't there. So we're just gonna have to get rid of the support beam. And this is a problem. This is the conundrum. That's why the globe has thousands of holes. I mean, dark, as dark as they get, you know? Flat Earth is for life.
Like a big black hole, right?
Like, no, dark, bro. Just dark, like goth. Fuck, bro.
Like black.
Like, no, bro. Not even cool, like goth. Like, goth darkness. Like, oh, I'm gonna inject fucking this into your eyeballs, bro. Like, no, that's. And it's like, I'm literally just a baby. Please don't do this shit to me. And then, like, they have the fucking stellarium going. This is where everybody is like, I remember there's balls floating above my head when I was a teeny baby. First memory.
It's weird. Why would they do that? It's just strange. It's strange when you start psychologically looking at, and it's like, yeah, psychologically look at me. Like, why would I question movies and theatrics? Why would I question when they do a bad job of acting? Why would I question when they do a bad job of CGI? So basically, I'm in the cult of like questioning bad CGI, while other people get to enjoy the indulgence of, oh yeah, I love. Oh, Skittles just showed me they went to the moon. Skittles, and they're eating. They get to enjoy that, and so fun. Talk to your friends. Oh, it's so fun and positive. It's so fun and positive. Oh, we had Skittles and we went to the moon, and now we're coming here to fucking break our faces off on fucking rails or whatever they're fucking saying. You know what I mean? The delusion stops when you want it to. This is why I'm a big fan of everybody needs to take responsibility from themselves. Your responsibility comes from yourself. This is that motivational speak. You are much better than the garbage. Nobody's talking. I want to talk about these things. I'm garbage. I don't want to be a social media influencer. It's not me. I'm not a TikToker. I just like to talk about these subjects. Drink alcohol. That's what I want to do. So are you still there?
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and that adrenochrome? Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Yeah, I told you so.
Oh, I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back. Now we just wait for the machine to go chugga chugga and make us a nice cup of coffee.
Delano wanna beat the tomato with
Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my
I'ma tell y'all motherfuckers that the earth is flat. It ain't no motherfucking ball. How the fuck you believe that? NASA some bitches, they ain't go to the moon. Near the grass and you a bitch just like Winnie the Pooh. Bill not a science guy, bitch, fuck you too. The earth flatter than the water at the top of a pool. The earth stationary, bitch, that mean it don't move. In the flat earth wins, the globalists lose. NASA in the Hebrew means lie and deceiver. I'm trying to tell the truth to you brainwash people. Do you feel like you're moving? Do you see a fucking curve? But when you touch fire, don't that shit burn? Cause you feel it. Are you globalists some bitches? We just telling you the truth. Flat earthers, we the realest. And we get laughed at cause we ain't stupid like you niggas. The government pimps and y'all suck their penis. The sun not 3 million miles away. Get the fuck out of here. I see that bitch every day. It's inside the fucking firmament the way it's in the Bible. You hate me, I don't give a fuck. You my rival. Rainbows prove it's a dome, bitch. Sun dogs prove it's a dome, bitch. The sun and the moon in the dome, bitch. In this water, a motherfucking dome, bitch.
Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks.
Hello, it's me.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe yell somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To stay levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Act astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on high for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? They're plotting to arrive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise, and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Oh gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Good evening.
Good evening. What have we got? Are we live?
That was a dope track.
Yes, we are. Okay. What's that?
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry. I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on. That's a globe.
Everybody knows that you're wrong.
And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go on Morty's memory and do a little.
Burn right to the ground in pieces. But from the ashes come.
Wow, it's so. Oh my god. Oh Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
Then if you're into maths, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my god. Oh Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. All right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
Right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you the definition of illegitimate. Being against or not in accordance with established rules and standards, incorrectly decided against or breaking the law, born out of wedlock, the bastard, persons born to unmarried parents. That's me, haha. When it comes to this rap, nothing appears between us. Chewing gum when I rap, pure lyrical genius. You come when I ask, thanks to my miracle penis. Always up to the task of severe innovators. You hear what I'm saying? You adhere to my language? Allow me to entertain where your brain is. No need hitting the main vein, don't need no drainage. Bitch, I'm so insane, I need a lyrical chamber. Insane asylums wildin' out with lyrical gangs. The serial killer, going for that spherical strangle. I adhere for no man, I got some serious anger. Making jokes till the day they place them blankets over my face so I can face my maker. I can almost taste death, do a taste test later. Mandela effect, man, that ain't Darth Vader. Skeleton collections, collecting our data. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best today. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. Lit up a cigarette and went on a killing spree. These freaking idiots, yo, I'ma start spilling the beans. It's ridiculous how much shit you're willing to eat. And willingly think that NASA is legit. 60 million a day, how much is actually spent? How much of what they say is actually scripted? Probably 99.9% kid. My mind is hell-bent on exposing the tricks. More bubbles in space, yo, floating again. When they open up the hatch, yo, it blows in the wind. Congrats on every time you foiled a kid. Mightier than the sword I destroy with a pen. It's one big game and we're all just toys to them. In sync on the block and Backstreet Boys to men. Paris Agreement, going green, soiling the game. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. You're such an idiot, but still, yo, I'm killing the beat. Please stand up, and no one better be still in this seat. Except Steven, leave him alone, he's chilling his seat. How far am I willing to go? Are you willing to see? Chilling at the Goodwill, yo, when will I leave? When I'm good and ready, bitch, so kiss my feet. I'm illiterate, I don't mean that literally. I'm just a figment, shit you wasn't meant to see. Look at my pigment, this is what I'm meant to be. Branch Davidian, I'm in it, and we in too deep. I'm a degenerate, even more than Ellen DeGeneres. Hotter than ice, and fire ain't chiller than me. Got a lot of advice, well, I'm still on my feet. You got a lot of advice, well, you're still on your feet. So many come and go, but I'm still in the sea. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. Yo, so when they're still being discriminate and calling you illegitimate, just don't forget this shit. Remember, Flat a Day was something that you witnessed, kid. Haha, you just got done witnessing this. Flat a Day Saints, aka Flat Nasty. Haha. Peace.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level. So whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara-on-the-Lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line. But it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flattened stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this, and yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
Serve you are opinionated views. Don't switch on my TV, cause all they do is lie. And I don't need no programming telling me what to buy. But I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. Aliens. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in war. What are the reasons why they're for? Don't believe celebrities pretending to be what they ain't. Make poverty history, they say, bold and the same. But I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. Don't believe the justice system will give you what you deserve. It's all around bad judges and Lucifer they serve. Don't believe banks are honest. Fleets you to the bone. When there's nothing left to get, they'll even take you home. But I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth on my TV, 'cause all they do is lie. I don't need no programming telling me what to buy, but I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you, free. I believe the truth will set you 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 free.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Time to wake up to the deceit.
either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
It's time we find out what's real. Take the red pill and face our enslavement. But don't nobody wanna say shit. Without y'all, man, I can't do a thing and I hate it. Yo, there's gotta be a way we can change this and expose those who remain nameless. Illuminati agents, assailants with knowledge handed down from the days of the ancients. Got us living like vagrants, under surveillance while we're working for these minimum wages. Then go back to our cages, where we're late making payments on a regular basis. And just watch entertainment, where they could just rub the shit all in our faces. I'm so sick I can't take this, so I'm looking for ways to escape from the matrix. It seems death is the only option, but that doesn't mean I'm pulling out my shotgun. My body's locked up, but my mind is sovereign. I feel a little better being free of the doctrine. But the truth is a gift and a curse, something that I'm always dealing with and it hurts. Can't sleep at night and it gets on my nerves. Sometimes I wish I could live in reverse. Go back to being a kid again, eating cinnamon toast crunch, not knowing much about the world we're living in. Everything was so promising, hopes and dreams were just blossoming. Conspiracy watch wasn't on the curriculum. Instead of sitting and wishing that some of these things could be different, and always paying attention, vigilant citizen. I know you believe you're autonomous, but that's simply preposterous. I'm telling you that freedom just isn't genuine.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
And everybody gets mad at me, but looking for the truth is so sad to see. But that's just the way that it has to be. ODD, TV, blasphemy. I guess your brain doesn't have the capacity to understand that freedom is a fallacy. You rather stay in the herd mentality and keep going in your false reality. Humanity is going in the wrong direction. Insanity we have down to perfection. No consciousness and a lost perception. Are we ever even gonna start reflecting? Probably not, but that's okay. We could keep living life like a masquerade. Keep living like slaves till we pass away. And our kids are the ones that'll have to pay. We'll keep on going right down the drain till we're hollow drones. We walk around like some zombies and can't get off our phones. It's got me feeling like I'm the only one all alone, and wishing there was a new place that I can call my home. But since there isn't, I'm still right here and I'm dealing with it. Getting high just to get by, cause I'm not feeling this shit. Those in charge of what's going on never will admit it. It's time we rise up and reveal the wicked.
Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men, with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. Decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. You
really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati, all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you, hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
Put the truth in the movies and lies throughout the news. They manufacture opinions and form all of your views. Everything we think we know is actually opposite of the truth. But what do you do in reality? reality's fraudulent. The whole system is rigged, it's an illusion of choice. You can keep screaming and yelling, end up losing your voice. What's the point? What's the point? That's what I ask sometimes. Roll a joint, smoke that joint, and then I smash some rhymes. I'm still a slave, but that boy overdose is hard to control. How far will he go? Much further than you possibly know. ODD TV, I've been doing this. I have to get deep, because half of you are asleep, the other half are just sheep. Wakey, wakey, wake the fuck up, man. I'm really sick of this. They rub the truth all up in our faces and it's ridiculous. They always keep the odds stacked against us and we can't seem to win. After seeing all the things I've seen, I'll never sleep again.
Everything is alright. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. We live in a prison cube, ruled over by the hexagon. Nothing but witchcraft and black magic spells in your lexicon. Search till the day you're dead and gone. There's gotta be some way out of here. Looking up at the sky, just watching chemical clouds appear. They got these toxic heavy metals filling up your body. You're a zombie, unaware that you serve the Illuminati. Man, how's your head feel after taking that red pill? When you learn the truth, it's scary. You can barely stand still. The Matrix is a computer-generated dreamland. Most certainly you're a worker bee for the queen, man. They lie to us about outer space and the earth is flat. They're killing us with the food they sell us. What's worse than that? You may wake up, but that doesn't mean the world's gonna change. It can stress you out, make you depressed, or fill you up with rage. We're in a cage, the whole world is nothing but a stage. And we're almost there, so be prepared for the coming age.
Everything is alright. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
Everything is alright.
Everything, man.
Slave till the day you die.
There's no escaping it.
World full of boogeymen.
They live.
I'll never sleep again.
I'm an insomniac.
Rules that you must obey.
Obey, obey, obey.
Can't seem to get away.
No, I can't get away.
It's making my head spin.
It's not the world spinning.
I'll never sleep again.
Never, ever, ever.
Chemicals in the sky.
What the hell are they spraying, man?
Nobody wonders why.
Those are just clouds, bro.
Organelles in my skin.
This can't be happening.
I'll never sleep again.
I can't do it.
Things are not what they seem.
Everything is opposite.
Wish it was all a dream.
I'm wide awake, though.
When will this madness end?
It's not looking good.
I'll never sleep again.
It's just not possible. This is the resistance and I'm not giving in. Breaking the paradigm everybody's living in. No more spinning on a ball, that shit was just pretend. And I'm not gonna say it is just for the sake of fitting in. The truth is different to people because illusions vary. The truth is hidden, the truth is missing, the truth is buried. The truth is beautiful, truth is ugly, the truth is scary. That's why telling the truth is revolutionary. The truth is something that these people just will not provide. That's why they gotta keep sheeple completely occupied. Now our food and our fruits and veggies are modified. And that's what happens when common sense is just not applied. They govern your mind, that's why it's called governmental. Everything that comes out of their mouth is utter dribble. And we just sit here every day, it's always uneventful. That's why I'm out here causing ruckus, man, that's what I'm into. Defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. Have to be asleep to have the American dream. There's bloodlines and they seem to think there's a supreme. Democrats and Republicans are sharing the scene. It's no different than the WWE. Everybody's an actor and the world is a stage. We're just some slaves, never knowing the world is a cage. They got us worrying about chasing fortune and fame. They train us to ignore these things and it's more than just strange. But I won't do this anymore, man, I'm taking control. If you don't do it for yourself, no one's saving your soul. It's better that you make it whole than they'll make it a hole. Ripping it, tearing it, twisting and taking it slow. I've never been the type of guy that would tolerate ghouls. They try to take us and brainwash us in all of their schools. They're lying to us every day while we're watching the news. But I refuse to lose and no, I won't follow the rules. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation?
We do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to your taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to
it's GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering. We don't consent to the fluoride in the water supply, blinding our third eye and keeping us compliant. We don't consent to the wars you wage every day, bombing innocent children hundreds of miles away. We don't consent to you hiding our true history, or your secret societies keeping it a mystery. Cause you've been lying to all of us for centuries. Now it's time we break through your green screen reality. There won't be a rock unturned for y'all to be hiding. You're unprepared for the upcoming uprising, and no denying that you've ruled for too long. And we're chipping away at your armor with each song. We use the truth to put an end to the abuse. Once you see what's to come, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. You think we're just lambs lining up for the slaughter, but we're here to make your new world have no order. We do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to your taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering.
We don't consent to the chemicals you're spraying above us, and we don't consent to the criminals you're paying to run us. We don't consent to your false flag attacks and shooting hoaxes. We're standing up now and letting you know we're truly focused. We don't consent to your central bank or your corporations. We practice discipline, citizen insubordination. We don't consent to the 1% having everything. We don't consent to be puppets, we're cutting every string. I know one thing for certain, they won't control me. You had to have heard the name by now, they call me OD. I don't consent to the media telling lies to me. I don't consent to them engineering society. It's time to take over this shit, so now we're locked and loaded, ready for anything that happens at any moment. We're wide awake, there's no way that we'll ever go back. Never sleep again, and we wanted to let you know that
we do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to your taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering. We do not consent.
Truth Seekers, welcome to another edition of Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet and around the world via satellite radio on the Liberty Radio Network and on over 140 radio stations in the U.S. We have a great guest coming on today. It's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. We've been talking about so many things lately, spiritual stuff. We've also been talking about economics. We've been talking about love, all kinds of stuff. We've been getting into all sorts of different areas. And one area we really haven't gotten into lately are conspiracy theories, and there's a lot to talk about that. And we actually, it's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. Let's just put it that way. We have who I consider to be the world's leading person trying to bring forth this theory on the flat Earth theory. And now, don't turn off your computer yet. Don't just laugh and go, these guys are crazy. Give us a minute or two here to talk about what we're talking about, because I've looked into this and it has some very valid points. And I'm not saying I believe in it at all, because I just found out about it about a month or two ago. But when you hear some of these points, you're going to go, whoa, this is very interesting. And so we're going to get into all of that. He's coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, in my old neighborhood where I used to live in that area. He's been there for about 10 years. His name is Eric Dubé. He's written numerous books, including The Flat Earth Conspiracy, The Atlantean Conspiracy, Spiritual Science, and Asbestos Head. He's very prolific. He's also very well spoken and very well written, which I found very interesting. He doesn't really come off as one of these wild, crazy sort of people at all when he's talking about these wild, crazy ideas. To some people, he comes off very professional, and you're going to see that. So stick around and at least see what he has to say, because I think you're going to find it very interesting, as I did. So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing, we got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government? As you start ticking down the list, it's like a process of elimination, and you find yourself an anarchist or a voluntarist, because it really is the only moral option. If you hold morality above dogma of any other sort, then you're going to come to the point where you realize that all the other forms of government, they include taxation, coercion, a monopoly of force, violence. And the word government itself just means govern, to control, like mental, the mind. So it's like mind control. And in reality, it doesn't even exist. It's an idea. There is no such thing as government. There's just people who believe in this idea of government and then use this fallacious power they've given themselves over everyone else. And everyone believes it. And so that's how we're kind of corralled by this belief system called government that doesn't even exist in the first place. So I'm into things that exist, and so that's why I'm into anarchy.
Yeah, government is conspiracy theory. Yeah. I really want to just jump right into this because I found it fascinating. Let me give you a little bit of the background about what happened here. So many people know that I've been researching many things over the years, not as heavily as you. I haven't written any books on it or anything, but I've been just looking into a lot of things. And I think the first one that just blew my mind was 9/11. And how anyone can look at what happened there and think that what the government said happened is true just goes to show the amount of mind control they have over people, because it's just physically impossible what they said happened. I'd like to see someone try to knock down 3 skyscrapers with 2 planes at free fall speeds in a laboratory experiment. Just build a model. Show me how that works. And then you go on and on. So 9/11, I'm 100%. There's not even a whisker of doubt that what the government said about it is not the truth. Once you see the evidence, you can't just think anything else unless you're completely brainwashed or totally deluded. And so I started looking into other things. I was like, well, if 9/11 wasn't what they said it was, what else isn't? And it's pretty much everything else. So I started looking into everything, and it's like every single thing was fake or some sort of a hoax or some sort of a setup. Even the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin, that's one's public, but no one talks about it, where the U.S. Army or Navy sank their own ship just to get into the Vietnam War, and that's actually been put out by them, and no one really notices. No one seems to care, as George Carlin said. They're all fairly not connected, so they're not paying attention. I guess the next one that really started to blow my mind was the moon landing. I'm not 100% sure it was fake, so I want to just be honest here. Like with 9/11, I will stand by it 100%. 100%, I have no doubt in my mind that was not what they said it was. Moon landing, I'm about 98% now. I've been going up 1% per year for the last couple of years, the more I look into it. And so then I had a person send me some stuff on the flat Earth theory. And I was like probably what the people watching right now are doing, going like, oh, come on. Like, they can't, like, that's too crazy. I know this other stuff sounded crazy at the time, but that's too crazy. The place where we live has been a total lie. So I ignored him, actually. And this is sort of like a friend. I didn't ignore him, but I just said, yeah, I watched a bit. I don't know. That's too much. But he kept sending it. And then I started noticing all over the internet people talking more and more about it. So I'd watch another video or read another thing and look at this evidence. And finally, after a certain period of time, I was like, is there something to this? Because what's going on here? And then I came across you, and that's where this all started with me and you, is that I saw what you were doing. I watched a couple of your videos, your interviews, and you were the most well-spoken on it and the most rational. You've written a whole book on it, and you've got so much evidence on it. So I was like, well, and I found out you were an anarchist. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. He's actually a morally sound and a peaceful person, which is very rare. And that's a markup in my book any day. So maybe I should talk to this guy and see what's going on. So that's where we're at. I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want on this, and I know you're going to probably be giving us some images and stuff as you talk, if you'd like. I'd first just like to preface before you talk here that Aristotle said that it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it, and that's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I have accepted the flat Earth theory. I'm just saying I'm entertaining it. I've seen they've got a lot of good information on why this could be true, and so I'm just going to let you go with that. So Eric, take the floor a little bit here and tell us, if you want, a little bit about maybe how you found out about this theory or got into this theory, and then give us your best shot at explaining to someone who's never heard this before why this theory has potential or could be true.
Sure. When they first started explaining it to me in school, I do distinctly remember raising my hand and not understanding how the spinning ball Earth would keep people and the oceans from falling off the bottom, right? And they tried to explain gravity, and, okay, I'm shaking my head and writing down the answers, and, over time you see the NASA images and you just go along to get along, but it was always a nagging doubt in my mind, so I brought that into my 20s when I started to actually get into conspiracies with 9/11 as well. That was the first kind of breakthrough, unplugging me from the Matrix kind of event that got me into the whole conspiracy scene in the first place. So I definitely learned how to suspend judgment while you look at evidence, like you were talking about, and you got to do that for this flat Earth thing, because you think you've got so much evidence and proof, and that the Earth is a spinning ball. You've seen it from NASA. You've heard some proofs that your teachers have given you. You've seen the globe on the desk for years, but in fact, the horizon, for instance, is always completely flat. And you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not. For instance, amateur balloons have been sent up past 20 miles, amateur rockets as well, and the horizon rises all the way up with the camera up to 20 miles up, and it's flat all the way around. Now, in NASA images, they claim to be hundreds and hundreds of miles up, and then you start to see curvature. But if you notice, these images are often clearly CGI, computer graphic images. Sometimes not so clearly. Sometimes the earlier ones were actually done through a round window. So they've used many different tricks throughout the years. But NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball. No matter how big a ball is, as you rise up, you would have to look down to be able to see the horizon. The horizon would not rise up with you. That's a characteristic of an extended flat plane. And when you're in an airplane, you can see out both windows, and you can see the horizon at eye level, at 35,000 feet and higher, out both windows. But think about it. If you're on a ball, over a ball, no matter how big that ball is, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon out your plane window. Now, some people think that they see the curvature of the ball out their plane window, but in fact they're just seeing the curvature of the glass, because the windows are all slightly curved to fit with the fuselage. And when you look at the horizon through a window like that, it does give a slight effect. And GoPros and traditional cameras, wide-angle fisheye lenses, they also give this kind of effect. So a lot of footage you'll see of the horizon, it'll warp, and sometimes it'll be convex, sometimes it'll be concave, but as the camera stops moving and stops tilting, it will always pan out to completely flat and on level with the camera. Again, this is just impossible on a ball. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. The ball could be 10 times larger. They tell us it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Even if it was 25 million miles in circumference, if you're above it, you're above it. You would have to look down to the horizon. But you just never will on the Earth, the actual Earth. So the horizon proof is one obvious one, a go-to. Another one is just the natural physics of water. It's the natural physics of water to find and remain at level. If water is dammed up and then released, it will flow out in all directions until it becomes level again. But on a spinning ball Earth, we would have to have oceans that were hundreds of miles of curved water. And this is impossible. I mean, they can't show you any example of this happening, but they claim this is what's happening on the Earth. And then they claim that there's a force called gravity that holds these oceans in just so, it's strong enough to hold the oceans in, but weak enough to allow, bugs to take off and smoke to rise out a chimney. So the magical force of gravity, which was created by knighted Freemason, Sir Isaac Newton, is basically their go-to answer that explains away anything they have a problem with. Gravity is what they say caused the Big Bang somehow. Gravity is what formed the planets and the sun. Gravity is what causes the planets to orbit around the sun and moons to orbit around planets. Gravity is what causes the water to stick to the planets. Gravity is what causes the tides from the moon. You name it, gravity does it, as far as they're concerned. But in the flat Earth model, gravity is just density or buoyancy. In other words, an object in a medium, depending on their relative densities, will float or sink based on the friction between the two. So whether it's a gas, liquid, or solid, heavy, dense things sink and light things float. There really is an up and down in nature. They try to tell us that everything's a ball, and so up and down is an illusion. People in Australia are hanging upside down, and they don't know it. So that's another philosophical impossibility they kind of get us to believe by thinking that gravity sucks everything into the center of the ball and holds us under the ball. Meanwhile, gravity causes planets to orbit around us. So like I said, when they want to, gravity causes some things to stick to and become central, and sometimes it causes them to orbit things. Sometimes it causes big bangs, apparently. Gravity's a big catch-all term for whatever they want it to be.
Am I right on that I heard that gravity really has never been proven? Like, what did they say gravity is? Like, do they even have like some sort of model, or is it just a word?
Yeah, they've got plenty of calculations, and you can look at Wikipedia, and they've got pages of complex mathematics that I have no idea what it means, and supposedly it all has to do with gravity. But again, in actuality, everything can be explained through density and buoyancy without assuming that there's this magical pulling force that pulls things towards the center. They call it a mutual attraction of masses, and that a mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causes this force called gravity, which causes other smaller masses to orbit or stick to those larger masses. But they can't actually show you any example in nature where this happens. They can't show you some object that's so massive. Why can't they create some CERN, massive thing that's so massive and dense enough that they could at least cause a dust bunny to gravitize around it? They can't create any sort of experiment to prove that this gravity exists, but yet it's their catch-all explanation for everything that they can't explain. So really the science that people think is so solid that we've been believing with gravity and astronomy and the whole Big Bang cosmology with billions of planets and stars and suns and all this is all science fiction. What's actually going on is we're on a flat plane. I don't know how far the flat plane goes. That's still a mystery. But the sun, moon, stars, all the celestial bodies rotate around us. And this has been proven, too. Since the 1800s, they've done experiments. You can look up Airy's failure is one. George Airy put water in a telescope to slow down the starlight coming in, and comparing it with control telescopes, you're able to see whether it's the starlight that's moving over us relative to a stationary Earth, or is it the moving Earth rotating under a relatively stationary star. And this and many other experiments by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, and some others in that time proved that the celestial objects in the sky are all revolving around us, and we are completely still. Those conclusive findings, however, were philosophically debunked by Einstein and his relativity theory, where he banished the absolute ether to absolute relativity and said that you can't determine what is the most central thing in the solar system, and even what is moving around what, essentially, because everything is moving and everything is relative to everything else, and we don't know where the center or the edge of the universe is. So this like absolute relativity is what I call it. It's a paradox, but through this philosophical paradox of absolute relativity, they banished these conclusive experiments that prove that the Earth is stationary and everything's revolving around us. Since then, we've had planes that can prove even further that the Earth is stationary, helicopters as well. You know, you'd think if the Earth was revolving under us, you could just hover up in a helicopter and the Earth would revolve underneath, and then you could land when your destination got to you. But of course, they tell us that the magic of gravity holds the atmosphere to the spinning ball too, and so relatively speaking, you're moving with the ball. Okay, but they've done experiments with projectile cannons as well as planes taking off in all cardinal directions, and if the Earth was spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, as they say, and the average commercial airliner goes about 500 miles per hour, your eastward destinations should come up behind you long before you ever reach them. That's just a fact of this. But it's not the case that going in any direction changes the resistance or speed of a airplane. So, and you can imagine how difficult it would be to try to land on a runway that was going at 1,000 miles per hour. Pilots land at all 360 degrees. If the Earth was actually spinning tilted 23 degrees on its axis like that, the only way it would be able to come in on the runway would have to be on very specific angles, otherwise it would be totally off. But again, they just tell you the magic of gravity and the Velcro of the atmosphere somehow makes it so that that's all negligible. Another thing they say is negligible is that, if the Earth was a ball and you're flying over it, you'd have to descend gradually to stay at the same altitude. But it's not the case. Whenever pilots are flying, they go up to their desired altitude, they level off, and their artificial horizon remains level, and they just keep on going until they're ready at their destination, ready to come down. At 500 miles per hour, they would actually have to descend approximately a half a mile every minute just to stay at the same altitude. And this just doesn't happen. If the Earth was a ball and they didn't descend, after a half hour you'd be out into outer space just from going straight, right? I can go on. Like I said, yeah. I've written a book about it. Maybe what I should ask you instead, which is more fun, is why do you think you're on a spinning ball, Jeff?
Well, I don't. I'm glad you asked me a question on that because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I was just thinking as you were writing, or talking, sorry, I was writing, trying to take some notes. What I've found in my life is that, okay, I'm going to give you an example. I started off more the economic side of things when I started to wake up. So my first introduction to, hey, maybe we don't need government, maybe government is evil, was after the tech bubble burst in 2000, and there seemed to be no explanation for it. So I started looking into how the money system worked, and the very first book I read was The Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, whoa, this is not what you're told. And then I just kept looking into it, and the further I looked into it in Austrian economics and stuff, And, back then, especially, I was like, hey, I've got to learn this economics because, I have to understand how this system works. I'm quite involved in the financial, monetary systems, investing, things like that. If I don't understand economics, that's crazy. And I looked at, what they teach you in school, and it's all these formulas and craziness and Keynesian sort of craziness. We add up all these numbers, and then that tells you what the economy will do. It's like, okay, so I was like, well, I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. But then I found the Austrian School of Economics, and they're like, no, you just look at everything from first principles. You just say, this is the way it is, and you go from there. You don't need all these formulas and stuff. And so what I've discovered over time is that in the economics profession, there's a ton of garbage they just teach you in school, and it actually makes it look really confusing, and like you have to be like this super genius in math to even think about becoming a really serious economist. But what I found out is most of that stuff, or quite a bit at least, is totally just BS. It has nothing to do with anything. It's useless at the very best. And so when you ask me, why do I believe that I am on a spinning ball or whatever, what came to mind is that, a few years ago, I looked into it's called the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory. We'll put a link to that video down below. And same thing with astronomy. I was like, oh, I don't know. They've got all these computer models, and I'm not very good at math. That's my thing. And I was like, how could I ever even understand any of this stuff? And then I watched the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the Electric Universe theory, and it just made sense. They just asked questions like, why does a comet have a trail of stuff coming off of it, ice or whatever it is, if it's, they've got all these things. And I was like, that makes total sense. If you watch the Thunderbolt from the Gods, you'll understand what I'm saying. And so basically I've come to the conclusion that I just have to use my own brain and my own senses and my own ability to perceive information and go from there. I can't listen to these professors and PhDs because I think they're mostly just spinning garbage. And so that's why I'm so open to what you're talking about, because you're right. I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball. I might be. I don't know. This is a very new idea, by the way, started by the Masons, 500 years ago or whatever. And before that, it was fairly understood you were on the flat Earth. Then something happened. Some people took over and started killing you if you said you weren't. And then, so yeah, it is definitely all the perceptions that I have go with your theory. And that's why I'm attracted to it. Maybe it's that physical law of attraction or whatever, that I'm open to these ideas. I'm listening to you and writing notes as you speak because it makes so much sense.
Right on. So, thinking about it, back to your education, do you remember any proofs that you were taught as to why you're on a spinning ball? Why is the Earth a ball? Or things you've seen on television, perhaps?
Well, I just didn't go to school much. I think that's why I am able to think fairly freely and not just listen to dogma and not just accept and repeat what I'm told. But no, I think it's mostly just growing up in a situation where, like you said, you got that globe on the desk. You listen to the news or anything, and they talk about NASA did this in outer space, and here's the photos of the Earth, which now that I look at them, they all look fake. But so yeah, I think you're just sort of ensconced in this sort of environment where these things are just never brought up, and so you just assume it must be the case.
Yeah, you got it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, the people that are the most indoctrinated are the professors and the people who've looked into this so much. They've just been buying what is being told to them by authority, and so they're arguing from authority, and you can see it in the comment sections of everything I make. The argument is always from authority. When you argue from evidence, experience, and experiments, you're going to come to a flat, motionless Earth every single time.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have a million comments down below, and I have this one. There's a few people every now and then that say this. They say, you're hurting the liberty movement by talking about things like this because a lot of people think this is crazy, including myself. They say, and it's usually some little loser, and I've had this happen even just in the last few weeks. Just some loser who's never done anything, and he's like watching you because he's never done anything, so he's got to watch everything you're doing, and and they'll say, you can't talk about this stuff because you're hurting the liberty movement. It's like, fuck off. You're not doing anything for the liberty movement. I'm working like morning to night on it. I've probably brought in more people than most people into the liberty movement in the last few years. So yeah, go, take a walk, you're a bunch of losers. So we'll see that down in the comments down below. But let's talk to the people that are really into science, or as I'm starting to call it, scientism, after I got that word from Mark Passio. There's going to be a lot of people who are really into the science. And hey, don't get me wrong, I think it's possible that the science stuff is right. I don't know. I have to see with my own eyes more to see it. But they're going to say stuff like, what about when they, there's all these scientific sort of reasons why, that this can't be right. Maybe you can talk about a few of those sort of things that you debunk a little bit from the flat earth theory, how some of these, what the people are going to say about how science proves this is wrong. Like, for example, some experiments or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than me.
Sure. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get out of you in the first place. So, so for instance, people will usually come at you with, well, what about circumnavigation? That's one you learn in school. We can circumnavigate the globe, so it must be a globe. You can go all the way around it. So if the Earth was flat, you couldn't go around a flat Earth. But the flat Earth model, what we're looking at here is, imagine a disk with Antarctica being an ice ring all around it, and the oceans being held in, and the North Pole at the middle. So with this model, circumnavigation just means east to west, like a compass point, set it in the middle. You can trace a circle. And Magellan's journey, for instance, basically was that, with a few inlets and outlets along the way. All he did was go around from east to west, the flat Earth. This doesn't prove that you're on a globe or a flat Earth either way. It can go either way. So basically, the circumnavigation proof is not a proof at all. It could happen regardless of whether the Earth was flat or a ball. Another scientific proof that they'll come at you with is that ships, as they're disappearing on the horizon, as they get further and further away, the bottom, the hull, will start to disappear before the masthead. And so what's happening is it's slowly going over the curvature of the Earth. It's going over the ball. And this is, Aristotle used this. This has been a proof of the ball Earth for a long time. The ball Earth has been theorized back as far as Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but it didn't really pick up steam until 500 years ago. But so anyway, yeah, this one is one they use a lot. But in actuality, if you use binoculars, a zoom camera, a telescope, after the ship has completely disappeared over the horizon, you can bring it completely back into view, proving that it hasn't descended over a wall of convex water, but in fact it's just gone beyond your perspective. The horizon line is not the curvature of the ball Earth as you're told. The horizon line is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And that's why as you raise altitude, or on a clearer day, or with a zoom camera, you're able to see further and further along the horizon. It's not a fixed point as it would be on a ball, as they tell you. So again, this is another supposed scientific proof of the ball Earth, but when you do experiments yourself with a telescope, you can see that that's bunk, and in fact, you've proven the opposite.
And just, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be devil's advocating, watching this. So I'll do it for them because I've asked these questions as well. So my question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And the lowest layer of the atmosphere is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance. And the reason people think this, again, is they think that when they point their telescopes up, that they're seeing starlight from trillions and trillions of miles away, because that's what they've been told by NASA. Now, in fact, you can measure with sextants and plane trigonometry how far away the sun, moon, and stars are, and they figure to be only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth. But they tell you that they're, like, the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years away. Their science fiction term they created to make it sound more plausible. And the reason they give these ridiculously long distances to the stars is because they have to for it to fit their model. Because day after day, year after year, the fixed stars stay fixed in their constellations as they revolve over and around us. But what they say is that the Earth is spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and the sun is spinning around the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is spinning around the known universe. And so you've got spinning upon spinning, and it's faster and faster, all these multiple spins happening. But if this is the case, you'd see movement in the stars. So the only way they can claim that you don't see movement is to use this ridiculously huge mathematics to make the math fit. So if you say the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, then you can still say that, oh, there's no parallax change between the fixed stars every year because they're just so far away. But no, you can't see that far through even the best telescope. And by the way, the Hubble telescope doesn't exist, and all the images supposedly coming from the Hubble telescope are wonderful CGI Photoshop. Look again.
Yeah, I was just looking that up yesterday. So, I'm just like looking at, okay, let's go look at what the Hubble telescope things are. I've never looked at them. I don't care that much. I'm busy doing my own thing. So I said, well, what's this Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? Like, they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question, and I actually had another one too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one in my opinion, and I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane. Which seems insane to me, and maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this, I've been looking it up, and I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely. Exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But, there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance, that if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around, the long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense, because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And
they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over the Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, and you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop, red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it, and they take they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually at the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away. And so they tell us that this spinning ball Earth model is that the magnetism of the ball Earth happens from the molten metal core in the middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift. So the north and south poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that north isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that, to just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least I don't know what we'd need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land. And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So if you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS. It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boylan. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers, examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government started, and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like, if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, whatever, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably got taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to need to see more evidence. But I think the evidence is incredibly compelling to the point where I will continue to look into it for sure. I think it is a point, though, as well, that David Cameron said that us people who are questioning what they're saying essentially is what he's saying, and actually rationally looking at the evidence. He's saying that we're as dangerous to them as terrorism. And that's actually right, because if enough people wake up and look at all the evidence and listen to their own senses and what they're seeing, and not to some professor on TV who's got all these charts and numbers that you don't understand and probably no one understands, and if anyone understands it, they probably don't even get that how it relates to anything. They're just like math freaks or something. This actually is dangerous to the government, and he's right. And so they're going to try to shut it down any way they can. So we have to just get this information out there. I'm not saying, again, that I'm a flat earther yet. Man, the more you look into it, I'm going to have to see some real solid evidence that I can see with my own eyes to prove one way or another at this point, I think.
Yeah, man. The second president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, Charles K. Johnson, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth materials, books, correspondence, his whole library, and he swore till his dying day that it was a NASA agent that did it, who also tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So there's definitely that aspect to it. They also have controlled opposition set up to defer people away from the legitimate flat Earth. So, for instance, the International Flat Earth Research Society I just mentioned was started in 1957, and in 1970 they started out the Flat Earth Society of Canada, and then they took off the word Canada right away. And this one was a satirical society set up to control the opposition, to make it look ridiculous, and they did a wonderful job. Their president, Leo Ferrari, would go on television interviews claiming to be a flat earther, but then doing ridiculous things like taking on a big rock and saying, I was just at the edge of the earth and I almost fell off. I lost all my shipmates, but I held on to this rock and I saved me, and so I just brought this here from the edge of the flat earth to show you. And he'd say things like this. And nowadays, the Flat Earth Society promotes false flat Earth arguments, such as the flat Earth disk constantly rising to account for gravity. They say instead of the force of gravity pulling us down, the flat Earth disk constantly rises up. And they claim that this is what flat Earthers believe. But as I said earlier, we don't take gravity as being real in the first place. We just take experience and experiments, the zetetic method as it's called, just common sense. You don't need to, Occam's razor, you don't need to make unnecessary assumptions and call something gravity when it's completely explained with the already existing laws of density and buoyancy. So that's characteristic of their pseudoscience that's nowadays taught as science. And when somebody presents you with ideas of a flat Earth or a geocentric system, that's thought of as ancient pseudoscience that our ignorant ancestors believed, when in fact the experiments, experience, evidence, common sense is actually on that side, and we've been fed a bill of lies, pseudoscience, for so long that we believe it to be science.
Yeah, they always try to flip everything like to be the opposite of what it really is. And when I say they, I don't know exactly totally everything about all this stuff, but it appears to be Freemasonry seems to be a big one involved in what they call the occult, hiding the knowledge. Occult just means hidden. And for whatever reason, over the last few hundred years, it looks like they have just decided they don't want people to know what life is. They want to totally try to confuse them in every single way, including the money system. If you're in the U.S. and you pull out a $1 bill, just look at the back of the $1 bill. That's the Masonry symbol, the all-seeing eye pyramid. So you have an occult symbol in your pocket. So this is not crazy theories. This is what's going on. I've heard that what they're trying to do is trying to get humanity away from God, whatever God is, spirit, gods, from themselves, from understanding truth, from being human, basically. And I don't know why they're doing that, and I don't know if it's satanic, or I don't know if they're just screwed up psychopaths. I don't know, and maybe you do know. And if you feel you have some evidence on that, let me know. But isn't that right, that it's basically been sort of from Freemasonry, they've been trying to hide this knowledge for a long time? And if it is true, do you know why they're trying to do it?
Yeah. Like you said, on the dollar bill, the mono eye, that's the one eye of Freemasonry, of the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. So money is definitely part of the scheme. As you mentioned, the UN, their symbol, their logo, their flag is a flat earth. And it's divided like a target, like a bullseye. It's divided into 33 sections. And, there's 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The first 3 degrees are called the blue degrees. The flag also happens to be blue. So you've got that encoded there. And then the people who originally brought us the spinning ball Earth from all the way back to Pythagoras and Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, these people are all Freemasons as well. I showed in my Freemasons Exposed book, there's pictures, paintings of them doing Freemasonic hand signs, standing with Freemasonic objects and everything. And of course, nowadays, the NASA astronauts are unabashed Masons. You can just look online and find that literally every astronaut that claims to have walked on the moon, and every astronaut that even claims to have been in Earth orbit is a Mason, or their father was a Mason, and it's openly admitted. So this deception has been orchestrated by and acted out by these actor-nauts, or astronauts, depending on how you look at it. They're Freemasons, on the mathematical, astronomical side, as well as the exploratory astronaut side, the whole thing. Even the Hollywood side, Hollywood is run by Freemasonry as well. So the special effects, everything they're using, right from their gravity, think of the G in the compass and the square, another possible meaning for that G. You've got God, geometry, gnosis, and perhaps gravity, their biggest deception. And you can see even Masons today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan, they're always given their little Masonic hand signs and whatnot. So it's definitely part of the big boys club that's given us every other deception, and it's worth looking into based on that alone. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to find that, like you were saying, the reason they've done this is to position themselves as the authority. Once they tell you that because of their special telescopes and their special rockets and all these technologies that they have that you don't, that are able to see out into the cosmos and determine all of these things, that they are the authority, and so you have to go to them, you have to watch their documentaries, you have to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you gotta prostrate yourself at his feet and ask, "Oh, mighty NDT, tell me please, what is the universe like?" And you give up your own common sense and your own experience to him, and he tells you that you're on a spinning ball, and he tells you all the, he weaves quite a nice story, and he does a lot of nice little P stuff. I don't know how he does it. Well, you got the Mason hand signs going, you got the little NLP, you got the flat earthers over here, and the ball earthers over here, you know. So they've got all their little magician tricks that they're using, from CGI to zero-G planes to underwater pools, to make you think that they're floating in outer space. But in reality, what goes up must come down. There is no point where you can just go up in a rocket and suddenly pop out into the nothingness, the vacuum of infinite space, they call it, which is a paradox if I've ever heard one. How can there be a vacuum in infinite space when it's adjacent to an atmosphere and not separated in any way? You can't have a vacuum. And how does gravity pull you back to the Earth, but then get less and less to the point that you float? How does that happen? And they say that the atmosphere is spinning because the gravity is sticking it to it. So if you figure that, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but then as you go up higher and higher, the atmosphere must be spinning even faster because it's further away from the point of the center of rotation. So as you're going up in your rocket, you're going through layer after layer of constantly faster and faster spinning atmosphere hitting your rocket until finally you pop out into non-spinning vacuum of infinite space, says NASA. Interesting that we all buy this and just accept this, even though it's physically and philosophically impossible. We just watch a little CGI image and a little camera trickery. You splice a rocket launch together with something else, and then you think that they're in outer space. But again, if you use your eyes and you watch those rockets, you'll see that they don't go straight up. Every single rocket forms a parabolic curve, just like every amateur rocket, just like any projectile that you would send up. It couldn't just go straight up and keep on going until you go into outer space. It comes right back down. So, but what does NASA tell you when you ask them the question, well, why is there a parabola formed by all of your rockets? Well, that's because it's going to spin around the ball Earth before it reaches escape velocity, and then it will go out into outer space from there. Right. I've seen a documentary full of nothing but NASA rocket launch failures, and if you just watch that, I don't think you'll be able to believe that they've put a man on the moon or even put a rocket out as far into outer space as these supposed ISS images are coming from. It's absolutely ridiculous. The technology we have is nothing like the science fiction that we've been shown.
Yeah, it's amazing. So much deception. I was talking, we could talk forever about this. I don't want to keep you too long. And if people really like this, we can have Eric back on another time to do it and maybe answer your questions or whatever. And if you don't like it, then that's the last time he's on because I need ratings. So I'm just joking. So I was chatting with a friend who, again, was because he's a very science guy, which is fine, whatever. And he said, we started talking about the space station. And I said, why do they even have the space station? Why don't they just put it on the moon? And he was like, well, no, they want to have it there because they want to study orbits or whatever. And I said, okay. And I said, well, why don't they just put one on the moon? It was so easy like 45 years ago just to fly up, drive around a go-kart, play golf, take some really awesome, amazing pictures and then just, hop in like this little tinfoil thing and then float in outer space and then come back and then it was really easy back then. I don't know what's changed since then, but why don't they put like something on the moon, like, because now I'm hearing they're starting to talk about Mars, and they're like, we want to do put humans on Mars and start a colony. It's like, why don't you do it on the moon? It's so much closer, according to what you guys say. It's like, and it'd be so much easier. And if it's so easy to get to the moon, the guys on the space station should, just every weekend go to the moon. Why not? They're already out there. It's just like, bloop, hop in that little tinfoil thing and just, land down, no problem, go, drive around a bit, have some fun, and come back. It'd be like a nice little weekend getaway, because the hard part's really, according to them, getting outside of the atmosphere, right? So once they're out there, just take off to the moon for the weekend, but they never do. No one's ever going there. I don't know why. It's strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, why haven't they been back there in 45 years? And if you look at the moon on a clear night during a waxing or waning cycle, you can see through it. Especially if you look during the afternoon, you'll notice that the supposed craters on the moon, you can see the blue sky right through those craters. Just look up, type in moon afternoon or something in Google and take a look. Or when you can see the moon sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, when it's still, the sky's still blue, the sun's still out a little bit, but you still got the moon there, you'll notice that what is called craters is clearly not craters. And the supposed solid globe-shaped moon that they've presented us with cannot be the case, because you're seeing right through it. And even astronomers from the Royal Astronomical Association from hundreds of years ago have have written periodically having seen stars and planets through the moon. So like the popular Islamic flag and the symbol you see on mosques, for instance, with a crescent moon and a star occulting it, that actually happens. You can see that happen. So the moon, it appears, is its own unique light. It's semi-transparent and self-luminescent, whereas they tell us it's a spherical terra firma body that reflects sunlight. But you can prove that this is not the case, and that the sun and the moon are actually the same size as they appear. That's another thing. We were talking about things that you can see with your eyes, but then are told to be different by so-called science. They tell us the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon. And from our faulty parallax perspective, we just see them appearing as exactly the same size. But no, one's really big and really far away. But if you're just using your own eyes, you would see that they are the same size. And the horizon is flat, and the Earth isn't moving, and everything in the heavens does revolve around us. Yeah, like you said, why haven't they been to the moon? Because you can't go to the moon. The moon is just a light. It's not a spherical, terra firma, Earth-like body that you can land masons on.
Yeah, we should keep this a little shorter, because I think if anyone's watched this far, they already know most of this stuff. And if they haven't watched this far, then they've already given up because they're like, oh, these guys are crazy, so there's no point even talking any further. So, but there is probably some people who are like, whoa, and watching and watching and watching. So why don't you let us know where people can get more information on this sort of stuff? That's one thing I noticed. It seems to be all over the place. Maybe you, since you've already written what I consider the only book I know of that looks like it makes a lot of sense, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Maybe you can sort of figure out a way that people can, or maybe you already have it, some sort of place where people can put evidence that proves the flat Earth theory that can be all collected, actual evidence using video cameras and showing, whatever. It obviously could be fake, but some sort of repository for this information that you can build off. But anyway, let people know where they should go if they want more information on the flat Earth and about your books and everything else.
Yeah, I actually just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society that I was talking about earlier, that ended after he died and his materials were all burnt down. So I started it up again as a forum, and I've put on all the materials that I have on there, and everybody on there is collecting their own experiments and evidence as well. So I definitely recommend going over there if you're interested in learning more about the flat Earth. It's ifers.boards.net, which is ifers.boards.net. My website is atlanteanconspiracy.com. I have a flat Earth section on there. You can see a bunch of research I've compiled there. And my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, you can get from the website as well. I have a documentary called The Flat Earth Conspiracy you can see on YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel, Eric Dubé, and actually I have a lot of documentaries on the flat Earth and other related subjects. That's a good place to go if you're wanting to look into some more of this information. Check out Eric Dubé, ERICDUBAY, on YouTube.
That's great, and I have to say, after talking to you in person, I'm even getting closer to pretty much being a flat Earth person. I think I'm going to hold that still because I haven't done enough research on my own to be totally comfortable. But just the way you are and the way you talk and how you're on the same wavelength as me on 9/11 and all these things says to me that either we're both crazy, which a lot of people are going to say, or I should listen to you because you're on a similar track to me, so you can bring me a lot more information which I can decipher and figure out for my own self, make my own decision on what I think is correct. But fascinating stuff. I'm really glad to have had you on. I think we're probably going to end up having you on again if you're open to it, because already we're up to an hour here, and we want to make this quite a good video as well, so we're going to put in some graphics and stuff. So this could be quite a bit of work for a lot of people involved here to kind of show you what Eric's talking about. So let's keep this one to about an hour now. And like I said, if you like this, if you're interested, you want more, please comment anywhere you see this on Facebook or on YouTube and just say, yeah, I want to hear more about this. And if not, no big deal. It was just information. We're just trying to figure out what's real and what's not. And there's a lot more unreal out there than we appear to know. So we're just digging into all that kind of stuff. And now we're the terrorists. So welcome to 1984. And so, if you like this information, share, like, subscribe to this channel, download this may get taken off YouTube, and that should be a sort of a little bit of hint. YouTube, owned by Google, I believe, with the slogan "Don't be evil." I think it's should be don't expose evil is really what it is. And so, yeah, like, download this, put it on something that can't be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse, which they could totally do at any time. All this kind of stuff. They want to hang on to their control of this reality grid. And the more that we can just get information out there, the better. So please like, subscribe, share, and download this video and keep it and re-upload it. I don't care. Re-upload it anywhere on any video channel, because they will probably be starting to ban a lot of these pretty soon if people start talking about it. And so that's it for Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet. Peace, love, and anarchy.